charged up.
Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way.
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have been tumbling around each other for quite a time. When you were coming around, I didn't feel like we tried. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da. I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way. I know you want it to stay. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da. Da
far as we search for the light in the dead of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again. Feel the rush, feel the tide. 'Cause here begins a newfound strength. Find yourselves out here. We won't be the same again. If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Could you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over? 'Cause we all face the fire as we search for the light on the edge of the night. Feel that rush, feel the tide. Can you feel this newfound change? Only yourselves are here again.
Welcome back to Berlin, Germany, and week 3 of the LEC Spring Split. A day packed with action is ahead of us, and it all builds up to the rematch we've all been waiting for, as rivals G2 Esports and Fnatic will face off in Game 5. That's today. Cancel your plans, you're watching League of Legends. In Ready Check, the match of the week is the main headline, but we, myself, and of course my lovely analysts and experts, Froskuren and Yamato Cannon, will be breaking this one down and also trying to make sense of Aphelios and give our judgment on the LEC drafting. It's an absolute honor. I am Machine, your host. Day 2 of my second attempt of not being fired. Let's see how it goes. Fingers crossed.
You're doing
Yamato,
great, man.
dude, you know, watching you from the internet, from afar, I was like, oh, it's kind of that handsome guy, sexy voice, I get it, cool. You're making me look silly here. You're going for a 3-piece suit. I've showed up in a bloody biker jacket from Zara.
We're a team.
We were just like,
looking great.
It's the banking district over here. We're like planning the 401ks.
What
We've
am I
got like
doing?
the portfolio. You're showing up, you're the front of the band.
Yeah, or asking for spare change. I mean, one of the two. Either way, it is fair to say that yesterday, oh, that was a poem, had a lot of hype moments, but also some players that did leave these guys scratching their heads. Now, this isn't normal, guys. Is this an everyday in League of Legends?
That's
Not
an
the
oof.
trick one.
Oh, it started with
that's
that
an
one. It started with that. But skill shots were being missed yesterday, Frost.
I mean, everything was going wide, yeah. That time, though, that was the minion. That was the hero minion that blocked the Q. The issue is that normally you don't really see this. And it wasn't just one team or one player. It was like the entire day, people didn't have their Wheaties. maybe the screens were slightly tilted, but I've never seen so many missed skill shots in a single day of the LEC.
I think it's rough because it's mostly junglers and they're pretty useless as is, and if you miss that one single cocoon that is so important, then it stings, because it's like, you have to make it last.
Yeah, of course, of course. But I mean, what do we attribute this to? Just a bad day in the office, or is it? Could we say, you know, this is week 3 now, this is still ring rust getting back into the season? What do you think?
I mean, what do you do as a coach when you see that, Yamato?
I just kind of pretend it didn't happen, because this is not something that you can teach from. You don't bring it up in the review and it's like, dude, you missed a skill shot, you're just going to look ridiculous. You just move on and, you know, you accept
Everyone
that your
knows.
support hates playing Nautilus, you know, you just brush it up as that.
Yeah, and you also don't want to be the guy just nodding like, yeah, don't miss skill shots. It's not like that. There's not much analysis there. I could do that. That's my color commentary. If they just hit all their shots, they'll win, I think. Anyway, there was also some games that did, of course, get that League of Legends blood pumping. It was G2 versus Rogue where we got our attention drawn first. This was quite the game for us.
Yeah, because we had 2 extremes. You effectively had the Benny Hill music where everyone was missing their skill shots. The circus came to town. It was just a total clown fiesta. And then you had games, exactly, like Rogue, Excel, G2, and Fnatic, where people were actually just out executing on each other. But so many decisions, these matches were so close that it came down to who actually hit the skill shot, who made the flash, who made a cross-map Senna ult like that.
I think also, you know, the thing that stands out to me the most is now this is the 3rd time Wunder has picked Soraka. At this point in time, we can kind of imagine that if you face G2, they're going to look to pick that Soraka. And I don't think the answer from Rogue was anything in particular. They had the Aatrox, the Lee Sin. I want to see teams go heavier. I want to see Elise, I want to see Kled, I want to see dives over and over, really nullify that thing, make sure that she uses ult on top side instead of in the fights down below.
And it's also just the idea that with Rogue and Excel, you know, these are kind of our team's 5th, 4th place that they're duking it out there. You don't expect them to stand as tall as they did versus our top of the table clashes like the Fnatic and the G2. So if you're a Rogue and Excel fan, you feel really good after yesterday.
You certainly do. I mean, Fnatic fans are also going to be feeling pretty fantastic. There's no doubt about that. Fnatic, of course, versus Excel. It did deliver. Mickey, this outplay did turn some heads and certainly farm some upvotes.
I actually lost my voice during this call. I think I yell, "Are you kidding me?" And then the very next call I have is, "Oh, Mickey, you so fine." And my voice actually cracks because I lost it when he did that. And people are like, "Oh, all he did was flash. It was the GP, it was the Senna that was really doing the work for him." Now, he also dodged with his distortion, and he was also timed perfectly with the Gangplank ultimate and the Senna ult. So that was amazing for Mickey.
It was a tricky position because it looked like an int because he was in the middle of nowhere, and then he kind of just pulled up like a rabbit from
out of absolutely nowhere. There's like napkins out of one arm, flowers out of the other sleeve. The man was pulling all kinds of tricks. Anyway, this does set us up perfectly for a huge match of the week later tonight, with G2 and Fnatic both fighting to the top, and at the top of the tables, they currently stand. Just talking of standings, they are on your screen right here, right now. What's jumping off the page here?
I think the big thing with Fnatic and G2, what differentiates them from everyone else is I feel like the way they play the game is more of a sprint, less of a marathon. It's hard for me to put my eyes on anything else because that's the big matchup of today.
Ultimately, though, when you do kind of take your eyes down the standings, people expect the G2, the Fnatic, the Origin, but then on the tip of everyone's tongue is Rogue and Excel. But you can see how far down the standings because it is such a tight race. I think that's what's really surprising. It's the fact that Misfits are on a 3-game winning streak, that Mad Lions are continuing to surge, and it's the fact that even though we're nowhere clear to playoffs, it feels like it is such an intense race because there's so many competitive teams. You maybe have 1 or 2 tickets that are actually viable spots for playoffs. You cannot mess up at this point.
Yeah, margin for error significantly decreased, and we're in week 3. It's crazy. And something that's been really confusing me is that, you know, humans, they've discovered electricity. They've solved the Rubik's Cube. They've traveled to the moon. But will we ever truly master Aphelios? I don't even know who this mystical champion is. I've just been seeing clips of people just getting blown up from the other side of the map. There's like X's on the floor, everyone's upset, the health bar's going down. People are making Reddit threads saying, let's turn him into just a giant gun so we understand what's happening. You know, let's talk about Aphelios. Let's take a moment to review the champion that's been confusing a lot of people.
I mean, I think it is definitely a clarity issue. That's what people have done. But we like to keep things really simple. We like to go with the color. Have you ever played Twister?
I did once or twice.
Okay, so it's like right hand green, like left hand blue. And that's what I like to think about with Aphelios. It's like green is for range, white is for dueling, red is for lifesteal, blue is for AoE, and purple is for CC. And then you want to figure out how to get all of those color combos, put them together, make new colors, be super creative in team fights. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Is it working?
Yeah, so there's five different options. So he's like 5 different AD carries at once.
Exactly, but he's only got 1 button.
Of course.
2 buttons sometimes.
That's what's so silly about him.
How is he 5 ADs and he's only got one button?
It's so silly because playing it is not that complicated. Because as you said, you have one button, the combinations, they become very clear for you.
Sure.
This is one of those cases where you have to learn the champion by playing the champion, because playing against it is not so clear. Sometimes, you know, there's a gravity cannon, flamethrower, they look similar, they're basically both purple, which drives me insane. It's just so hard to know what's coming at you. I think you just got to play the champion to understand it.
And specifically with that clarity, I think the big issue is on the ultimate, because as the ult's flying at you, as Yamato says, you really don't know what you're about to be hit at. Or is everyone about to get locked down because the CC is there? Are you about to take a massive AoE damage? And that's where a lot of the question marks come in.
Right, and just to put a pin in it then, final question is for the guys watching at home, you know, they're in their solo queue games, they're confused by the Aphelios. Your advice is just play it, right? That's how you
just play it, because otherwise it's just like Dungeons and Dragons, you roll a dice and maybe, you know, the ult just looks like this wave with a bit of color on it, and it's hard to judge based off of that. So just play it, yes.
Play it. There we go. Perfect advice from our perfect analysts. Now, two of our best Aphelios players are actually Caps and Reckless, and later tonight the former teammates will face off yet again, this time in the bot lane.
Tomorrow against Reckless will be very weird. I think Reckless is probably the person I've played with for the longest, and he's also the guy who taught me the most. So to face off against like my old mentor is kind of like a student beating his teacher kind of thing, and I'll see if I can do it.
It's a scary matchup for sure, but I've never really felt the rivalry myself. I don't really mind that he's bot lane or mid lane or wherever. I think at first I really cared for it, because then I was in this kind of weird situation where I despised him for having us start over. But now that we've reached the point of actually being able to win everything, I feel like it's whatever. He's just another ex-teammate that I've had 20 or 30 of anyways, so it's okay.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's savage.
I mean, I don't want to like jump in anywhere. I'm just going to let that rest and echo around the halls here in Berlin. But I mean, there is a gorgeous amount of drama attached to these two stepping into the rift against each other.
I mean, you couldn't script it better. I know we say that all the time, but we are so lucky that we have two of our top teams, two of our biggest organizations, and they're both playing well. This is effectively, if you looked across the LCS, and if TSM and CLG were actually still relevant, that's how good this matchup is, that G2 and Fnatic are so strong.
I think the crazy thing is, you know, there were always these question marks. Caps moving to G2, was it a good move? He answered big time. It was the right move. Now, Caps moving to AD carry, big question mark. And at the same time, the sideline was always Fnatic the last 2 years, and this year too. But Reckless has continued to improve, and that's what's so crazy. I remember playing with him in a team 9 years ago when he was 14 or something, and he had this drive that he just hasn't let go of it.
Right.
And he just keeps improving, and the fact that the player of this caliber, of this history, hasn't peaked yet is absolutely crazy.
You think there's more on the Reckless Mountain, the climb to the top? You think he's not at the peak yet?
He's not done yet. Far from it.
My God. But does it also, I mean, does that also, when we praise someone, you know, and we talk about the timeline of Reckless, how does that compare to that of Caps? You know, is it comparable? Is it parallel?
It's unfortunate because Caps is so good that you wish that you could just talk about him on his own, which you absolutely can, but kind of in the context of Reckless, it's the idea that it's the two prodigies. Reckless was a prodigy when he was first coming out, and Caps has been a prodigy since basically day one when he solo killed Perks, and he really made a statement. Baby Faker, and it's now baby Caps for Faker. And so the fact that Caps now, as Draco said, gets to look him in the eye like, I'm another ex-teammate. Well, guess what? You think you can win it all? You have to go through me now, toe-to-toe, 2v2.
Yeah, the way Ender and Dracos described it yesterday to me was like, previously he stabbed him in the back, now he wants to sab him in the face. I think that's a really fantastic way to frame what is just going to be this very, very kind of, beautiful human side to the video gaming clash that's about to be going down. But do you have an inkling of who's coming in hotter in terms of form?
I have to say that I think Reckless and Hylissang have the experience, because you've seen Caps and make it deliver, but then you have those slip-ups, those oopsies that happen. They get caught in lane. If Reckless and Hylissang get one kill, all of a sudden they're going to take your arm and just eat you alive. They're like a shark that tastes blood.
I think it's the best bot lane in Europe right now versus the best player that Europe has ever created.
That's a beautiful way to frame it. So Reckless, but does that carry over to your prediction? And we're doing this later, but I should bite my tongue. We'll talk about who we're going to actually think is going to win this later. We've got so much time. We're not in a rush here, but I am intrigued as to whether they correlate to your prediction as to who's coming in hotter and who you think's going to be taking this one. Very exciting head-to-head between the two of them. My final question, though, is in terms of who the supports behind the new ADs. Do you feel like there's a clear kind of power swing in one lane or the other?
It's crazy because the super role, I feel like it is very risk prone. Usually the ones that are the best are going to be the ones that get caught on occasion.
Yeah.
I think the same story can be told about both Hylissing and Mickey. Sometimes they have those games where they're looking for the flanks, looking for the vision, they get caught off guard, and it just kind of hurts their kind of image. But all in all, they are the best supports that we have to offer here in Europe.
The talent is so stacked here that it will come down to matchup, and it will come down to execution on that matchup, the mind games that you have in draft. We just talked a lot about Aphelios. These guys are probably our two best Aphelios players that we have in the league, and how they emphasize that champion strengths in very different ways. Caps is so good at purple Aphelios. He is hitting long-range, lockdown ultimates to set up G2's team fighting, and it's so beautiful to watch. Rekkles is always aware of his red Aphelios, white Aphelios power spike when he has those two guns together. Fnatic will always be searching for fights. And yeah, you can say that every team is looking to do that, but these two do it better than anyone else. Watch if someone gets it, how they can flex on this champion, but I expect it will probably be banned, or at least given the respect it deserves for how talented these two ADCs are at piloting that champion.
So high prio on the Aphelios, and later tonight we will see these players clash in that bot lane as G2 and Fnatic will take to the stage for our Alienware match of the week.
Looking to be extinguished.
Rivalries are no easy thing. Competition beyond competition. Every battle is simply a piece of a much larger story. Ambition, sacrifice, betrayal, victory above all. You can sit back and bear witness, or you can stand with those you believe in. So I ask you, Europe, will you rise for your champions? Will you stand?
When you have a history with someone, and a very long one, you are just bound to have emotions, right? I don't want to lose to them, right? It's not even about beating them, it's about not losing to them.
G2 and Fnatic, two of the best teams on the planet, go head-to-head for a spot in the final. Let's get to the action.
This game is descending into madness. Who's going to pick it up? It's secured by G2! There's fights all across the map right now, but it's G2 falling time and time again.
Last year, I think that's where the rivalry started for real.
Oh, that's already a kill to Blitzo. Hurts manages to kill Rekkles. G2 Esports have bounced back from the clutches of embarrassment.
They kind of had our number the entire year.
Fnatic versus G2, the final everyone was waiting for. These two titans of European League of Legends clashing on Summoner's Rift. Here comes the charge in from the side as G2 are looking for the fight. The tank's going to go down. Up towards the side as well. Mickey has fallen and Fnatic are coming out on top. G2 could do nothing about it. And now it's a 4v5. Wonder takes out Boxer. The second kill goes down as Whipper falls. And G2 by 3. The barrel doesn't land, but the torque comes out. And now it's an all-white brawn in the bottom lane. And it's Fnatic who are coming out on top.
Medic, we are going to game 5.
Whenever we go up against each other, it's always a pretty heated battle.
Everyone knows what it's like to be losing and bounce your way back.
Flashes forward, first blood to him.
People keep fighting until the very end.
Whipper jumping in the side there as well. Look at the damage, it's Fnatic. They fight the fight. G2 oversteps.
It's just one play away from victory.
Whipper takes down Jankos, and look at that. Nemesis is falling at the start of the fight. It's all on Rekkles. And G2 are your champions.
I feel like after last year, we truly have the grudge to topple them.
I don't want to just win, I want to like smash them, right? I just want them smacked, you know?
Whoever wins becomes the king of Europe, no matter what.
The stage is set as two of the best teams in the world will face off in Game 5, and it's a rematch of the Summer Finals and, of course, a battle for the ages between Rekkles and Caps. But we do want to hear from you guys. Let us know who you think is going to be taking this one. Just spam G2 or FNC for all your G2 and Fnatic boys in the chat as I throw the same question at my esteemed analysts. It's time. I told you it'd be time to put your money where your mouth is. It's G2 Fnatic.
It's very difficult. It's going to be close, but I have to go G2. Okay. I think it will come down to the discipline of both the bot lane and the top lane, because both of them are prone on Bwipo's side to sometimes be a bit too cocktail, and the same with Mickey and Caps, a bit too cocktail. I think if Wunder gets a lead, that's dangerous. If Reckless and Hilisan get a lead, that's dangerous.
Sure.
These teams, if they get a lead, they're going to run away with it.
Yeah, it's the idea of the oopsies, that sometimes Mickey just has an oopsie, sometimes Whippo has an oopsies. Who's going to have more on the day? Again, any smart money is probably going to lean towards G2 for a reason. That said, I keep hearing this idea that it's going to be like a 20-minute stomp from G2, that they're going to smash Fnatic. And it's like, history has shown us very recently that every single time that these teams face, it is never that close. Like, they're explosive games. They can snowball very quickly, but it's the smallest decisions. Because if you give a mistake to either Fnatic or G2, they just slam the game on you.
Right, so from what I'm understanding is when these two meet, it is just a question of whoever's coming in with the least mistakes. I mean, they are so closely matched that it is just a question of on the day, oopsies.
I truly feel that because it's best of one, you can never say, like, no matter what happens to here, I still don't feel confident being like, that team is infinitely better. It has to be in the best of 5. It has to come down to multiple runs at execution, because that's just the nature of those teams.
It's also a sense of build-up all the way up into this matchup. What have these players hidden from us in terms of strategy? Is there something hidden there? Because the last time, I remember last year, we had this Pyke Karma business that just threw G2 off guard completely. So that's the big question mark for me.
It's also the fact that the Soraka, everyone keeps leaving it open. You know that Wonder's going to grab it. He's joked that he's also got the Sona top down there, that maybe he has something even spicier. Fnatic are a perfect team to say, go ahead, take it. I've got some weird cocktail in the back pocket that I'm ready to just dump.
Absolutely, and I mean, these curveballs, if ever you were going to keep a little pocket ace, now would be where you pull it out, right? Especially G2, if they pick this win up against Fnatic, that unbeaten spree, there could be some legs to that extending throughout this split. For years, though, he was known as a drafting mastermind. He wears red ties, he's terrifying his opponents with spicy picks and magical shirts, but now he's ready to cast his sentence on the coaches of the LEC. This is Yamato's draft judgment. I'm ready. Strap in. You're going to treat us and break it all down for us. Of course, the first draft that we've selected is from Origin in their game against Vitality. Counselor, let's see what you've got.
All right. So this one, the thing is, it is strange because I don't have any issue with this draft. So it's a weird way to start. But it comes down to OG. What do I want OG to show us? All in all, it's always the same thing. OG have a composition where they outscale. I think they need to use these opportunities where they play against the enemies, the lower tier enemies, to expand on what they can do. I need them to play faster. I need them to snowball better, because it always comes down to the same thing. Origin, we give them the benefit of the doubt because they outscale in this composition. Camille against Aatrox wins the split. Senna is going to infinitely scale. Lee Sin and Syndra, very strong 2v2. Very, very simple. Vitality threw some punches, but eventually OG just outscaled. So I need to see more. I need to see speed. I need to see pace, especially if they're going to contest a team like Fnatic or G2. Next draft, please. Give it to me.
So is that like the past? Is it a good thumbs up?
It is an okay, but I want to see more from OG. I want them to expand.
Like a B+.
This one, very simple. Rogue, not a lot of issues, but my issue here is what I mentioned before, that there is no big throwback or punch into the Soraka. You know G2 is going to pick it. Soraka's interaction with LeBlanc and Lee Sin, you saw how Larsen was scared. Whenever that silence went down, LeBlanc couldn't go back, and Soraka's teamfight prowess was just too big to handle. So the question is, we've seen some Soraka bans, not specifically towards G2, because it's the third time in a row Wunder picks it. What will Fnatic bring as an answer? Will the other teams finally pick it up and use it? Because Riot has blessed us with another patch of Soraka OPness because she didn't get nerfed in 10.3. So we have a lot of time for teams to pick it up. It's time to follow what G2 is doing.
Right.
Next draft, please. The last one, Fnatic. You know, this one I hope, for the love of Fnatic, that they actually were hiding some cards here because there were some issues. I'm trying to find my mark.
There was some.
It's over here. I apologize. So my biggest issue with this is Fnatic, Syndra, they first picked it, fantastic. Very powerful because you can flex it, right? You can flex it. But then they instantly reveal the Misfortune Trash. Two very strong picks, I don't mind. But the issue is that you reveal the flex and you leave jungle into second phase. In 10.2, there is Lee Sin, there is Gragas, there is, which is the third one?
Jarvan?
Elise, Jarvan, yes. Okay. And then that's it. And when bans start to come through, you are left with an Olaf. He has nice teeth, he has a nice smile right there, or whatever you want to call it, but he's not that strong. And Selfmade, I think, it didn't have so much agency in this game. Strong early, but you know, this is the biggest question mark for me with the Syndra. Is Fnatic hiding something? Because maybe today they'll pick Syndra, maybe flex it into bottom. But I want to add as a last notch into the thing, Trash. I love it. I think Trash is very strong, good into the super matchup, good into Braum because that's what you want to pick into Misfortune. In general, I think it was a good teaser, but I want to see more from Fnatic today.
Do you think it's a double bluff then, that they reveal that they don't flex the Syndra and then surprise, they flex the Syndra?
I hope so. You know, it's like Reckless has been playing some spicy normal games. I've seen him practicing Teemo, some Syndra, and maybe this is the time to show it up.
I know it's all speculation, but you are saying this with conviction that if ever there was a time for them to be setting something up, a curveball, a brand new, a pocket ace, you're suggesting this best of one would be where you see it?
For sure. Like we saw the interview, saw the hype. It is all building up for this moment. There is so much more than just a point. This is a statement.
Right.
This is, there's a grudge here, there's emotions here. So I think just like history has shown us, this is going to be exciting right from the get-go in draft.
Yeah, and I should correct myself as well. I actually credited Reckless for saying yesterday that it was his voice that said the words that we just don't want to lose to them. It's not about beating them, we don't want to lose. My correction is it was Perks that actually said that in that audio bite. My ears aren't trained for individual player voices yet, but I just had a go. That's quite brave of me. I don't know why I did that. Either way, we'll see if the teams take your advice as we gear up for an action-packed day in the LEC Spring Split. G2 and Fnatic are closing things out in Game 5, but before that, we'll see if Misfits' win streak continues against Origin. Be sure to tune in for PGL at the end of the day, where I'm joined by both Caps and Reckless for more of that epic bot lane matchup. It's going to be a blast, but hopefully so is our first game, because it is a battle at the very other end of the standing spectrum as SK and Schalke 04 look for a much-needed win. The two German teams both made playoffs last year, but it's been far from a warm welcome back to the LEC. Guys, this is a very different conversation. It's very hot and cold, Katy Perry style. We are going from one end to the other. SK Schalke. Help me understand and add some context to this.
Well, I've got good news. These aren't technically the two worst teams, because Vitality's also not playing in this match, so you have that. But that said, this will decide who then gets to play Vitality for who truly is sitting at the bottom of the standings here. And it is, it kind of feels like crisis mode for both SK and Schalke. When you talk about being the top of the bottom, expectations would have been on these two squads and these orgs, because they have the most veterans out of all of like the new teams, Mad Lions, Misfits, Vitalities, filled with fresh faces and rookies. And it's also the fact that they both made playoffs last time around. So to go from the benchmark of playoffs to hard resetting into scraping by is a real feels bad moment.
I think the biggest issue for me with Schalke is, as you said, it's filled with this veteranship. And this veteranship is known to not have the best cohesion in terms of longevity. It's hard to imagine a Schalke that grows. It's hard to imagine a Schalke that gets better. But then you have the other hand with SK. They still have some rookies. Sure, they played some games last year. Vitality the same way. There is some room for improvement. On Schalke's side, it was either they start off guns blazing and they win a couple of games because they have this basic structure of playing through bottom and then maybe getting something, but that didn't happen. I just feel like Schalke is solo queue on stage.
Solo queue on stage. It's quite a nasty combination of words, but yet reality does really start to manifest when we talk about the lack of proactivity. This took a while for us to for you to find the word to describe what you were seeing. Proactivity was where you landed.
Yeah, that and teamwork. So what you're going to see on your stage was basically the most Fiesta game that we've had in the LEC, and we just ripped a page right out of North America. We sat in the mid lane. We forced the ARAM over and over and over again. And the thing about Schalke is I say that they're you must be this good to ride the LEC team, because they're kind of like the benchmark. Their players are talented enough that if you just get hard smashed by them, like they just brute force beat you in lane, then you probably don't have the pound for pound talent on your roster to go anywhere. But you can always outmaneuver them because there's no teamwork. So if you can match up against Schalke, if you don't just get blown out in lane, then you're probably going to beat them, because as Yamato said, this is solo queue on stage. There is no cohesion, there is no teamwork, there's no tangibles of like that friendship, that missing ingredient. I don't know what it is, but they're missing it.
So theorycraft with me here, Yamato. Who of the five that stands in that team now, who is the unifying voice? Where does the person that says we need to do something, that the eyebrows raising is not a good sign?
For me, the new rookie jungler that just came in, that's the person I know the least about. So I'm hoping that's him, because the others ain't it.
Right.
I think they have a very difficult situation. Even in their first initial game, they got a couple of solo kills, but it amounted to nothing, because just as Frost said, there was no teamwork.
No teamwork. Solo queue on the stage. Well, today Schalke do go up against SK, and for more of that, actually, Law is standing by with Crown Shot.
Thank you, guys. Laure here, and Crown Shot is joining me right now ahead of this game. Thank you very much for joining me today.
No problem.
I have a question, because you won the first game and then you lost against G2, Misfits, Fnatic, Mad Lion. So I want to ask about the strength of schedule. Do you think it's because of the schedule you had, or is SK struggling right now?
I think the schedule was like, there were two very good teams in G2 Fnatic, but I think the other two were very beatable. So I think the strength of schedule is fine, but we are also kind of struggling right now, yeah, for sure.
But I mean, on one side, when you have to face the top teams right at the beginning, I feel like you can learn more from it. So did you learn anything from these defeats?
Yeah, of course. The games, I think we had gold leads in both of the games, and some of the fights were close, so we for sure learned a lot, yeah.
What are you working on right now to get better?
I think the main thing is just being on the same page when we go for plays, or like just working on communication, and I think that will be important today as well.
And facing Schalke today, I feel like it's a team that's also struggling, even maybe a bit more than you guys, because they had to swap one player. So what is the key to victory here today for you guys?
I think just being on the same page and always like going for the same play together and trusting each other.
And what are their weaknesses?
I think they're just not going for the same plays together. They seem a bit split. Like, yeah, they kind of die separately, and yeah, it seems like they're not on the same page, I would say.
Not enough synergy then.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for these insights.
Problem.
Good luck for today.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
That was Crownshot there, just giving us a little extra insight, and of course does kind of back up what we're saying. We just talked a little bit about, you know, the not being on the same page. It's a different word for this lack of proactivity that you've managed to identify. So clearly the issue is not, it's not a mystery to the SK guys.
Yeah, and it's kind of like two teams with the same problem. Now, the thing is when you look at SK's drafting, their bread and butter is usually the Misfortune, the Jarvan, the Rumbles, the big Wombo combos. That's what they always want to try to grab for. The Ornn is the champion that they always grab hold of or really sacrifice everything for. And so, theoretically, it's like a Band-Aid for being bad at communication, because as long as you just hit R together, you can be successful. But even then, they're not finding the right windows. Like, they have super easy to execute comps, but they can't seem to get to that level.
I think the big thing for me with SK is Crownshot with the interview. I think he's the shining light. It's almost, you know, the issue with the AD carry position is that you can't really start fights. You need to be the one set up. And his Aphelios is very good. His Senna looked fine. And in general, I think Crownshot is a very strong player. But I think the biggest issue with SK is that they just don't try to pull the trigger. I describe them as a team that just cinema. They're just looking at the enemy, they're standing there, the Drake spawns, and then they're just looking, 5-man, and they're like, okay, it's gone. Then 25 minutes into the game, that's when they blow their first Ornn horn, and they try to make a fight, but it just doesn't happen. So I just want them to pull the trigger more with these compositions.
They watch themselves lose.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
I love it. That's the perfect way to leave it, because the pressure is high for both SK and Schalke, and it's time for us to strap in and see who comes out on top.
Thank you very much, Machine. I'm Medic. I'm joined by Vedius, and we're here for the first two games of the day. Now, Vedius, SK versus Schalke, perhaps not the epic that some people would hope to kick off day two.
I mean, I would say that given we have G2 versus Fnatic at the end of the day, we're kind of slowly ramping up. And if we're going to be honest, we're starting quite low at the beginning of the day. Both these teams have struggled so far this split, and I think we need to set expectations that this could be a number of different things. This could be a slow siesta, this could be a clown fiesta, or this could be the return of both teams finally finding a clean and first, well, big win here on the LEC stage.
Well, that's the hope, really. We want to see these teams shine like their players have shone in the past and show promise to do. We are going to jump on into picks and bans. Things like the Akali, Pantheon have been at the top of the ban list. The set there as well on day one. And already Schalke remove Aphelios from the pool.
So let's have a look. I wonder if either team is going to look to take Syndra off the board or whether it'll be something high priority. Schalke actually looking to ban away the Soraka. Not too surprising, something that we've been seeing come out in the ban table a lot.
Not many teams can handle a medic, Vedius.
It's true.
Not many
very
teams
true.
can.
You do need a lot of training. The set ban, you already talked about it. Syndra also going to come out from Schalke, so we're looking at a potential Jarvan. First pick for Lurox.
Yep.
He did play that yesterday. Tried to put him on something comfortable, easy to engage on, good scaling into the late game with Gragas taken off the board. That is one of the safest blind picks. Alternatively, you could go for the Misfortune or the Senna. Both are open as well.
But given hasn't had the best of performances on the center so far, maybe put him on something a little bit more traditional like the MF, give him that ability to carry in the laning phase, and that's what's going to be locked in.
You also take it away from Crownshot. The man has had 3 Misfortune games and 2 Aphelios games, which means that his champion pool has now been removed.
Yep.
We'll see what else he can bring out, whether it will be the Senna, maybe the Varus, but it looks like it's going to be the Senna for now. And SK actually going to prioritize the Lee Sin? This is something that Trick has played a lot of in the past. I actually don't think he's played it yet this split, though. And we're going to see how he can perform on it as he goes up against his former team in Schalke.
Yeah, you are correct in thinking he hasn't played it yet this split. It will be the first time for him in spring 2020, and now we'll see where Lorox decides to go.
I think we're going to see a jungle plus Ornn pick here.
Okay.
If we're talking... Oh, sorry, I'm looking at SK now. SK is the team that typically prioritizes the Ornn, so I wonder if Schalke will look to try and take that one away, or perhaps they have something prepared, because SK could look to just grab that one up and then save the Tom catch pick later on to pair it up with the Senna.
As you say, Sakurai has 4 out of his 5 games so far this split on that Ornn. Rumble will be the lock for Odo, one of his well-known picks, one of his legacy picks, and we'll see if SK decide to go for that Ornn.
Of course, it can be Flex, but I understand why you'd immediately go towards Odo, because he's the player that you think of when you see this Rumble pick. And when we look at the composition, we're seeing a lot of teamfight presence come out from Schalke already. The Misfortune and the Rumble offer a huge mid-game power spike, and they're very versatile in what they can offer in the early to mid-game. But there's the Ornn. We were talking about it. Yeah, really, really difficult prediction to make.
Could have been GP, Benny.
It could have been that one GP game that he's played. Looks like he's going back to comfort, as it were. But SK going for a little bit more on the scaling aspect. You have Senna, very strong in the late game thanks to a very long range. On top of the fact you have easy engage with the Ornn. Both junglers very early game focused. So now we're looking for things like mid laners, and we're looking for things like the support as well. Tahm Kench has to be a high priority. I wouldn't be surprised to see Schalke ban that one away. And Leona is something you have to consider. Schalke will want to get their hands on to give it a strong matchup alongside the Misfortune.
Having MF Leona in that bottom lane, even into a Senna who can use that Curse of the Black Mists, it's actually still quite easy to hit both your Solar Flare and your Zenith Blade, because you know Senna's always sitting right in the middle of that big black circle. The Braum is the first ban from Schalke. It's a defensive support. There's the Gangplank from SK alongside the Cassio. I do want to bring the thought into your mind that Ornn can be flexed down to support, of course. But with Sakurai having played it so many times this split, you expect it to be top.
We see it mid lane more than we see it support, my friend. We've seen it as an answer to a lot of very aggressive mid lane champions. Speaking of things like the Yasuo, the Pantheon, all still been left up and available, but I don't think they're going to be a high priority for now. SK are expecting this Rumble to actually be in the mid lane. They did ban away the Gangplank just in case. But of course, they banned away the Cassio as well, so kind of covering all their bases, it seems like. Of course, the Tahm Kench ban did come through from Schalke. Wouldn't be surprised right now to see the Leona. I consider it a pretty solid pick into the Nautilus. Pairs it very well with Misfortune. And we get to see Dreams on an engaged champion. I like it a lot more when we actually get to see him be that facilitator, be one of the engaged tools, because one of the issues I think Schalke suffered from when they played with Gilius and they put him on these engaged champions was he wasn't able to find a lot of successful engages, and that responsibility often fell on Odo. We'll see if things change up as he actually decides to lock in the Thresh.
Thresh is still like pseudo-engage. You're landing hooks. If you can start off a teamfight, although you don't have that big go button in the form of a Solar Flare. I do like Dreams on the Thresh. He played it a couple of times last year, or once last year. Didn't win on it, but maybe he'll win this time. And alongside that,
maybe.
Schalke don't have a great record of winning so far, so I don't want to be too positive about it. The Aatrox is the final pick for Schalke Null Fear. We'll see where SK go with their last pick.
So final pick, the Rumble they now know is in the mid lane. Of course, Aatrox can still be flexed. And SK, they're hovering a couple options. The Mordekaiser is a very flexible pick as well. And it looks like that they are going to answer with that in the mid lane for Genax, and it will likely be the Rumble into this Mordekaiser mid. I wonder what sort of build we'll see from the Rumble, whether we'll see the Doinby Predator roaming Rumble, or whether we'll see the more conventional that we often see in the mid lane with things like the Comet as well. But yeah, Schalke, I think that they've drafted themselves a pretty solid mid-game comp. I think they have a lot of options and a lot of control in the early laning phase. They should be able to get push in top, mid, and even bot in the early game, which should give Lorox a lot of options. But I think that the scaling advantage should edge towards SK. They have long-range engage, they have a lot of damage coming out from Senna, and because of the Mordekaiser being able to remove a target from the fight, you also have a very solid and reliable front line with which the Senna can play around. The question is, will SK be able to get there? And perhaps that's one of the best strategies going up against Schalke, because they've struggled so often to actually close out games and get those good leads. Maybe just drafting for scaling is the best bet against them.
I mean, it makes a lot of sense. So far this split, Schalke have averaged minus 1,300 gold at the 15-minute mark. So if you're planning to scale into any team, a team that tends to be at a deficit early on is a good team to do it against. Schalke with the mid-game comp pushing lanes, pressure for Lorox if he wants to utilize it. SK looking for the side of scaling. They do have some early game because they've got the Lee Sin. He can mitigate some of that pressure, but a lot of scaling on the side of SK. Already picked up a win, of course, this split. Schalke sitting at 0-5 at the bottom of the standings with Vitality. A win today, perhaps, well, it would be a good sign for the team. I'm not going to say it would be the start of a run of wins for them.
Well, let's also not forget that SK's only win was against Vitality, which was in the first week of the split as well. And I feel like that Schalke, SK, and Vitality sit at the bottom of the league right now, trying to avoid that last place spot. And every win is very important. You know, we're 3 weeks in. It's one of those things where if you're trading wins back and forth going 1-1, then that chance for playoffs is very realistic. But you know, even though we're only in week 3, you have to start having that conversation, because if you come out of it 0-6, then that road to climb back up becomes very, very challenging.
Definitely does. Early doors, both teams are just spread out across the map. No real fights happening as of yet. I do want to point out the Oracle's lens sitting on limit. You usually see this on supports when they want to go for a late invade, and that seems to be what SK are setting up for. Dreams is in position to place a ward. I don't believe he's placed one as of yet, but the ward up here by the Razorbeaks tends to be how you make sure you don't get invaded without any knowledge of it.
Looks like the delayed invade is definitely coming through from SK. Dreams
didn't use the ward.
No, he's not going to do it. But it looks like the Rek'Sai is starting on the top side anyway. Going to have a bit of a pull from Odo Amne. The question is, will they be aware of this? The ping is coming down. You'll see the positioning of Dreams will keep vision. And so he should be able to spot out SK. Doesn't need to spend the ward. And the sweep will end up being wasted, no benefit gained. Of course, SK will be able to confirm that there is no vision here, but Schalke have the information that they need. Their red buff is being stolen. Lorox can use this as an opportunity to immediately move towards the enemy red buff and take that one away. Look as well in the mid lane, immediate push comes out from Awadage. In the top lane as well, Odo Amne is going to be in a position to push and assist his jungler should he need it. So everything is safe and sound to allow Lorox to take this for free.
Yeah, it feels very easy for Lorox because, as you said in pick and ban, they have pushing lanes in the top and in the mid lane. If your team can respond quicker, this sort of invade is pretty easy for you to do.
Of course, what has now happened is SK have effectively split the map. So now what Trick is going to be doing is he'll be spending a lot of his time towards the bot side, and we can already see a gank is looking to happen.
Here comes Trick, they're going on Forgiven straight away. The Ignite is ticking, Forgiven flashes away, Trick on the chase, but he's gonna get the kill underneath the tower. Dreams unable to save his AD carry.
Absolutely horrendous play from the Schalke bot lane. I was just about to talk about... I was just about to talk about the fact that Trick has split the map. He's on the bot side. You know he's just invaded your red buff, and you have to play defensively because, hey, your jungler isn't there. The enemy jungler is. This is Basic League 101, and Forgiven and Dreams get engaged on. They give away their lives. They have no summoner spells. This bot lane already falling to disaster 3 minutes in.
Losing so many minions to that turret as well. Odo pressuring up here on the top side, but really, the game, it's not often you can say it can be decided by moments like this, but this is such a big misplay from Schalke. No summoners left on this bot lane.
Now, admittedly, the wave is obviously in a very awkward spot, but you're in this situation where you just have to respect that you can get ganked this early on, and they don't. Forgiven refused to give up the farm. He refused to just play defensively, and he ends up losing his life as a result.
Awadage flashing forward straight to Genax, who pulls him back with the Death's Grasp, but Trick is already gone, and Schalke have actually found a couple of kills here very quickly. Awadage gets one on the board. Genax trying to trade in. Here comes Crown Shot looking for the damage on Dreams. Dreams rooted up with the last embrace. Genax almost falling as well. Lorox going back in, but won't find the connection. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in the jungle.
All right, Medic, I'm starting to get an idea of what kind of game this is going to be now.
I am too, Medius.
All right, so...
Let me find our clown hats.
Yeah, after the early shenanigans in the bot lane, it appears that we have some action in the river. So what happens exactly? We can see that Trick tries to contest Lorox, who is not in a position to really force this from Trick, because it's much easier for Awadage and Dreams to collapse. That's how they start this early skirmish off. They quickly get 2 kills, and they think that with this numbers advantage, they can turn this into a favorable trade. Of course, with the arrival of Crown Shot and the heal, that actually forces Awadage to disengage. Perhaps he had a lot of his abilities on cooldown because he really didn't want to commit to that, allowing Genax to walk away with his life as well. So ends up being 2 for 2 overall, even after the early deficit Forgiven found himself in due to those shenanigans. He's now back in the laning phase. Crownshot now has no summoner spells, and Schalke actually have the gold lead.
There were 3 flashes left up in the entire game, Medius. 1 on each of the top laners, because, of course, they never impact the game. And Limit has his as well. So we'll see if Limit can use that in the bottom lane, as he does get hooked by Dreams. You did mention in Pick and Ban you wanted to see Dreams on a more proactive champion who has engaged potential, and you've had a few engages so far. Trick is going to come up towards the top lane as Odoamne just walks away. Pretty easy for the Aatrox to escape.
He's going to be aware of what the jungler is up to. Sakre has been bullied a lot in this laning phase. Once he hits level 6, and when he changes to Ignite, he actually has a surprising amount of kill pressure, and is a lane that SK could look to try and find an early gank with. You can see Trick still hovering around, wants to help Sakre push in this wave, and this will give Sakre the opportunity to go back to base.
Yeah, just getting those recall timers off when you can. Always important, as you said, Forgiven didn't actually get a kill or an assist in the lane, but has equalized that CS deficit he had earlier on. So sitting on about 130. Oh, he's just gone back and picked up a couple of items. So he was sitting on about 700, 800 gold there. And he's got himself double longsword. Wait, how has he just gone back? Did I totally mess that up? I didn't see the double longsword at all. Okay, something happened there with the double longsword just appeared in his inventory. We're using couriers now, we Dota.
I'm not sure what happened there, Medic. Let's just casually slide past that one. As we can see, 2 items picked up for Forgiven. And a double longsword, going to give him a bit of extra AD in the laning phase, will help his trading, at the very least. You can see that Rumble using the high wave clear to get push in the mid, and then he's going to move down into the river to help maintain control for this early Cloud Drake. That 10% ult cooldown reduction going to be valuable for the team like Schalke when you have ultimates like the Rumble ultimate, the Misfortune ultimate, all very, very valuable indeed. But it's actually SK that are in a position to start this one off first, and teleport will be up for Sakre, won't be for Odoamne. Schalke should likely avoid trying to contest this one for now.
Yeah, you don't really want to trade when you could be at a man disadvantage pretty quickly. That's the Dragon. 2 missed fragments for Crownshot, and SK with the early objective. It's not something we've seen too much of them. From them across the course of the split. Both Schalke and SK have actually really struggled in the early game, and I think we were both wondering who would come out on top, because you can see neither of them have high kills and assists at the 15-minute mark. Both of them tend to be behind in gold at the 15-minute mark, and neither of them very good at taking dragons either. So it's a little bit of a battle at the bottom of the table.
It's almost like we have an 8th and a 9th place team battling against each other.
I just like to highlight sometimes that
yeah, I mean,
they've
like,
struggled.
The numbers kind of speak for themselves, as you rightly said. And honestly, no one's really winning right now. It's still very close. So both of them kind of both beating and also keeping their record at the same time.
Schrodinger's game. Until we get to the end of it, both teams are both winning and losing. Okay, so Vedi, we're 8 minutes in. We've seen both teams have forays, have attacks in towards the enemy team, but I'm really thinking about what happens next. Schalke, we talked about them having this mid-game spike, having pressure at those 2 items or so. We'll see if they can utilize that, because Aberage hasn't been roaming much from this mid lane on the Rumble, has hit the level 7, but isn't going Predator, so isn't looking to impact the rest of the map. I want to see Schalke trying to take some fights soon. Otherwise, you wonder if the scaling from SK will just come into effect.
I don't think they need to be...
By soon, I mean the next 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's
not really the definition of soon, but I realized when I said soon, that's not the word I should have used.
Yeah, it's a good thing you don't speak for a living. Now, Schalke, well, that fight that you're looking for may be happening soon.
They're taking it soon,
This is where you
Medius.
start to build the tension.
Ooh.
The dramatic music begins to cue.
Are we going camping? Because this is intense right now.
Really? That's how you build drama and suspense.
And no
by
fight
making
happened.
a pun.
I knew no fight was going to happen. Okay, so Lowlights gets the Rift Herald for free. SK didn't want to take that fight.
Yeah, so they're going to walk away with the Rift Herald. Of course, the Drake wasn't alive, so it couldn't be traded in that side of the map. Now, the question is, where will Schalke look to use this Rift Herald? They do have a wave stacked up top, but Odoamne is going to use that as an opportunity to reset. Something that Schalke could do is actually invest it towards the bot side of the map to try and free Forgiven and Dreams from this 2 versus 2, start moving this bot lane around a little bit more, try and get some gold into the back pocket of this Misfortune. And given the bot side camps are up for Lurox, that is likely the direction that he will be heading in the near future.
Seems like you are right on the money there. Schalke do actually have Couple of control wards here that will spot Limit out as he comes towards the mid lane. Limit maybe going to try and clear this one out. Does have to be a little bit cautious, but Nautilus, of course, with the dredge line, can just hook his way away. Even steers away the Scryer's Bloom. It's something I love doing as support. Nesgar's not quite going to connect here in the mid lane, but Genex still has the ultimate, even if Abadage is winning out the trade.
So, Medic, you'll notice that Abadage is rushed early Sork boots. Obviously, early magic penetration on Rumble, very valuable. But by getting the tier 2 boots as well, the extra movement speed that you get allows you to sidestep a lot of the skill shots the Mordecai tries to hit on you. So I like the early purchase, and again, you're seeing it. Every time that E comes out from Genex, it's going to be sidestepped by Abadage, and he's going to get a lot of these favorable trades out. And one of the great things about Rumble as well is you can just push the wave while also harassing, so you force your opposition into a very awkward situation where if they miss those skill shots, it's always going to hurt you a lot more than you originally think.
You can see Lorox and Abadage coming up here towards the top lane. Sakre being very defensive, looking to clear out the wave as much as he can, but this appears like it might be a Rift Herald use in the top lane. You want to get as many plates down as possible before you put the Rift Herald in. Sakre is going to step forward now, knowing that the Rumble is not on his way. Lands the knock-up onto Lorox, but that Rift Herald is just going to get a charge off, and it should be able to take at least a couple of plates off the turret.
So they're going to put the gold into Odo Omne. The weight is going to fall on the Aatrox's back. Still not too bad. He's going to spike hard in the mid game. So we see a hook flash.
Hook. Abadage still has his flash. Put into the realm of death and now flashes away, but Genex is going to lock him in place for the moment. Dreams on his way as well as here comes Forgiven, and the fight really begins in the mid lane as the equalizer comes out. Limit goes gold and one down already as Abadage falls. Forgiven's going to get to the lantern, but here comes the TP. Dredgeline doesn't quite connect. Odo's joining the fight from the top side. That's another one for Schalke. They equalize the scoreboard, but here comes Crown Shot. Is Odo going to overstep because it's Sakre pushing forward with the Bellows breath. Death's Grasp not connecting. Last Embrace does though. Sakre pulled in. He spots his stopwatch. The kick away. Dreams. Well, Trick gave him a route to safety, and Dreams gets pulled back, has to flash. Ends up being a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Tense fight between the two teams. As you rightly said, Medic, only one death on both sides, but the Dragon is about to spawn in 9 seconds. It looks like Schalke have the slightly healthier team, but no, they're deciding not to go for it for now. They're going to look to reset, spend some of the gold, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, Genex picking up the Proto Belt as well. Teleport is available for Abadage, so not the end of the world for him. He should be able to rejoin the fray.
So I'd really like to see Odo back, because he's sitting on about 1,300 gold and there's an Ocean Drake on the Rift. If SK get the Ocean Drake, they're that much closer to the soul. It will either be an Infernal or a Mountain. And you can see, actually, it looks like Schalke have decided they don't want to fight around it. They don't want to go for it. Giving up this Ocean with the intent of playing around the next few dragons when they hit those first item spikes, when they hit those 2 item spikes.
Yeah, I do feel, though, that they could have been in better positions to look to fight for those. I think that they haven't taken a great advantage of Odo Omne's teleport. They've heavily invested in keeping him in that 1v1 in the top lane, and of course, due to the early shenanigans that happened bot, Forgiven hasn't felt strong enough, so they've mainly just avoided these fights. But they're nearing the point where they should start to look for these early engagements, because we talk a lot about scaling. We talk about how later into the game it's going to be harder for Schalke to win these games, especially when you think about they don't have the most reliable engage. A lot of it comes off the back of Dreams looking for a pick, because Rek'Sai is going to not be the greatest engage. And while a Rumble ultimate is great, as I speak about engage.
Oh, Genex just TP'd in behind us. Abadage really has nowhere to go. The Brittle is there, but he's already in the realm of death. Genex will be able to chase him down. Abadage just oversteps.
Yeah, tier 2 boots aren't going to help you this time, Abadage, as Genex does find a quick kill. Great use of the teleport, should set them up to try and secure some plates in the bot side of the map as Lorox is looking to intervene. But nice to see SK being a little bit proactive on the map, not something that we normally see from this team. Usually much slower, and we heard it from Abadage. We heard it from Yamato on the desk when he talked about how SK, they're a team that often watches the game happen around them, and it's nice to see them make these kind of plays. Good deep teleport, very easy to come in from behind Abadage. He doesn't have his flash from the previous exchange. Lorox isn't close enough. Abadage thought he was safe because mid had prio, they had control of the river, but he doesn't quite see that ward behind him, and he ends up getting collapsed on.
And you can see what Abadage was thinking, as you say, Lorox being nearby, but good teleport in. Does mean it's on cooldown, of course. Abadage's just used his to get back down towards the bottom lane. Odo's is up if Schalke want to take a fight in the ensuing minutes, but still a while before the next dragon is available. Rift Herald will be up in just a short while. I'll see if Schalke wants to go for the second Herald. Oh, great play from Trick as he lands the kickback. underneath the turret. Now there's the route, the chase. Oh, that was beautiful. That was sublime from Trick.
Clean play there. Little to break down. Trick with just a really good insect. odoamne didn't have his flash to get out of that one. I like the fact that odoamne used his ultimate as quickly as possible to get out of range of the turret, but the chain CC from the Nautilus and the Lee Sin was more than enough to find that kill, and now SK is still a little bit behind in gold.
It's basically even now as we get to the 15-minute mark. Honors square between the two teams, and the Rift Herald started up immediately by SK. They have the advantage on this top side now. Odo has teleport, and looks like Schalke want to fight this.
Yeah, but they are a man down. Odo does, as you rightly said, have the TP.
Coming in.
SK is split up.
Trick's still on it. Saka's going to land the knockback. The equalizer coming out. Trick didn't have the smite. Looks like they get it. Trick will be able to jump out of this, and SK get away scot-free.
Well, the awkward part there for Schalke was they tried to engage through this choke point, but because of the Ornn ultimate, they actually couldn't get through it. So even though a teleport came through from odoamne and SK was split, Schalke couldn't actually commit to the fight. And this is what we talked about. Their engage isn't the strongest. If they don't land a hook, if they don't find a good flank, Schalke actually can't really start a fight.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about maybe they could have gone for the Leona in the draft, offering that slightly stronger engage tool, but by putting themselves in this situation, it's a lot harder to force these mid-game fights that they're really looking for.
And it's a weakness we've seen in Schalke across the last few weeks, just that inability to, Froskurin was describing it yesterday as make a fist to punch someone. It feels like all of the fingers are working independently and they can't quite find the way to get all 5 fingers combined to actually land a knockout blow.
Oh, that's a good descriptor. Yeah, quite like that. And it's ironic because when you look at SK, they're kind of a team that just kind of watches the fists from a distance.
Yeah.
So in theory, you have this team with someone watching someone trying to form a fist, and they just awkwardly look at each other. But for now, SK have been in the driver's seat for the majority of the game, still in the goal deficit though. Of course, that is because Schalke have just secured themselves a tower. With SK's Rift Herald, they should be able to equalize this just a little bit. And with the Dragon spawning in about 40 seconds, we'll see which teams look to contest. I think Schalke should try to force it because that's their best avenue of coming back. I say coming back into the game. We're trying to utilize the strengths of their comp. And I think it's really important that they try and look for these fights as soon as possible because it's only going to get harder the later the game goes.
Clock is ticking for Schalke. As you say, the Dragon about to spawn. Rift Herald used in the bot lane to add a little bit of pressure down here. That charge should be able to take it out alongside Crown Shot just getting a couple of auto attacks in when he can. Making sure that Shelly gets her charge in, the turret falls, and now we'll see. Schalke, we saw them try and fight around the last Rift Herald. Here they have to up the tempo. They have to do something. Lorox going in, great flash. Crown Shot in the Black Mist will get us away. And Crown Shot burns both summoners. Will SK give up the Ghost on the Dragon? Will they say we don't need to fight it, we're 2 up? Or will they just get mid-prio and go for the turret instead?
I think that's the easier play for SK. It won't be the fastest, of course, because of Senna. Oh, actually, they're kind of dividing and conquering right now. Schalke have decided to hold on to the mid tower as the Drake goes down. Lorox, of course, no flash, so while he could commit to this, there may no be escape route for him. Here comes Sakura with the ult.
Sakura looking for the call of the Forge God, but a great hook from Dreams pulls him out of it. Equalizer not too well placed as SK push towards the Dragon. Trick gets it, third of the game for them, and now Lorox is in the middle of SK. He's going to be able to back away. Sakura forced off towards the top side. Janax in the realm of death. Hook doesn't quite connect, but SK will sacrifice him. 1 man down, but a Dragon in their pocket.
Schalke could not go for the steal because Janax used the ultimate to lock Lorox out of that option. This does bring SK to 3 Drakes, but SK lose their mid laner and they may lose this mid tower. Let's see if Crown Shot can hold the line.
The issue for Schalke is they just can't take these turrets. They just can't take these objectives quickly enough. Still waiting on the first completed item from Abadarge. Looks like he went Oblivion Orb and then is going towards a Leandries instead of completing the Morello Nomicon. I'm sure some LCK commentators will be very happy with that decision. Not a huge amount of healing.
Wait.
From side of SK.
He hasn't finished the item yet. We'll see.
I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt.
Time. There's still
time to disappoint.
Anyway, so you talked about the hook from Dreams to interrupt that engage. Very well played by him. And then keep your eyes on Lorox. He's going to get ulted by Janax, preventing him from stealing that one away. At this point, SK have decided, okay, let's just disengage. We need to fight them now. Janax tries to run away, but then the Realm of Death ends. He flashes, but then a good knockup from odoamne interrupts any opportunity for escape. So Schalke walk away with the kill. Do have the gold advantage still. But again, SK, 3 Drakes working towards that 4th will be the Mountain. offering that big shield and also offering a couple more resistances to the already pretty tanky SK lineup.
I'll be honest, I'm very glad that we've had this pace of dragons quite quickly, consecutively after each other, because I was worried that we get to a game where, you know, 2 dragons to either team, it keeps going and keeps going. 20 minutes later, you get towards the soul, you get towards the elder dragon. But with SK keeping the tempo up like this, you expect it to be a slightly more rapid affair.
I mean, we talked about it, right? In the draft, where maybe the best thing to do against Schalke is just draft scaling, because they haven't showcased an ability to get a lead, and they also haven't showcased an ability to close out a game, which means that maybe if you just play for the late game and just wait, you're guaranteed to get to that point. And Schalke's in a position now where they need to try and force these fights, but they don't have the strongest tools in order to do it. So the question is, will SK actually then try to force these late game fights? Because this has also been an issue for them in the past.
That's true. That's true. Maybe they'll hope that Schalke will try and set up plays like this. Sakura going in. Dawning Shadow will heal him up just a tad. You can see the damage coming out, and Lorwak's going to jump in, but he's underneath the turret. Lorwak is dead. That's one. Sakura gets the outplay. He's going to burn for it. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the bullet time came out as Forgiven picks up a kill onto Crownshot. Maybe Crownshot distracted by the play in the bot side. 2 for 1 so far in favor of Schalke. Teleport coming in towards this mid lane turret as it's Genax joining the party, but Odo Amne has actually caught out Trick now as Trick jumps away with the safeguard. Ends up being 2 for 1 overall as Schalke try and make plays on 2 sides of the map.
Yeah, a lot of small skirmishes happening across the board. I think the top tower also went down in that exchange, which of course Schalke is going to immediately equalize. Still sitting on the gold lead for now, even if it is a small one. And once we get the replay, we'll see exactly what happened in the mid lane, because I'm really fascinated as to how Crownshot died in that situation. So, of course, he does have no flash available to him. Yeah, and Dreams invested his, so I assume it was flash.
Flash play is my thought.
Well, let's see. You're predicting flash play. There it is. Support main knows what it is.
There's no point flashing if you're going to like flash hook. You don't need to predict it. He hasn't got flash.
It's very true, Medic. This is why you're
hit him with the flay.
Yeah, and he does. Finds the kill. Crownshot ends up losing his life. Mid tower still alive though. Leandri's now completed for Abadage. And that's going to offer him a lot of damage. Big item power spike for the Rumble. Also level 13, so he'll have 5 points in both his Q and E. And so right now Schalke feels very happy, feels very strong. Infinity Edge done on the Misfortune as well. Like, these are all the power spikes you want to be seeing. If you're a Schalke fan, you're like, oh, we're tough, we're strong, but
we have no fear.
I mean, yes, that good one, Medic. You're full of them today, aren't you?
Yeah, it's one of those days, I'll be honest.
But they have to find a good fight. Their best bet is the Drake, which is spawning in 45 seconds. SK already investing vision around this area of the map. You can see the bot lane is being pushed in right now for Genax, so he's going to push this one in, happy as can be. Mid lane's going to be hard to get priority, but it doesn't matter because they're using this pressure in order to get this deep vision in the bot side jungle, and then free of any contention from Schalke, who's invested a little bit more into the top side. Schalke's going to have to invest their 5 men to force their way through the river now.
That's what they're going to do. There is a TP ward behind for Odo Amne if he wants to get there. It's all the way down towards the bottom lane, though, which is a long, long way away, as Vedius very kindly highlights it for me. SK cleared out a lot of the vision. Genax standing. Bodyguard. Stalwart. Strong. Depth's Grasp. Going to pull back Lorox, but not going to be able to find the connection they want. 2 seconds on the mountain, and this is how you build the tension, Vedius. Could be the deciding fight. You feel if that Mountain Soul goes over to SK, it could be done so.
Ooh, ult already gone for Dreams, though.
He's trying to catch Sakura out, but you can't.
But SK's now split up. You can see that Schalke actually have priority in the river.
Here we go.
Sakura still has the ult, though.
Hook. Bellow's Breath comes out. Odo Amne is going to try. Oh, that equalizer is going to separate them. Crown shot and limit off towards the top side. Johnny Shadow comes out as the dragon resets. Lorwak's in the realm of death, but Odo Amne is going to be kicked away. Trick trying to take it before Lorwax can get back in. Limit off towards the top side is fighting. He's just acting as a bouncer, acting as bodyguard. Lorwax steals it away for Schalke, and now the fight continues. Lorwax with a double knockup. The shutdown coming out. It's Forgiven who's gone down. They're chasing on to Crown shot, but Abadage is going to go down as well. Odo Amne getting chased, but the hook from Dreams will not save him today. It's an ace for SK. Schalke, you got the Mountain Drake, but at what cost?
And SK just clean their way through Schalke, no fear. They have their eyes set on the Baron now, and there is no one standing in their way. SK trying to separate themselves from the bottom of the pack.
And they seem to be doing it well. We'll have another look at this fight, because at moments it looked like Schalke had the upper hand.
So Schalke don't use that flanked ward as it's disappeared, which means they go straight from front to back. They think that they've zoned Crown Shot and Limit off, but the Rumble Ultimate doesn't do that much damage to Crown Shot, and Lorx is just forced to dance around the fight because of the Mordekaiser ultimate. Then we see Trick having the dragon stolen away. Misfortune realizes she's in a 1v1 because she's not getting any peel, and then Amadage gets locked up as Crown Shot just kites him back. And you're actually seeing how easy it is for SK to kite out this composition from Schalke, and how hard it is for them to get the team fight that they want. They just don't have the setup, and they end up losing a Baron as a result.
Great stuff all around from SK. Credit to Crown Shot as well, surviving for a long time in that fight. Now has the Molten Edge, the ornament of the Infinity Edge. That upgraded item. Abyssal Mask and Sunfire Cape complete for Sakre as well. It's not a huge amount of items he can upgrade. Oh, the Black Cleaver's there, but it looks like there's going to be a Locket of the Iron Solari coming out from Limits to add one more to the pool. And now with the Baron buff, this pressure is going to be pretty unbearable for Schalke. They're 3,000, 2,500 gold behind. And SK will see if they can use this advantage. You talked about it earlier. They have the scaling comp, but you do still have to use that composition well.
Yeah, let's see what they actually do with the Baron. Because this is one of the dangerous parts of a game, when you have an objective like Baron, and then you aren't able to push or generate any advantages with it. You can actually see Sakre. Oh, he was looking for a TP opportunity, I think. That's why he froze in the lane. Schalke looking to collapse now.
Equalizer comes out. Genax uses the Proto Belt to get away, but I'm sorry, Genax. Even with the Realm of Death, I don't know if you survive this one. Lands a good obliterate.
What about that?
Not quite gets the Death Grasp. Now Sakre. Oh, they turn straight on him, but the Dawning Shadow. Sakre's already got one. They're looking for more. SK were quick to react to the play from Schalke, and Schalke's dreams and their hopes just shatter before their very eyes. But given channels the bullet time, but he can't survive. Not a single member of SK has died in the last two fights. 9 from Schalke have.
Well, turns out that you don't need to do anything if you just wait for your opponents to make the play instead.
They held up the fist for a long time,
yes. SK were able to respond in kind, and it went heavily in their favor. They now just group up bot. They have their eyes set on the bot lane inhibitor, and they have their eyes set on the game. Schalke crumbling under the pressure of SK.
It's a lot easier to do something with the Baron buff when there's no one on the enemy team to stop you. The inhibitor tower in the bottom lane will be broken open. The inhibitor short to follow, you have to feel. There it goes. 6,000, almost 7,000 gold lead for SK at the 27-minute mark. It's all done but the singing here, Vedius.
So, let's have a look. Abbedagge. He's thinking, okay, we can get the collapse here. The problem is, it's never really a collapse, because when you think you have a numbers advantage, Genax goes, well, let's have a 1v1. He has a 4-level advantage, so even though he doesn't land all of his abilities, Lorx is like, I'm still losing this. And of course, yeah, he's now able to disengage, but Sakre TPs him from behind. The rest of SK start to collapse, and you can see that Lorx doesn't have the HP as Sakre melts through him, and the rest of SK arrive to just obliterate Schalke. Very little left.
Tricked. They almost got tricked.
Almost, but not enough.
Former Schalke man, of course, was the jungler that took them from 7th to 3rd in Summer Split last year. And now we'll be trying to work some of his magic on SK, because Schalke, they're struggling. They are struggling. Static Shiv finished now for Forgiven. A little bit more wave clear.
You say struggling. I mean, I would say that it's been an utter disappointment, considering the amount of excitement and hype that existed around this roster, especially coming in. Analysts even rating them as A tier, and I can understand why they would do it, because this was like a feast or famine roster, right? Coming into the split, you expect them to go hard, you expect them to go fast, and maybe towards the end, sure, they deteriorate. Sure, maybe they're not a top 3 team, but expectations were not over the analysts, but many fans were like, the return of Forgiven, this is it. Yeah. And I feel like so far, all this team has showcased is a disappointing performance. Currently, been unable to force any of these early game plays, getting killed at level 1, and now the Dragon Soul is on the table. Can Schalke find a Miracle Steal? It looks like they're not even going to try. SK will secure themselves the Soul.
Mountain Soul for SK, and Betty, I agree with you. Schalke have been a disappointment. I'll be honest, I'm holding out hope. We've had Null Fear, we've had Null Fump. I'm holding out hope for the Null Aktien at the end of the split. We'll see if they can get there. My German's not very good. 0-18 is what I'm saying. But Looks like 06 is on its way pretty soon.
Yep. Elder Dragon, Baron up as well very, very soon. That will likely be the objective that SK look for.
Let's look at it from the other side, though, because that obviously Schalke have been disappointed, but SK in this game...
Is it Gen X that you want to really focus in on?
I keep accidentally pressing the buttons. But SK this game have looked like they played around their PowerPoints well. They played... It's still reactionary.
I feel like SK have just kind of punished the mistakes from Schalke.
But yeah, but you have to do that, right?
I mean, for sure. I mean, but it's a very classic SK way of playing, I would say. You know, like they did the same thing against Vitality when... I would say that they still haven't showcased to me to be the most proactive team, which again, isn't the worst thing in the world when you're playing more of a scaling comp. I like a lot of their setups. I think that Trick and Limit are working pretty well together. Like, we can already see them setting up, denying this vision. There's a little bit of vision still left over, but that's fine. That's going to fade out very soon. And what we're likely going to see is SK look for a quick... They'll push out the waves. They should look for another reset to restock on their vision. And then they can actually look to start off this Drake. It is a little bit slow, of course, because they are running the center. But still, at the very least, they'll either get themselves a fight, or they'll get themselves a Baron.
Oh, we'll see which one it is. Schalke trying to poke their heads in, but really unable to find anything as of yet. And, of course, the Baron is sped up ever so slightly if Gen X is there by the Leandries with that essential health damage, but they don't need it. Able to sneak in past this ward. Pings coming out from SK. And pings from Schalke, but right now they don't know what's going on.
It's a very slow Baron, but it's fast enough.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how fast it is if the enemy team doesn't ever get anywhere near you. Here they come. Schalke on the warpath. Back to their base. They can't get anywhere near it. Sagre is a good bodyguard. Gen X is there as a bouncer as well. Great stuff from SK. 6,000 gold lead at the 31-minute mark. 2 lanes left to push in if they want them. And with Baron buff and the Mountain Soul in their favor, you have to think it's going to be done pretty soon.
Yeah. So now we just got to look for SK to end the game. I mean,
that is what I've been looking for, I'll be honest.
I mean, it should be pretty easy, right? Crown Shot's really strong.
Yeah.
He has decided to go for Zerka Grease. I know that's a very, very controversial topic right
there's
now.
a big you only get 5 extra attacks.
I see a lot of people saying like, no, it's fine. And other people being like, no, it's useless. You know, Ionian Boots of Lucidity is the most common that I usually see on a center. But fight, will it happen?
Both lands on side, it will happen. The question is whether Schalke can actually put up any sort of fight at all. Bullet time comes out, really doesn't do too much. Sagre's going to land the knock-up. Trick trying to get all the way on the back line. That was beautiful from Trick. Jumps all the way into the base, but Forgiven is still alive. Abadage goes golden off towards the top side. Forgiven has to run back to the base. Abadage's gone. And this is SK pushing in. The fight happened, Vedius. There were some cool plays in the midst of it, but it was as done as we thought it was. SK now on the Nexus Towers. Forgiven, no summoners, no way of getting into the fight. Dreams tries to go forward, but he is smacked down with a mace. And Gen X looking for a couple more kills on the Fountain if he can find them. Not going to be able to get there. That will be the game. SK. They're pulling a bit of a G2 here, guys. Come on. You're not as good as G2. Just finish the game, SK. You're not on their level. There we are. SK get their second wing of Spring Split.
Not holding any punches there, were you, mate? just right in the gut. All right. Well, SK, pretty commanding victory. We talked a lot about how they went for more of a scaling approach. They punished the early mistakes from Schalke well. There was a bit of skirmishing, there was a bit of back and forth, but when it came to that big team fight around the Drake, that was really where they cemented their control over the game. Finding a big ace followed by another big ace is really what cemented the game for SK, and definitely a momentum swing. They're going to end week 3 with a win, currently sitting at 2 and 4.
You take those. You take those every day of the week. Schalke, of course, will go home. They'll think, well, we brought Lorox in. Didn't really work out for us, still struggled. Maybe some of the issues they were experiencing with Gilius have been fixed. I know they've been very vocal about saying this is not a permanent substitution. Gilius can be back, maybe will be back in the future, but next week they play Rogue and G2, so it's not looking like the easiest schedule for them. SK have XL and Rogue as well, so a couple of games that they'll want to be challenging in, but will definitely be the underdogs.
Well, SK is a team that has often surprised in the past. They're starting off rough, but we'll see if they can change things around. For now, they're doing okay. Again, I think this was a very solid performance overall from SK, and you can see that you do have your options for player of the game. I would say that Trick had a very solid performance overall. I think Genex also deserved a worthy shout-out. His use of the ultimate with the Mordekaiser was very solid.
And you can vote for that on Twitter, by the way, at LEC, if you want to put your vote in. I agree with you, Vedius. I think both Trick and Genex had very good games. I think Crown Shot should be up there, 6-1 and 9 on the Senna. Had a couple of really good fights, but maybe the Zerkus Greaves is too much for someone. You know, maybe it's like, can't vote for him. One itemization difference to the norm.
Yeah, it was a slow game to start the day, Medic.
It was, Vedius. We had fun, though. We had fun.
We did have fun.
Important thing for us.
Yeah.
Hope you had fun at home as well. It's been good.
We talked a lot about fists for some reason.
When you say a lot, we mentioned it like 3 times.
And then you ended the cast by just punching SKS.
Did it to themselves. That's it from us for here. For now, we're going to hand it over to Law, I believe, who's standing by with Odo Omne for an interview.
Thank you, guys, and thank you, Odo, for joining me. I just want to make sure of something. Please tell me you're not going to have a breakdown, because I saw the tweet you posted earlier today, and I'm really worried right now.
Well, if I am having one, at least it's not going to happen right now with the cameras here and stuff, but I don't know. It's really disappointing. I know. And I can clearly see that you guys are trying your best. And I mean, I was talking to Amazing yesterday and even Crown Shot before the game, and most of people were mentioning synergy issues between you guys. Can you confirm? I mean, what are the mistakes you guys are making right now? Yeah, I mean, I think there's some issues happening. I think there are issues that weren't there in like the first 2 weeks, and I don't think it's like a Gilius issue that we kind of like started losing synergy because Lurox came in. I think just going like 0-4 kind of took its toll on us, and I think we're just starting to play more and more like scared of losing, I guess. And I don't know, it's just we're not really decisive anymore. We're just kind of going to places and we're like, let's try this, or we can do this maybe. You know, there's just no one's pulling the trigger, and I feel like I can't really pull the trigger myself, and I feel like the last kind of 2 games I started playing a bit worse because I don't know, it's just pressure, you know, because usually I feel like I have good ideas on what we can do or what I can do, but I don't really have the tools, you know, so that's kind of why, I don't know, my performance kind of started going bad these last 2 games.
I wouldn't say your performance is going back to bad, to be honest, but if we can talk about the game and the team in general, I feel like being an experienced player, you have been in difficult situations in the past, and I'm wondering, what did you channel back then to get back on top, and why can't you guys do it right now?
I don't know, I think we just kind of have some bad habits. I guess it's kind of like scrim related. I think we're not really focusing on the right things, and I know it's kind of like hard to pinpoint because I think it's a pretty big issue where it's kind of like a team-wide thing on how we all work together and stuff. And I don't know, I think like at one point our CEO Tim told us that we need to step out of our comfort zone to get better, and I think that just didn't happen yet. And I don't know, I think it will take a big hustle for us to kind of make it back, because next week it's G2 Rogue, and I don't know, we really need to start picking up some wins, but more importantly, I think just need to start getting some better habits and stuff, because I don't know, I think we're just missing confidence a lot after we're 0-6 now, and I feel like if we don't like make some big changes with how we play, it can snowball really bad, you know.
In a way, the fact that we have a new format may be a good thing, right? Because, I mean, failing in spring doesn't have the same implications now that it used to have.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it like that, yeah, for Worlds it doesn't really matter, but it's more like of a, you know...
Saying this to say that you have more time to turn things around.
Yeah, mostly. Yeah, but it's more like even like an ego thing, you know. I'm not really used to being in this position, and I hate being in this position, and
Yeah, it's just something new, and I need to deal with it.
To be honest, I feel like identifying what's going wrong is the hardest part, and I feel like you got that covered. And if I may say something, I feel like Odoamne goofing around and joking around may be something that's missing for the team. So
Yeah, maybe at this point we just need to try a lot of things and just see what clicks, because what we're doing right now is really not working.
see, I really want to see this smile a bit more in the weeks to come. Thank you for the interview
Thanks
and
for
thank
having
you
me,
for
I guess.
saying all this. I
Nice
wish you good
interviewing
luck.
losers.
And thank you for this, everyone. They need some cheering up right now. Odo, thank you. We're going to take a short break, and coming back, Vitality will take on Excel. Stay tuned.
Charged up. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
Welcome back to the LEC studio. Now, before we kind of jump into our next subject, I do want to take a quick moment and just mad respect to Otowane for taking that interview. Those can be so difficult, and you handled that with beautiful grace. So good luck next week. Now, that said, it is almost time to look forward for Excel versus Vitality. But first, I did want to look at one of the most important objectives in League today, the Rift Herald. Over the last few weeks, we've seen Rift Herald shoot up in priority, so much so that Herald swaps at 8 minutes are the set play for majority of teams. So we're going to tear a page out of this playbook and cover the 8-minute Rift Herald swap. So what's happening? Around the 8-minute window, teams are getting resets for their bot lane and moving them topside to contest for Rift Herald, which is obviously a departure from previous metas that had Herald spawning later and playing second fiddle to Drakes. Why does this happen? Doing Herald at this earliest window ensures that teams will get to potentially maximize both Herald spawns. And to be frank, since the Drake changes, Herald is just worth more gold in comparison, making it more valuable to teams, especially if used in the plate phase. Here, Mad not only get first rotation to secure Herald, they also get plates, teleport, and solo XP, and gold, and an extra plate for GP bottom due to the Herald pressure and their disengaged tools in their composition. And there are a couple of perks to Herald. One, it can help accelerate leads on specific champions by funneling the plate gold. Two, it can give losing bot lanes an opportunity to reclaim tempo and pressure on the map by swapping out of a struggling matchup. And three, it can open up the map and completely change the pressure game. But you don't actually have to fight for Herald. In Origin versus Vitality, Origin were winning topside with their Camille in static lanes, and they didn't feel any pressure to accelerate the game due to their scaling conditions. So Herald fell in priority to them, and they simply neutralized Vitality for as long as possible. Vitality threw multiple gank attempts on Nuke Duck to try to secure priority mid for a Herald swap, but they kept throwing themselves at a brick wall until they finally cracked it at 14 minutes. But at that point, the perks of Herald had really worn off. The map didn't open up in a favorable way due to how far ahead Camille was, and Vitality were denied any extra plate gold. Vitality struggled to find the right moment against Origin in a timely fashion, and things will be just as hard across Mixel today, for one of the cleanest pre-12 minutes that we have in the LEC. In this exchange, Cado tries to min-max and knows that he doesn't have to trade Drake for Herald, as long as you have the priority and champion to get Drake pre-8 minutes. Champions like Lee Sin, Jarvan, and especially Olaf are excellent at taking Drake solo in these early stages of the game. Once the Drake has been secured before Herald spawn, it's then a race for the only standing monster objective in the game. Fnatic wastes no time, sprinting topside and grabbing priority mid on their route up there, as well as killing Expect. This numbers advantage gives Fnatic the confidence to start Herald, but the objective is still about proper setup due to its time investment. Fnatic gamble on that investment and run out of time, punished by Excel's patience and pre-planning. Losing Expect was unexpected, but Excel stuck to the original game plan and continued to show that our top teams have these plays all mapped out and our bottom teams need to get on the same page. We'll see if Vitality are ready to turn that page to the next chapter in their LEC split as the players are ready for picks and bans.
Thank you very much, Ross.
Didn't realize it was coming to us and I had water in my mouth.
It was so funny because Evan was in our ear saying, "You guys ready? You guys ready?" You're like, "Yeah, of course I'm ready. Of course I'm ready." It's like,
anyway, we're ready now. We're ready for
XL versus Vitality. Now, before we start this game, I have one thing that I'm wondering.
What's up?
Will XL have a new chant?
Why would they?
Well, because if you go to a football club, they have like 50 different chants they go through, right?
Okay.
So it's like, XL's on fire, Vitality are terrified, but you'd say it better than that because I just made that off at the top of my head.
Right.
But XL only have the la 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 one.
I mean, I think for esports, that's a good start.
It's a good start, but I'm hoping for greatness. I'm hoping for more.
I mean, I'm just hoping for good League
I'm also hoping that
you have weird goals for these guys.
This is what I like. I like League of Legends, and I like people counting.
Here's what I want to see.
Okay.
Rick. Here's my question.
Are you going to go to League of Legends again?
Yes.
Probably
because,
wise.
So the thing is, right, I said back in week 2 that I think XL could contest the top 3 spots by the end of the split.
Yeah.
Right? And then they lost to Misfits.
They did.
They had a pretty tense game against Fnatic yesterday.
Yeah, it was pretty close.
But if they really want to stand the chance of contesting these top teams, they've got to smash Vitality.
Okay.
Because you got to remember that Vitality's sitting in the same position that Schalke's sitting in right now. Right? And while Vitality are looking for a very important win, if they can get it against XL, that's a very big deal. But at the same time, like, I think XL are in a weird position right now where they're kind of challenging some of the best teams, but then losing surprisingly against teams they shouldn't lose to.
And especially when you kind of count Rogue as their closest challengers in that top 4 position. When Rogue challenged G2 so much yesterday, you'd want to see XL have a dominant performance. Now, blue side set ban is not something we too commonly see. Usually it's reserved for the red side, alongside a Senna here from XL and then the Akali Pantheon from Vitality.
Okay, so what else could we see? Syndra is still up and available. A lot of the junglers, things like Jarvan and Gragas, are also free. As I say that, XL looked to ban that one away. I always talk about priority Jarvan. I think that many consider it to be one of the strongest junglers in the game right now. Last game we didn't see it, but I know that Casual is a big fan of the jungler. When he came onto the casting desk, he talked a lot about how he thinks it's very strong. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that be the priority. Aphelios is also still up, so if that gets through the ban phase, I wouldn't be surprised if XL look to grab that one for themselves as well.
It makes a lot of sense to pick it up early on. Patrick's already played it once this split. A couple of games on the Xayah. There's the Syndra ban from Vitality. And XL, wondering about their choices. Having a little think before they lock in.
Yeah, expect just having a bit of a giggle. I'd be very surprised if he locked any of these champions in on the first rotation. But of course, Young Buck at the helm. You would imagine that it would be Mr. Aphelios that gets locked in.
There it is. Good prediction, Betty.
I mean, I'd like to take credit for it, but like, it's one of those common first picks that exist.
Could have been an MF.
I mean, so Vitality now, what I would expect would actually be Senna Lee Sin. It's a very common rotation that we do see from them, and I think that it is something that often... Senna's obviously banned. So they could instead do the Misfortune Lee Sin, depending on how much they value getting a bot laner right now.
I feel like you had more you were going to say in that
I was thinking.
Okay, so there's the Lee Sin.
Yes.
And the Shaco and the Jhin Hovers we're not going to talk about.
Yes.
But you say that the Misfortune Lee Sin could be good. How does LeBlanc Lee Sin feel to you?
That's fine. The problem with locking LeBlanc here is it gives a lot of room for counterpick. The argument that Vitality is making is that with Syndra banned, there is no counterpick left. Akali's gone, Pantheon's gone.
You know that there's a classic LeBlanc counterpick.
Yeah,
it's called Morgana. Didn't work too well for Mickey last time he played it.
Let's... I mean, it can work. I'm not saying that the Morgana pick is bad. It neutralizes. But Lissandra is another one. Like, Ryze is another one as well that we often see banned against LeBlanc. And I think that it's very effective. Early laning phase, we can actually talk a lot about it. I'm a bit... I enjoy this matchup from a Lissandra's perspective up until... Well, not for the first 6 levels, because it's really, really horrible then. But the point is that by locking in the LeBlanc so early, you give this counter pick to XL, which is part of the problem that they're going to deal with. Of course, they pivot away from the Jarvan and instead prioritize the Rek'Sai because it's a better matchup into the Lee Sin. And Lissandra and Rek'Sai is actually a pretty strong 2v2, especially once the Lissandra hits level 6. For the first 1 to 5 levels, though, the LeBlanc and the Lee Sin will have that advantage. So expect Vitality to be playing around mid lane priority a lot, perhaps moving towards the bot side of the map, depending on what they look to prioritize. But of course, XL can now just ban away a lot of AD carries. Misfortune can be taken off the boards. They can also take the Varus off the boards.
Comp has played 5 different AD carries so far.
For sure.
The Asceno Aphelios already off, the MF off as well, but he's still got the Varus, he's still got the Ezreal. Has a few different options left in his pool. With the Rumble banned away by Vitality, something that works well into the gangplank up towards that top side.
Aatrox is probably the other ban Vitality he's looking at right now.
Oh, we'll see if that's where they go. Instead, they're going to go for the Ornn. Get rid of some of that long-range engage, some of that utility from the side of XL. And
so the question is now, does Expect play any hyper carries that can really bully the gangplank and outscale them? Like, Lucian is something you always can consider.
Mordekaiser is something we've seen a few times into the gangplank matchup.
I'm not a massive fan because of the remove scurvy that can just get him out of the death realm. But final ban for XL. Oh, they actually go for the Rakan instead. Oh, of course, because the one bot lane we didn't talk about was the Xayah Rakan, which would still be a very solid option for Vitality. So good awareness from XL, going to deny that possibility. They're not afraid of a Xayah in isolation, but they are afraid of the combo. So the question is, what direction will Vitality go for now? Will they look to lock in their support blind, or will they go for the AD carry? Looks like they're actually going to go for the blind Xayah. I'd be very surprised if they do.
It's not that blind, is it? Because you know the AD carry.
No, but
the solo Xayah.
The solo Xayah. You are correct. That's what I mean. Instead, they're going to go for the blind Braum. This again gives XL a lot of options depending on what they want to go for. We've been seeing some bards show up against it. I'm actually a really big fan of these long-range caster type champions going into these melee supports. But right now, there's just a bit of a hover coming out from XL. They're looking to lock in their top laner, and of course, they will have the counter pick available. And Thresh is a very well-known good answer into the Braum as well.
Gives you some protection in that bottom lane as well. Aphelios can just use the Lantern to get to safety. In mid-game team fights, you can get the Lissandra jumping in, using the Lantern to get out if she needs.
Maokai, that's what we want back.
I'm quite enjoying the Blue Man group setup that XL have
they really have.
Cho'Gath. Oh, yes.
I like this.
Hey.
This is cool. So a Vizicachi throwback. This guy, Vizicachi brought out the Cho'Gath at Worlds a couple times as an answer to the Gangplank, and you can be very aggressive in the laning phase. You actually have kill pressure once you hit level 6 as well. You have a lot of gank setup, you offer a lot of crowd control, and I love it when you have engages like Lissandra initially, because it's so easy for the Cho'Gath to then follow up afterwards. And I don't know if you've been seeing these new Cho'Gath builds. I call them new, they've been around for a little while now, but the Glacial Augment Cho'Gath builds, so you go for the typical things that you go for things like on a Vigar. So you go for the GLP and the Twin Shadows. Yes. And then you also run the Glacial Augment, and basically it just guarantees all your crowd control lands. And it becomes very difficult for carries to be able to escape you later on into the game.
Okay.
And the silence is going to be extremely valuable against things like the LeBlanc in the late game. She's going to dash in, get silence, and then she's stuck in the middle of the team. Exactly. So yeah, I quite like the comp that XL's gone for. I do think that they have really strong scaling options. Of course, you can't deny the fact that Vitality with a LeBlanc and a Gangplank in the late game are going to be very tough. And the big advantage that Vitality is going to have is that they have a very strong 2v2 in the mid jungle as well. So I expect to see Skeens and Seiken move around the map and look to try and affect these side lanes using that big duo.
Let's see how it ends up going down. Strong mid 2v2 coming out from Vitality. They will be looking to change their fortunes after a very disappointing start to the split. XL on the up and up, although a couple of their recent performances haven't shown them in their true light. Now. Yes, they are 2 and 3. I'll give you that, but they played Fnatic.
Yeah?
They played Origin. And here we go. Diving into Summoner's Rift once again. Second game of the day.
The GL HFs come out in the all chat. Respect being shown to both sides.
It looks like Expect's going Grasp. He's not going Super Soaker.
I mean, that's fine. Going for more of the... going for
Just
more of the...
imagine if there was some variation in the chant.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe. Anyway. Next, you'll want a medic chant.
Hey. Medi-Vedi chant, Vedius. I'm not going to leave you behind in the chanting.
All right.
Double ward placed by Vitality at the red buff of XL.
Cho'Gath, though.
Oh, Cho'Gath. You want to talk about Cho'Gath?
We got to talk about all the runes, because there's
okay, let's talk about all of the
stuff.
runes. Where do you want to go?
So Grasp of the Undying for the Cho'Gath really stacks up nicely with the passive, where he already gets a lot of sustain.
Sure.
It just makes you a lot beefier, so it's harder for champions like Gangplank to be able to bully you during the laning phase, especially early. But he's not going to have that Glacial Augment, the perma-slow thing. He's pretty much just going to be building tankier, you know? Be looking to be that durable front line and follow-up engages that things like the Lissandra and the Thresh can look to set up. You've also got Hail of Blades on the Rek'Sai. I can hear Ender screaming with excitement from here. This is the preferred rune of choice when going up against a lot of squishy opponents because of how quickly you can proc the Q and then build up that Fury and then bite into your opponent. Usually you only ever run the Conqueror when you're going up against a lot of tanky opponents and when you're running things like, you know, it's a Lee Sin, it's a Gangplank, a lot of squishies on the opposite side, so Halo Blade the preferred choice. We also have the Aftershock run on the Lissandra. This is something that we saw a lot of in the past, but then of course some nerfs did happen to both Lissandra and the Rune, and then many mid laners moved away from it, but it seems that Mickey's still saying, I want that durability, and honestly, I think it is the better Rune against the LeBlanc specifically, because when she jumps in, you can pop that W to mitigate her, pop the Aftershock, and then even if she throws out any additional damage, you mitigate a lot of that burst. So I'm a big fan of it. And as we're already talking about the mid lane, you can see that Mickey's already gotten this early push. This actually isn't super common compared to what it used to be, largely because the Q cooldown at early levels is significantly longer now. It's around like 9 or 10 seconds at level 1, which means it can be quite challenging to actually get priority in the lane, depending on how aggressively the LeBlanc wants to play. But it looks like Seiken has just allowed the wave to be pushed in. And he's then going to utilize the bounce back a little bit later on, as we see Kadril now heading level 3. Vitality is aware of what he's up to. They did ping him out. Cabochard does know, and you can see him hovering around the top side of the lane, but Skeens is also on his way. The problem with Kadril is this is a massive wave, so it's really dangerous to try and force this play. Kadril is going to spot out Skeens as well due to the Tremor Sense.
Looking for the knock-up onto Cabochard, but the barrel will stop him in his tracks. Expect low. Kadril low. Sonic Wave's going to connect. Kadril flashes away. Here's the teleport in as well. Going to get stopped by those chains in the mid lane. Caboch flashes forward. Okay.
Some shenanigans happening, Medic.
You could call them that. Seiken trading onto Mickey in the mid lane.
I like this from Seiken. He can kill him.
Looking for the kill. Can't quite get it. Of course, not running Ignite, running Cleanse in that mid lane.
Yeah. But still, he was in a position where he really threatened Mickey, and it was good for Mickey to hold on to that E until the last possible moment. Because if Seiken could have found that chain, could have been very dangerous for Mickey.
And you know as well, he's just burnt his teleport. So if you can force him out of the lane, he's gone through all of his corrupting potion stacks already.
Yes.
And this is, we see this all the time.
Thank you, observers, for highlighting this. Mickey tried to get into a defensive spot where he could TP up and then look for this collapse, but he wasn't safe enough. Seiken was able to interrupt with the chains. And this will put Mickey behind a little bit, because what you do like to do on Lissandra is utilize the fact that LeBlanc is often forced to run the cleanse, and so you have a TP advantage, so you can get a good base off, come back with an item advantage, and then you're in a much healthier position when trying to fight up against a very aggressive matchup. But because he won't have that, he's not going to get the ideal base. Seiken's going to get a good reset, and you can actually see that Seiken sitting on a CS advantage for the time being. So.
Has a slight lead in that middle lane. Amplifying Tome, well, 2 of them picked up by Mickey. It's Dark Seal and Amp Tome for Seiken, who just pinged over towards level 5. Kadril's been trying to track Skeens, or trying to just make some plays around the map, and Skeens has been in the same sort of area generally. I do worry a little bit for Cabochard on the top side. Had to burn his teleport to get back into the lane and doesn't have the flash, so now we'll have to be just that little bit more defensive on the gangplank.
Yeah, but that's fine. He's going to be looking to complete that training force where he kind of gets a little bit stronger. He just has to be careful of the potential gank setup that a Cho'Gath does offer. And as you rightly said, no flash means that it's a lot easier for Expect. Flash in, W, which will apply the silence, and then follow up with the E that Expect is in fact maxing. Gives you a lot of additional trading power in the early laning phase, which is going to complement his grasp quite nicely.
Mickey looking for the root there. Does land it onto Seiken, who still manages to get the distortion away. And you said early on it was a difficult matchup for the Lissandra in mid?
At very early levels, it can
before
be.
level 6, really. Is what we
largely because the Lissandra is quite squishy. She doesn't have a huge amount of health early on, and you don't just auto-push the wave, again, because of the cooldown on the Q. But now she's got 6, she can actually look for something. So I would have considered just using the ultimate there to force the cleanse out from Seiken, and you would have gotten a good chunk of damage off regardless. But Mickey decides not to do it for now. And you can see that as he's leveling up, he's going to be putting more points into his Q. And what you'll notice he'll try to do with his Q is he'll angle in a way where he'll try and hit the minions and the LeBlanc as well. Because LeBlanc has quite a long auto-attack animation, and in that duration, you can actually use your Q, which is quite fast, to hit her and harass her.
Makes sense.
And it's those small windows where you want to keep trying to poke the LeBlanc down to try and help alleviate some of the pressure that she likes to expend during the early levels. But now that he's 6, pretty much impossible to kill the Lissandra, so LeBlanc now has to look to roam around the map. But again, she uses her wave clear, the W and the R, to try and push, which is again dangerous because those are often your escape tools. So this is why the matchup can be quite challenging for the LeBlanc, because there are very small windows where she can actually look to roam.
Skeens has snuck into the top lane here. We wondered if it would be the mid-jungle 2v2 that really took the forefront in this game. So far, it's been mostly focused up towards the top side.
Just want to bring attention to the fact that because Expect is 6 and the amount of health that he has, he could actually kill Skeens here.
Skeens lands the Sonic Wave. The chase is on. Expect doesn't land the knock-up. Skeens able to flash away, and First Blood goes to Vitality.
Yeah, that was really well played from Vitality, but Expect, he overcommitted there to a small trade with Cabo. He was not expecting Skeens to come out from the brush. But you could see how much damage Expect actually did to Skeens and how close he was to actually finding that kill. If he hadn't gone for that initial trade onto Cabo, then he probably would have walked away fine. And when we have a look back at the replay, we'll be able to pinpoint it a little bit closer. But it kind of brings back to what Whipper was talking about when he was on the desk with us yesterday, where the wave was pushing towards Expect. And what he really wanted to do was try and keep the wave where it was, as that the Scuttle Crab will be stolen away from Cadril. But he basically wanted to kind of freeze the wave in front of the tower so he could get those last hits and play defensively, and he should have also been aware that his jungler's on the bot side. But you can see, like, this wave is going towards it, and it's at this point. See, he oversteps, he's also tanking up the minions, and there's an easy minion for Skeens to jump onto as well. If that Q had landed, that definitely would have been a kill onto Skeens, or at the very least it would have forced Skeens to flash earlier. Regardless though, Vitality do walk away with First Blood, and they find it onto Expect.
Smart of Skeens to step down towards the turret as well, instead of when he was under turret aggro going up. Would have been caught out by that Q, as you say. And the bot lane, there hasn't been too much going on. Comp's gone for early Zerka Greaves on the Varus, as we tend to see, build up those Blight stacks as quickly as possible and get the extra damage down. XL were able to secure themselves the Cloud Drake as the gank went off top, and now Expect's coming down. A hungry, hungry Cho'Gath ready to consume this, you have to feel. Build up those stacks as quickly as possible. And we have seen some Cho'Gaths go towards Gargoyle's Stoneplate as well for the extra tankiness in fights. As Seiken trades onto Mickey.
It's a good trade from Seiken overall. Got him just before Mickey hit level 8. We'll use the Dematerializer there. But everything returns to normality. Cabochard's flash is back up. They got a good slow onto Cabo. Not going to overcommit though.
Not going to go for it. I've already seen what it can cost them. Let's talk a little bit about how these compositions look to play the next few minutes, the next 10, 15, because you said both sides actually have relatively good scaling. You can do quite a lot of damage with the LeBlanc late game. Of course, Gangplank scales very well, but you always, when you have an Aphelios in the game, you have to look towards that side and wonder if they'll be able to play those team fights well later on.
The thing I think about is relative damage from both sides. Okay. When you look at LeBlanc, Varus, and a Gangplank, their DPS in a fight is actually pretty consistent. Lissandra is pretty reliant on completing things like the Ludens. She ideally wants a little bit of cooldown reduction as well somewhere. But her damage actually isn't the strongest early. Actually, as we see a bit of a sneaky gank being set up by Kendrill's move into the wave. You can also see the Braum hanging around the mid lane as well. And what I wanted to see from Vitality was them open up the mid lane a little bit more. If they can force a flash out from Mickey, that's great. But basically, they want to try and get the LeBlanc moving around the map. See if they can move her to a side lane, maybe set up a dive. You can see a wave stacking up in the top lane for Cabochard. Maybe they would use this as an opportunity to then like threaten the Cho'Gath and just try and get some kills and gold onto the big carry. Some good trade happens here.
Well, Jackdaw has the Fisher. Toy still on level 5. Has to flash away, looking for the concussive blows on Patrick, but can't get it. Skeens coming in through a pink ward. The Lantern is there, but he just can't get to it. Patrick flashes, gets to the Lantern, but the final order will follow him down. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Cabochard didn't even need to flash to escape the gank.
Yeah, and I think Patrick's ultimate just went completely wide there. Not even in the general direction of Vitality's bot lane. But this is going extremely well for Vitality. They're able to find some of these picks. They don't need the LeBlanc to roam down because just a bit of an overextension from XL, and Comp and Jackdaw recognizing the item advantage, level advantage rather, that they had over Tori and Patrick, and fast to punish them.
That's a big change from the Vitality we saw yesterday, really struggling in their game. Remember, coming into the day, a lot of people discussed our Vitality and Schalke on the same level. Well, this early game has been a lot stronger than Schalke's early game was in game 1 of the day.
For sure. And Comp's going to go back with a lot of gold. So let's have a look here. You can see that Torre still on level 5. His positioning is actually pretty safe. They think they're okay here. But I like the decision-making from Jackdaw. Ultimate comes out from Comp. He jumps then onto the ward to land the ultimate. They think they can go for this trade. And then interesting decision-making here from Patrick. He should see the Lee Sin at this point. But then look, his ultimate actually goes down south. Nowhere near the enemy. And then he just gets kicked back. He tries to flash towards the Lantern, but the Varus auto attack is already in the air, and there's little you can do to get away from that one. So, yeah uncharacteristic play from Patrick.
That's an odd one.
Vitality take advantage.
And Vitality are about 2,000, 1,500 gold ahead right now in a very strong position early on in this game. Seiken jumping in, just stealing away. This LeBlanc, he's been absolutely exceptional on it so far. Cadril able to get away, but Seiken, he said he wouldn't be able to win that mid 1v1 matchup anymore because the Lissandra is just going to have too much.
Well, it gets harder. It gets harder. It's not impossible,
but
right? Like
Seiken is using pressure in the mid lane and then stealing away Cadril's jungle, pressuring him. Hook does land here in the bottom lane as Comp goes golden for the second. Flashes away from the box. The chain of corruption coming out, and here comes Skeens as well. Cadril uses the Void Rush, but he's going to fall first. Expect and Mickey teleporting in, though, as XL, they want the fight in the bottom lane. 2 for 2 so far. Now, Comp, can you get away? Lissandra has her ult. You don't have anywhere to go, my friend. Comp will be caught out. They're going to try and give it across towards Expect, who gobbles up his first kill of the game.
So XL utilize the double teleports to quickly turn that fight in their favor. Without their jungler, they can't commit towards the Drake, but they can get themselves a couple of plates in the bot lane. Vitality going to try and trade in both the mid and top as well. I liked XL's decisiveness to force onto Comp. They knew at the very least they could get the flash out from him. But I was not expecting the double TP to come through from XL. That's probably why they tried to force the play in the first place. We can see the gold actually very even across the board. Let's have a look back at this play. 3 members of Vitality on your minimap are actually making the rotation down. Tora uses a minion to close the gap and then Flame mid-travel distance. And at this point you're thinking, oh no, it's going to be disaster for XL, but the double TPs are already coming through for XL. There's the double knockup, the silence. Comp does secure the kill onto Torre, but his teammates fall behind, and it's Patrick that actually secures that initial double kill as Expect rather cleans up the fight with his ultimate. Of course, you do invest the double TP, and you give a bit of time for Kavashard and Seiken to pick up that solo gold. But Mickey now level 11. He's completed the Luden's Echo. Going to have a lot more wave clear. The Q is fully maxed, so that cooldown is going to be much shorter. And this is really where the Lissandra starts to come online. Her damage really starts to be felt.
I did just have a quick look back at that replay. Cadril dying there cost XL more than they know because the Rift Herald expired as he was dead, so they weren't even able to use that. Of course, would have wanted to break that first turret in the bottom lane. They did get 4 of the plates out of it, but still, not utilizing every advantage in your favor can cost you when it comes to the LEC stage. Seiken trading with Mickey in the mid lane as the Mountain Dragon has spawned. And Vitality have the priority highway towards it. Now, Cadril is level 8, same level as Skeens. Kavashard, ooh, that was close. Here comes Torre. Skeens is on his way down. The hooks lands, but it's on the Braum. Not really the target you want. Sentry put down. Cadril kick back. Skeens trying to land it, but Torre stands in front of the resonating strike. Jackdaw flashes away just in time with the Moonlight Vigil. Oh, that's a golden gift for Jack Troll as he just about survives in the bottom lane.
Very close there for Jack Troll. Will be forced back. A number of summoners were burnt. Both the heal and flash now gone for Jack Troll, but the flash gone for Mickey. So that dive threat is heavily mitigated on the size of XL. And a lot of health bars are very low, so they're not feeling super confident about committing to this. And Seiken's going to use this opportunity to push in mid as Kavashard continues to push in the top lane, completing the Trinity Force now, giving him a little bit more power in that top lane 1v1.
Yeah, Expect going for a bunch of armor to start us off. Could be building up towards a Righteous Glory first item if he wanted. Looking to go fast and run at Vitality at every given opportunity. And now that Vitality know XL have disengaged and reset, they're going to push for this Mountain Drake. Feels like XL didn't really prioritize that themselves, didn't really want to go for it. Would have been pretty beneficial to have that extra armor and magic resist, but instead Cadril says, well, we tried it once, we got it. Weren't able to use it, but maybe they can use the second Rift Herald a little bit more advantageously.
Skeen's going to prioritize the bottom Mountain Drake. Frost talked about this earlier in the day, the early Rift Herald. Usually you trade it for a Drake, but to be fair to XL, they're able to get the first Cloud. Of course, this will cost XL the first tower of the game, but XL should be able to trade this one back once they secure this objective. The question is, will they look to use it mid or top? I think that if they can break down the mid tower, it opens up the map a lot, allows you to take these side lane towers that much easier. We can actually see pings coming down on the bot side of the map. XL are expecting a swap to come through from Vitality. So XL want to try and rush this one. They want to try and get towards the tower as quickly as possible. The health is very low. You can see a lot of pings on the minimap right now towards the mid lane. Vitality have a clear goal in mind.
Here the Vitality players rattling off commands with each other. You can see Comp actually coming down towards the bottom side of this mid, perhaps looking for a pincer on Mickey. Very hard to catch Lissandra out. Patrick will be able to break open this bot lane turret, get the first tower of the game for XL. Vitality still a sizable gold lead, about 1,500 is their advantage. Expect realizing he can't do too much of all of Vitality on this side of the map, so he backs away. And yeah, actually, it looks like Patrick's just going to keep pushing in that bottom lane. Vitality.
I think he's just going to push the wave into the tower so that it bounces back.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because we're now at a point where 2 cannon minion waves start us.
I mean,
oh, okay.
Sorry, Vitality gave up all pressure mid
to
try and look for that top lane play, and the Rifto just comes in and charges the turret. So it was mid that they used it on, but it feels more of a misstep from Vitality than anything else.
A bit, yeah. So the problem that I think they had was that they sent multiple members mid lane to try and threaten or push or take advantage of the fact that XL had a man bot. But by doing that, you had no one to catch the wave. So it ends up getting underneath the tower, and then XL can use this as an opportunity to just get control over this bot side of the jungle. And you can see this ward here. If I can push the button properly.
It's difficult.
Never mind. Anyway, you can see these wards around here, right? You can see them.
Something going on here. So I'm just gonna say let's not touch that for the moment.
Anyway, you saw with a larger mini-map the wards on the blue side jungle of Vitality. Anyway, they use that in order to move then from bot side to mid in order to take the tower. That was the main point that I was trying to get at. But now, Vitality have done the same thing to XL, where XL have kept all their members mid. There's no one to contend Vitality in the bot lane. And again, they used this pressure bot to get vision in the enemy jungle, and then they just trade it for a tower. So, a little weird.
Hey, taking advantage of when your enemy makes a misplay is a very important part of League of Legends.
I mean, it's a cool representation of what can happen with poor lane assignments and like what you can do if you're in the right place at the right time. And now Vitality actually have pressure across the board. They've got top lane pushing in, they've got bot pushing in, and this gives them freedom to have 4 members in mid sieging onto this tower and slowly chipping it away. But they're going to have to respond soon because, again, I'm just going to larger the minimap. The bot lane is now starting to push in favor of XL, and top lane is being caught. So XL's going to have time soon to be able to respond and then collapse in the mid lane as they manage these waves. So Vitality are going to use this as an opportunity to reset, or at least they should, so they can then come back out onto the map, catch these waves, and then start moving around the map freely.
Both Comp and Patrick have just used their flashes. I believe it was a flash chain of corruption that was equaled by Patrick to get himself out. So Duke obviously looks a little bit irate, I would say, on the coach cam there, perhaps wondering about some of those lane positioning, lane assignments from his team. But Vitality are still in the lead. And for a 0-5 team, they're looking pretty strong so far this game.
Yeah.
There's about 1,300 gold lead, I believe, on Cabo Shard over Expect. Yeah, flash for flash in the mid lane.
Thank you for highlighting that for us observers. Good response from both AD carries there. Com has actually been really aggressive with his ultimates this game. He's actually used, I think, already like 4 within the space of 20 minutes, which is a lot more than we normally see from many Varus players.
But if it's off cooldown...
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's great. It's great to see. You know, you use the ultimates where you can. It's like when people draft Ashe and then you don't see an ultimate all game, or, I don't know, you see a Nocturne jungle and you don't get an ultimate.
Or you see a Nocturne mid and he never comes bot lane, even though it's really easy for him to come. Taken is fighting Mickey in the top lane. Uses the Tomb of Ice, actually able to get himself away there. Good flash from Mickey.
So, Lissandra, ladies and gentlemen, 3 versus 1, still lives. Of course, it costs her flash, and she doesn't really get anything in return, but you can see the obnoxious power of the champion. I'm surprised that Mickey went for a Proto Belt second, largely because if you're going for a big AP item, you normally just want to try and then start building things like the Zhonya's.
Yeah.
Maybe even get the Oblivion Orb, so you have that extra bit of damage. So you can have more of that one-shot dive power. But the fact that he's gone for the Proto Belt does give him a little bit more mobility. It gives him health and cooldown reduction. All very valuable things on the Lissandra, don't get me wrong. But I would now... And he's also gone for Sword Shoes, which I don't really agree with.
It's definitely an argument for Merc
Yes, I think I would have preferred it, especially if you're going to be side laning a lot more against the LeBlanc. Like, don't get me wrong, Lissandra's tanky and difficult to deal with. I mean, we just saw what happens when you try to all-in, but... I don't know, maybe I'm overly cautious in this matchup, but we'll see how it pays off for him. Definitely has a lot of damage, so if Mickey does dive onto comp, you can be sure that he has a lot of kill threat available in his kit.
Well, he's been able to survive the first 20 minutes of the game with Sword boots, so he is... I mean, you saw his highlight play against Fnatic yesterday. He likes to be in your face. He likes to try and make those outplays. He's mechanically a very sound player. Sometimes his macro decision making, it feels, leaves something to be desired, his positioning, but so far this game, he's been in the right place at the right time for his team.
No one checking the brush. Means that Vitality have good vision over the top side. They've got control over the river right now. And we're kind of thinking next steps, right?
Yeah,
Drake
that's
will
what I'm
spawn-
thinking.
Yeah, well, allow me to assist.
Okay, thank you.
Drake spawns in about 4 minutes, so that's not going to be the primary objective. When I look across some of the items, 2 have now been completed for Cabochard, and it looks like he's working towards the 3rd. With this itemization that he's gone for, he's going to be a little bit more durable in team fights. So I'd argue that don't expect as much damage as you would normally see at this point in the game from someone like the Crit Plank, where you sometimes see an Essence Reaver, Infinity Edge, things like this.
Oh,
good hook.
Flay, Seiken ignited.
Ult, there it is.
There's the ult to chase him down. Kado lands it, teleport coming in mid lane as now Vitality are running for the hills. Double TP, expect.
Righteous Glory.
Here he comes. What are you going to do when the Cho comes for you right now? They're going to dodge everything. The hook doesn't connect. The jump back in from Skeens, but he's able to leap away. And XL perhaps missed their chance to start the fight they really wanted, but Mickey still has the flank, has the Frozen Tomb. Chucks out a Shard of Ice. Isn't going to be able to find too much more. They are cutting Vitality off.
Exactly
as
that.
Patrick pushes in mid.
Yeah, they're forcing Vitality to go the long way around, or they're even forcing them to base. And this is going to give XL the opportunity to take this mid-tier 1. Big mistake there from Seiken. Will cost his team a lot.
That was quick from Comp.
QSS.
Has the QSS as his 2.5 item.
Couldn't ask for a better time to have it, that's for sure. I like the response from Cabo, though, doing what he often does, split pushing in the bot lane. He's already pushing out this wave, creating a point of pressure that XL have to respond to. And this means that threatening the Baron is something that XL will not be able to do right now as they look to reset. And it also gives Vitality an opportunity to then rush into the river, clear out some of this vision, and get some control themselves.
Comp actually bought the QSS completely between backing and then teleporting to the inhibitor tower. So it was the perfect time for him to have it. XL have been able to just chip back in that gold lead that Vitality have generated through plays like this.
So Seiken, he's just walking into the enemy jungle. I don't think he even had any vision in his inventory at the time, so I think he wanted to get into a position where he could set up a flank or identify where XL was, and it ends up just costing him his life, so a bit of a blunder there from Seiken.
Burns his flash at the end as well, and as Dracos and Ender would tell you, can't flash that.
No, you cannot.
Cannot get away with that from that with the flash anymore. So quite a while ago that was changed. And now XL just getting vision control of their own jungle. Will want to set up towards the Baron relatively soon, you have to feel. That push forward. They really want that top lane turret down as well, because...
I mean, you don't really care about it that much.
I mean, it's free gold, Vedius.
It'll fall eventually.
It's free gold.
The fact that they've taken the mid tower is probably more important when it comes to staying up the Baron, because look, they've pushed in mid, now they'll move into the enemy jungle, and they'll be like, Vitality, leave. Oh no. Alright, I mean, so their Baron is fast because they have a Aphelios and they also have Cho'Gath. So it looks like they're going to try and rush this one down.
Cabo pops the ult. That's what they wanted. Of course, Gangplank, one of those champions that has 2 ways of impacting the map from the other side, teleport and the ult.
Look at the mini-map once again. You can see Cabochard split pushing. He just hit level 16. No teleports on XL mean that Vitality can do what they've done a lot, which is have Cabochard push in a wave bot. The moment someone shows, they then immediately TP and try to rush the Baron down themselves. Because of the response from XL would be very slow, it would be a great opportunity for Vitality, but they've decided not to gamble it, not to force it. As this Gangplank just continues to get stronger. Essence Reaver now done for him.
You say they've done it a lot, but they are 0-5, Vedius. So is it always the best play for them?
I was thinking of old Vitality. This is something that Cabochard and
Yes.
Jizuke would actually do a lot. And they've
good
snuck
old
a lot of Barons in the past. So, but that's why I always think when Cabochard is split pushing, that's what he has in his mind.
That
He's
makes
saying,
sense.
hey, we know we have TP advantage. I've created a point of pressure. XL now have to answer that pressure, and the moment they do, we can do something. Yep. So that's how Cabochard usually likes to use the teleport. And right now he's just grouped up with his team as Vitality look to contest the Drake.
There's an Ocean Dragon for them. XL, it seems like pinging up towards the top side of the map. They'll clear out all of this vision while Vitality take their time on the Ocean Dragon. Will be an Ocean apiece, a Cloud for XL, and a Mountain for Vitality to add to it. XL, you don't start this one up. You just get the vision control, and you go for, you know what you go for, Vedi? Go for that top lane tower. That's where Mickey's making his way.
Yeah, as we said, it was going to fall down eventually. Now that they've taken it, or look to take it, it means that you can push the wave much deeper, so getting that deep vision is a little bit easier. Or will they?
Does it die to the cannon wave? I'm pretty sure it dies to the cannon wave.
So we're at 26 minutes now, which means that every wave a cannon minion is there. And this can result in waves actually kind of getting stuck in awkward spots where they just kind of freeze. The tower will die. You are way too excited about that.
Me and the 8 people in the crowd that joined in.
Wow. You guys are way too invested in that tower.
At least
Baron started up once again.
Cabochard has the ultimate once again, so expect to see him just throw this down as soon as Vitality realize it's going on. Maybe just wait a little bit so that XL can take some damage, but of course expect very tanky. There's the cannon barrage. XL back away straight away. And the Baron resets.
Same thing, exactly the same play, but look at where Cabochard is this time. He's very close to that tower. He's just going to take that one.
Yeah, tower's gone. No ways for that one.
Great split push.
Vitality
here.
A very good position.
Yeah, they're playing the side lanes extremely well. This is very old school Vitality. Normally you'd see a Rise split pushing right behind him. But Seiken can do a similar sort of play with the LeBlanc for now. He's not doing it. He's just acting as wave clear, sticking with his team, trying to disrupt any backs that XL have. But soon those TPs are going to be up. And when they are, that's when XL can really start to threaten the Baron a lot more.
Yeah, it does feel like at the moment there's just that little bit of hesitancy from XL. Making the same play twice, just getting Cannon Barrage out really didn't get them too much, and Vitality still have that 3,000 gold lead. They're holding on too well. They're playing around the power of Gangplank in a side lane. 3 items on Cabochard, Essence Reaver, Sterak's, and the Trinity Force. Infinity Edge on its way, you have to feel. And I'll have a quick look at how much gold he is sitting on right now as I jump my computer to live. Oh, he's just spent a bunch, so that's why he's not sitting on too much. But he's about 3,000 gold ahead of Expect.
Yep. That's what the goal difference is right now,
yeah.
You know? Mid laners are pretty even. Oh, wow, Death Cap next to Mickey. He's not holding back, is he? All right. I guess he really wants to kill Comp. See if he can do it.
The best CC is Death and Seiken. Oh, the hook!
Well, I guess that's what happens when you build full damage. Why hold back? Really well played from XL. It's Seiken who's caught again. And before the, now the TPs are up. The Gangplank is split pushing in the bot lane. Skeens is going to try and go for a steal, but Mickey's going to do his best to interrupt it.
Mickey doesn't have ult, but does have the ability just to be a nuisance here for Skeens. Expect tanked up the entire cannon barrage, means that the Baron doesn't reset. Skeens looking for the jump in. Cabochard is on the inhib, but Skeens has gone down towards the bottom side. The Moonlight Vigil, the Rupture, the hook. Oh, that was absolutely gorgeous, XL. They caught the man they needed. They take the Baron. They will lose an inhibitor for it, but the chase may still continue. Kadril decides he doesn't want to follow up with the Void Rush. Mickey's actually gone off towards top here to try and get that wave pushing in.
And it's Seiken who unfortunately gets picked off once again. He's going to be feeling the frustration from that one because that's 2 blunders now that have cost his team a lot, but this time it is so much worse. Baron, top tower going to go down, and XL going to use this as an opportunity to reset.
Oh.
I mean, the TPs are available on the Lissandra. He's looking to just immediately regroup.
Yep.
And I think they can just keep Expect bot lane for now. They don't need to bring him up yet. Skeens is still dead. They're just melting through this tower.
Comp took a moonshot, followed up. There's the root. Seiken trying to jump in, but this inhibitor has to be the target. Winter's Bite lands from Jackdaw onto Mickey. The inhibitor. Oh, the Unbreakable will keep it alive. Seiken still has the flank. Expect can teleport in. The inhibitor falls. Unbreakable was broken in the end.
So XL can now easily just play through 2 lanes. They can keep the Cho'Gath in the bot lane. The rest of them can group up mid. They can even look to take the next Ocean Drake if they want. And let's just have a look back. We talked a lot about the itemization from Lissandra. You know, I was debating whether it was worth it or not. Turns out it was worth it. Great hook from Tori. Probably wouldn't have resulted in a kill if that hook did not land. But honestly, really well done. The damage combo, and you just get to see how obnoxious Lissandra can be for LeBlanc. She tries to dash in, tries to find those picks, and she just can't do it. Then we get to see the ultimate come out from Aphelios, combined with the knockup, combined with the hook. Great chain CC coming out from XL, and you're also seeing the power of this Cho'Gath in this composition. You land 1 CC, every other piece falls into place.
Great stuff from Torre, specifically on that Thresh. His hit hooks. Gold lead now for XL for the first time since about the 6-minute mark. Kadril trying to burrow his way away, but won't escape yet. Sonic Wave coming out, the chase is on as Patrick's here. There's a teleport. Expect trying to get in behind the Moonlight Vigil, doesn't hit the mark, but Expect can still chase in. Slowed up for the moment with Mickey pushing in bot. XL don't want to force this too much more.
The Gangplank is in the top lane trying to push that wave out, but honestly, XL are not that afraid of it. Yes, he has a wave, but XL have a Baron. Seiken's going to try and interrupt the wave. No one's actually Baroned it up, but they don't care. XL's eyes are set on the bot tower instead.
The inhibitor tower has to be the target. It's actually a 5v3 right now because Seiken is in the mid lane, clearing out the minions. Cabochard on the inhibitor tower in that top lane.
So the super minions are making it too difficult for Expect in the top lane, but XL, they still don't feel happy about this current situation. They're going to walk away with the inhibitor. They still have the Baron up for 15 more seconds. They're going to interrupt Cabochard split pushing, and now they can just set their eyes on the mid-tier.
Oh, Jack Troll. It's just been a few times from Vitality where they overstep or they miss position and someone gets caught out, and it's costing them so much. Cabochard actually had to flash away from Expect as he tried too hard to get that inhibitor tower. And now XL are in a great position to take their third dragon of the game.
Yeah. Well played overall. Been a pretty clean game. I think Vitality have done a good job of making things obnoxious for this XL squad. But it is still XL who's come out on top. They've been the more consistent. They haven't been caught out as regularly. We've seen a couple of questionable plays, but the moment they enter the mid game, it feels like Vitality still can't find that avenue to success.
I want to come back to a question we asked in Pick and Ban at the start of the game, Vedius. We said if XL want to be seen as a challenger for the top 4, they really need to demolish Vitality. They need to sweep them away.
Yeah.
This hasn't felt like a demolition to me.
No.
But XL have still played well enough to win.
Yeah.
What do you think of XL after this game? Where would you rate them in your...
I mean, I still need to do like a proper review.
Oh, sure.
Of course.
I'm not asking you, I'm not saying this is where you rate XL forever.
I mean, the internet will hold me accountable for literally ever.
So will I, and I'll tweet at you saying you said XL were the second best team in the league.
I would say that right now they're pretty comfortably 5th, 6th.
Yeah.
They still sit behind the top 4. I still think Rogue have showcased a little bit more than what we've seen from XL. Definitely still a lot of potential from XL. It's very much a matter of how much more growth can they show. Ultimate now comes out, Vitality, last-ditch attempt.
Yeah, but Expect just gets the Lantern and gets to safety. Also, Expect's probably not the target you want to be hard engaging on. Varus can shred through a tank, but Expect is incredibly tanky right now. I think he's sitting at over 4,000 HP. Yep, almost 5,000, 4,914 health on that Cho'Gath.
You know, if you watch more Dragon Ball, there could have been a great reference there. But
you could have made it, Vedius, and I would have followed along. Expect Righteous Glory running in. The hook misses on Cobb. The Rupture's not going to connect either. Expect actually jumping into the middle, but here comes Mickey from the side. Cobb with the cleanse, he's shut down. Jack Troll's going to fall as well. That's 3. Seiken tries to jump in, but he can only get 1 and 2 for Cabo. And now it's only Cabochard left alive. No Chef here. Cadro jumps forward. Cabochard doing what he can. The Void Rush comes in. Cabo gets another. But in the end, he'll fall. It was a valiant effort, Cabochard. Trying to carry Vitality, kicking and screaming to the end of the game. But this will be it. First Nexus Tower falls. Second shortly to follow, although it might take a little bit of time because Cho'Gath and Lissandra aren't the quickest turret takers in the world. And in the end, XL will equal out their record. 3-3 in the LEC.
Solid game from XL. Nothing that stood out that was exceptional. It was largely just a couple of solid picks onto Seiken. Seiken's got to be feeling a lot of frustration after that game. 2 crucial picks which cost his team a lot of pressure. And you could see the Vitality's main win condition was trying to utilize this gangplank on the side lane, trying to stall out. Every time XL tried to start the Baron, they couldn't because of the Gangplank ultimate, the threat of a LeBlanc one-shot. There were so many things that made it actually hard for XL, especially when their teleports were down. And I think Vitality had a good idea. The problem is they couldn't quite break the pace. They couldn't quite do anything before XL were in a position to then challenge. And the moment the teleports were up is the moment Seiken then lost his life. And this is when the game really started to get hard for Vitality.
XL played to their win conditions, although Vitality did put up quite a strong fight. Your key player of the game vote is at LEC over on Twitter. Mickey, Patrick, and Torre are your options. I'm pretty sure I'd give it to Mickey if it was me.
Probably.
I think he had a really good performance. He mitigated any of the early pressure that could have come out.
Yes.
And then was just able to make a couple of good picks.
This also then comes back to a bigger issue with Vitality, where we've been talking about their drafts for like a really long time now, and they early prioritized LeBlanc, and this is the risk that you have that counter picks can come out. Last time, XL tried to counter pick it with a Morgana, but when they did that, that was because they had no other options. That was their counter pick. And picking the LeBlanc when they did made it too easy for XL to be able to answer, so they end up finding a good punish and they shut them down.
Well, when we return, Fosk and Yamato try to fix Mad Lion's champion pool issues before the rookies go up against a Rogue on top form. Later tonight, Fnatic and G2 face off in our match of the week. And at G2's headquarters, the party's already underway.
G2 Army, are you excited? Let's go G2! Let's go G2! Let's go G2!
This is my creed. The boots that make me faster. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. I get the best to be more powerful, so my champion rises to the top. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. Because you can only rule the game when you realize you are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
We have been tumbling around each other for quite a time. When you were coming around, I didn't feel like we tried. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da. I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way. I know you want it to stay. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da.
Thanks, guys. Welcome to the Live Like a Pro interview. I have Jake with me today. He's head of performance at Mad Lions. Thank you for joining me ahead of your game. So tell me about yourself. How did you arrive in esports and what were you doing before joining this adventure?
I knew Mac, the head coach currently at Mad Lions, from university. So we've been friends for quite a while. And previously I was working as an osteopath.
And what were you interested in when you joined esports? How does one become the head of performance for an esports team?
I have been into sport all of my life, ranging from martial arts to rugby, cycling, you name it, a little bit of everything, circus. So I've been interested in that pursuit of excellence, which is what I'm interested with over here. I've not really been a big gamer, but working with the elite, working with the people that are trying to be the best of the best, this is what I find fascinating.
So I know that you were working with the same organization last year, being Splice, now Mad Lions. So did you have time to adjust what you want to give to players, and what is the plan this year with Mad Lions players?
We've made a few adjustments from last year. I was working freelance before and was only towards the end of the summer split that I was working with them. So it was fixing some of the bigger issues initially. Now we've got the whole season ahead of us. We've had a little bit more time to plan in the off season. So we've started to implement sleep tracking. That's a big one that we're doing this year. I think there's a few other areas that are of big importance. We've got a new team this year. We've got 4 rookies. So again, we're having to take some steps back and recover some of the stuff that we did last year. But yeah, moving forward, it's looking really positive.
But you got to keep one player at least, Marek, humanoid, because he was playing with Splice last year. So do you see any improvements or changes with what you've been able to teach him?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because the players don't have much time. They're committing to a lot of time playing the game, a lot of time in solo queue. So the time that we have is really small, especially as the support staff. We are looking to train smart, not hard. We're looking to find the most effective, most efficient thing that we can do that requires the least amount of time and effort to get the maximum amount of results. So that might change from week to week, day to day, depending on what problems there are or what difficulties we're facing at the time.
All right, well, for example, what was the main focus coming in this week?
This week, we've been really working on communication with the players. There's been a few problems within the team, nothing out of the ordinary, nothing that any other team doesn't have, but these are problems that we're trying to resolve before they become bigger and the stress increases towards the tail end of the split.
And we'll see how it translates on the Rift today. Okay, last question now. I was talking to Fabian from Excel last week. He was telling me about the routine before the guys go on the Rift and they're ready to go on fight mode. So what is the routine for the Mad Lions player? Coming in the studio, what do you guys do?
We tend to do a little bit of a meditation, just to calm everyone down, just to center everyone and get everyone on the same state. And then we look at doing some neurological warm-ups, some reaction speed games to, again, get them ready to go on stage, get them ready to be at the right heart rate, which is another thing that we're particularly looking at this year. The routine's slightly different every week. We mix things in, do things a little bit differently each week, so it's not too stale. And each of the players are looking to develop some of their own individual routine that they go through themselves as well.
Well, this routine plus communication looks like you guys are all set for this week. Thank you very much for all these insights. Now back to you guys.
Cheers.
Awesome stuff from Law there, and that was Jake, the performance coach from Mad Lions, taking a break from his busy schedule, being a dwarf in the minds of Moria, to provide some help to the guys here at the LEC. Frost, what do you make of that?
I mean, I kind of want to grab the last point where he's talking about, the meditation and kind of getting his guys ready to go on stage, because it is such a young squad, and it feels like so much of the tone has been set by the Recklesses and the Perks and these very experienced players, where they have the banter, they have the personality that goes along with it, that fans forget that we also have a bunch of real really young, frankly, because I'm old, babies that come onto the stage where you can see them shake in interviews. They're holding the microphone with 2 hands. And I think it's always just a very different world, especially in the LEC when you have so many young faces to remember. Not everyone is like Perks and Reckless who are comfortable up there. And sometimes those stage jitters do make your hand shake.
Oh, no doubt about it. And, you know, focusing on youngsters, it often means we're talking about rookies. And Mad Lions, they came into this league this year. And so far, we have seen a lot of promise from the young guns. Their champion pool, however, does seem to need some work. Now, initially the conversation we had prior to broadcast was, is it the draft? And your answers, both of you, was no, it's champion pool. So that means we're looking at someone specific. What's happening here, Yamato?
I think the one that stands out right away is humanoids, because I think anything that doesn't really have that mobility, like a Kali or LeBlanc, anything with 2 jumps, honestly.
Sure.
When humanoid plays on the side lane, he tends to die a lot. And whenever he's playing a champion like the Mordekaiser, we saw that in the game against G2, he's getting caught over and over when his team is in base. Completely disconnected from what's going on. The kind of Vichichachi spirit is living on in him.
I like to call it an effective champion pool because obviously at this level, especially for a guy as talented as Humanoid is mechanically, he can play anything. I'm sure if he locked it in, he can physically do it, but it's what is the most effective pick for him, and it is those high mobility assassins, things like the LeBlanc, things like the Kiana. And as Yamato's talking about, when he doesn't have that get out of jail free card, that band-aid, he's not as effective onto side lanes. So actually reminds me a lot of Pawn. Pawn's an old school League player, and when Pawn was on a champion that had a lot of mobility, he looked amazing. When he was on something that was quite static, that's when you got to see some of those cracks and those weaknesses, and I think that's where Humanoid really rests.
Yeah, and you used the word weakness. I want to double check, Yamato. This is, without a doubt, when we're talking about a professional player with a weak or a small effective champion pool, that is a weakness. Is there another word you'd use that's better fitted?
I think it's definitely a weakness. I think is the correct term. I think when you're looking at Humanoid's scope of his career of just last year, the meta was relatively the same all the time. We had the Siluses, we had the Akali. They got nerfs, but they stayed in. Akali stays in now, and now Akali has turned into a permaban. I think a lot of mid laners, not only Humanoid, have been exposed like this. Abedag is another name. Without Akali, they look a lot worse, because Akali is just plain old broken.
I've heard about the dives into those towers.
It makes them not meta-resistant, and that's the thing. As the game continues to shift, they will slowly fall away. And, for where Humanoid came in and kind of the hype that he was sitting on, he was supposed to be the 3rd best mid laner behind a guy like Nemesis, and now that gap is getting larger and larger, and now he's squaring off against Larson across from him, and Larson can look at Humanoid and be like, you were the hot shit on the block last time around, and I can race through you right now, because I can play it all. I can play the assassins, I can play the control mages, and I can do so in style.
And parallels to be drawn perhaps between the two. It's something we talked about yesterday, but Mad Lions perhaps, following in the footsteps of Rogue last year. We saw rookies forming into what is now seen as a formidable squad. Do you see similar echoes in Mad Lions this year?
I think the biggest difference maker is here with Rogue is that they started at the point where they already have built up a good fundamental. The question mark, will they continue at that same point in this split? They have. They continue to grow, and I think the trajectory looks a bit higher in the beginning of the split here for Rogue.
Okay, all eyes on Rogue as they continue to run with this momentum they built up over the last split. We will see who takes this win as we are going to be jumping in. It's going to be Rogue taking on Mad Lions. Let's hit the rift.
Thank you very much, Alex. And I have to agree with Yamato. Rogue's trajectory looking fantastic because while they did lose to G2 yesterday, it felt like they were just short of a win, and it feels like they're the closest of any team we've seen so far.
Yeah, so far. Of course, we have the game coming up later today, but to me, I thought Rogue lost to the Soraka pick more than they lost to G2. We got into those late game team fights, and it felt so impossible for them to play, but for a long time, especially Larson in that mid lane, made a lot of really good moves to put Rogue in a good spot.
This, of course, will be a very different game, so get ready for picks and bans for Game 3. With this absolute banger in the background. I've never heard this one before. Let's do it. We're getting really hyped for a Game 3. I'm about it.
I hope the music continues, though, because if we just drop that and then...
You can't just give us the OOOs. We need the full chorus. But, well, at least we'll get the full pick and ban immediately. We're going to see the MF banned away, the Aphelios and the Senna, of course, still up and available. But the MF has been Carzzy's most comfortable pick thus far, of course, infamously flashing forward. And since they're on blue side, it looks like Rogue are adapting the strategy of banning every good AD carry except for one in hopes of getting it with their
and just leave that up for Hans Sama here. Hans Sama really has enjoyed his hand on that Senate. Wait a second.
Wow. Wait, no. Wow.
What have they done?
Back.
Okay, so right now...
I'm not allowed to bet, but if I was allowed to bet, I would say right now Hansama Draven.
Yes.
Hansama Draven.
I'm ready for it. I'm ready for it. Between these two AD carries, neither of them have played a champion that was not Misfortune, Aphelios, or Senna. Now, Finn, of course, famously lost to the Soraka that came in first against Wonder, or he lost to it yesterday, of course. So going through a couple of those hovers, but I really like this, starting off with the Jarvan. Right now, I actually think the AD carries, because we banned the big three, the priority doesn't actually rise on what you pick next. Because now, with all the S tiers gone, you have a pretty wide A tier to choose from if you want to go for a Pocket Draven or Carzzy go for something, you know, a little bit more niche himself. I think this is where you actually look to get these stronger power picks remaining, like the Jarvan, and then respond in kind with the jungle.
Interesting that they prioritize the Jarvan over the Gragas, because for me, one of Jarvan's big strengths is that we sit in a meta where all the AD carries are immobile, and if the enemy team picks an AD carry with a dash, Jarvan's going to feel just generally a lot worse as a champion, whereas Gragas feels pretty universally solid. But we heard from Kadril before, he really prefers Jarvan overall in terms of tier list picks.
Right, and the thing is, Inspired as a player is very much about early game. He loves to look for early invades as well, so going buff, 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 just triple your opposition and really get in their face, which you definitely can do in this matchup.
And I'm excited to see what Carzzy can do now on the likes of the Kai'Sa. Obviously entirely auto attack focused, the potential to be incredibly flashy, a guy that's been heralded a lot as a new rookie in the scene, but this is going to be a little bit tougher, I think, overall.
I honestly just want to see like the Thresh Draven or something. Just like actually go back to Hansama Classics here. Go for something heavy in the bot lane. I don't want to reverse to 2019. There we go.
That was the freest prediction of our lives. Welcome back, Hansama. You thought he was on stage for the last 4 or 5 games. You were wrong. Hansama, as of this moment, is back. Has some passion.
I like it.
But now the question is, okay, you said Thresh we're instantly looking at for support pairings. Obviously, the support pool is otherwise untouched, so instead we're going to go for Papa Thresh, a.k.a. Nautilus, and that's going to be very frustrating for the
It's
Kai'Sa.
like Thresh, but if his R was point and click now. So.
Yes, if he had a good ultimate, yes, true.
Doesn't matter how far you try to run away with Kai'Sa, that will end up tracing her. So now Rogue have already set it up. I actually expect to see Inspired try to split the map early. And of course, there's more champions to come on through here, but to me, this already tells me that this is going to feel like an old Misfits Hansama Draven in the bottom lane, where a lot of the play is geared around him, where Inspired tries to force Shadow towards the top side of the map. And with a Braum down there next to the Kai'Sa, that's, again, not a lot of firepower. It's more of, let's play a little bit safer. We'll scale up into the mid to late game for those team fights. So that's something that Humanoid and the rest of Mad Lions have to have on their mind.
Now the Aatrox has been banned away from Finn. I'm curious to see where Rogue put the rest of their resources and how Mad Lions respond to this Draven lane, because so far it's, hey, let's sit, let's play back, but then what does that mean for their solo lanes? Are we going to see Rogue say, early game's all about Draven, so we'll draft some scaling on other parts of the map? Or how exactly are they going to approach it?
Well, it could be that Mad Lions, I mean, coming out of these next 2 bans, they want to look for something that can flex between both mid lane and top lane, so they don't really reveal their hand over against Rogue. And while we haven't seen Humanoid play the Ornn in the mid lane, I think that's a relatively safe champion that you could go ahead and take 4th here. Other options include the likes of the Mordekaiser, but again, can struggle against some matchups here. So I think, at least, if you go for something with that heavy initiation like the Ornn, you'd be set up for a really good team fight where there's so much CC to proc Kai'Sa's passive.
And one thing that I do like in the second ban phase, we're seeing the AD mid laners taken off the pool. They see that Gragas in the jungle. They know that's a big source of magic damage. They want to limit the viable AD champions left. Yasuo, of course, still on the board, can disrupt a lot of what Rogue are trying to do.
So now what I'm wondering is, does the Gangplank come through here for Rogue? Because if you are trying to set up, you know, heavy kill this bottom lane, you gank them pre-6 with a Gangplank, you really smash them at level 6, and Braum doesn't really have a great answer to that. He's pretty good at a front-to-back team fight and stopping you from getting into the back lines. But if you just drop it from the top, like, does he angle the shield up? No, he can't do that, of course. So can make it very, very difficult, even come mid-game when these fights break out, when there's really nowhere for your team to run.
Yeah, and of course the good news is Kai'Sa, as we mentioned before, isn't quite as immobile as a lot of the other champions that we're seeing picked recently, so she does have the freedom, if she's got a target mark, to dash out of that Gangplank ultimate, but it will be the LeBlanc. So a lot of mobility in these fights, not quite as, I think, easy or clear for Mad Lions to play them out, but also going to be a lot harder for Rogue to lock down some of the carry threats on the side of Mad Lions.
Now I'm thinking Larson probably goes back to a control mage here, assuming we're getting a physical damage dealer in the top lane for Finn, which is a pretty safe assumption to make, I think, without seeing the opponents. It's going to be the Lissandra.
Lissandra was So I love it. Okay, Rogue. All right, we're all about the wombo comp. We're going to push stun. We're going to drag him in. We're going to face break him. We're going to show stop him. And I respect it. Opposite side, though, for Mad Lions, they have so many tools to just walk away from you, to just out-heal you. There it is, the Soraka top. And this is not going to be a fun matchup for Finn.
Dude, I really don't like the blind set. I'm going to be honest with you. Soraka is going to be able to run all over him in this early game. Now, just looking at the Mad Lions comp, they were relatively low range, but you consider the displacement they have, the peel they have as well. This is a comp that is going to be playing back in fights and putting a lot of resources into Carzzy in this game. So it really is about getting Carzzy towards that mid-game 2 items on this Kai'Sa and then making sure that the dive from Rogue cannot work. But on the other hand, Rogue, they have the tools again to play around this bottom lane, especially in the early game. So target Carzzy early has to be the idea for them.
I mean, absolutely has to be. This feels like a Fnatic draft from last season where you've got a Lissandra, you've got a ganking jungler. We're going to see TPs coming into the bot lane ready for an all-out brawl just to snowball this Draven forward. Because if Hansama gets going, we know that he will take over the game. But before you get that first kill, Draven's kind of just another AD carry.
Yeah, and remember, these guys put so many resources into banning away AD carries, so Rogue are all about getting Hansama into a very comfortable position in this game. I'm just happy that we're getting to see some new picks here, Dracos, in all honesty, because it has been stale in the bot lane.
All it took were 3 direct bans at one specific player.
Now if we could just get 3 direct nerfs.
Wow. 10-3.
10-3, it's coming soon.
Coming to a stage near you soon. But this is it. We're getting ready to go. Rogue versus Mad Lions for our 3rd game of the day. Folks, this is my favorite kind of League of Legends, because on one side, we got a team comp that very clearly wants to do one thing, and that is snowball Draven. On the other side, we have a team comp that very clearly wants to make sure that that never happens, and when we keep it simple like that, it's easy to follow, and I love it.
Dude, we're going to have a Rumble on the Rift early, though, because as we mentioned, Rogue want to play around bot lane early. Mad Lions with a Braum at level 1 and Soraka, her Q really, really powerful here, are on the hunt. And you can already see Shadow starting with a sweeper himself to make sure they're not spotted on the approach.
How much money?
It's about to be a 5v5, and honestly, I think Mad Lions absolutely smash.
100% do. Body slam, multiple targets, potentially the cask as well. Could be huge. Hansama. Going to be a threat, but it's not going to outmatch Braum. But Kaiser
Recall
lands
Finn.
here. Finn, Haymaker, they've spotted him. That's the boss, but now they know everybody's here.
Fight him.
2, 3, they don't know. They're using Finn as bait. They haven't seen anybody else. Humanoid stepping forward. Nautilus not going to connect. That's a big disaster. Mad Lions get control of the jungle. They're ready to split the map, to deny access to the bottom side to Rogue. That is huge for their bottom lane.
Okay, let's be real, though. Everyone wanted to fight, and we didn't get it. They just backed away here.
It was pretty clear that Rogue did not want that
Okay,
fight.
we're going to get the fight, though, because now both top laners still sticking around here. They want in, but honestly, I am surprised Rogue want to take this.
That's the hook in, but this could just be a disaster. Instantly stunned. Nautilus, what are you doing? Vander overcommits, but he does not go down. Hansama stacking up a little bit of damage here.
Why are they staying? Leave, Rogue!
What was that? That was a bad, bad, bad Nautilus hook. That was... Mad have gotten everything they wanted, and Rogue just walked in and delivered it to them. The TP will be used. Arome going to use that to get a little bit of extra lane pressure, but that's a flash and a heal burned from the bottom lane of Rogue, and they still concede bottom side, forcing a split map. Disastrous level 1.
And the thing is, top lane 2 for Soraka is now going to be a little bit isolated, but looking at the wave state, that should push back in towards the side of Arome, so everything that Mad Lions sort of wanted, they are now getting. And because all of Rogue's early vision was put down around this bottom side jungle, Inspired doesn't actually know where Shadow is on the map. He could be on his Raptors, he could have gone back up towards his top side, and Inspired without a red buff can't actually look for an invade. So this entire early game has been absolutely ruined for Rogue.
Now we have to see how they recover. Inspired incredibly low as he clears the jungle. Has the smite, he can heal up. Slowly but surely work towards level 3, but he can't really walk into Shadow's jungle at this stage. Shadow recognizes this, walks up, is going to take both red buffs and deny a ton of XP to Inspired, as he can't even 1v1 the Gragas, let alone the Gromp, just barely ticking over.
Yeah. Now, I will say there is a little bit of good news for Inspired. Shadow didn't actually end up fully counter-jungling the Raptor camp down there, so it got fully cleared away, which means it will respawn relatively soon. Respawn around level 4 too, so Inspired gets a little bit of bonus EXP back that Shadow could have looked to deny, but still cannot understate how good of a position Mad Lions are in now, knowing that they should be very, very safe to get through this lane phase.
Finn still continuing to push forward. Bit of a risk because they don't have perfect knowledge on where Gragas is. Because of the split map, it seems like they're assuming that he is on bottom side.
Yeah, and even more than just the early jungler pathing getting messed up a little bit. I mean, I love to see Shadow run down here and make sure he gets the Scuttle Crab as well. Is under-leveled, but Vander, no flash, no heal for Hansama either, so any sort of a play here would not be easy to pull off.
Inspired, though, still committing to the bottom side. No red buff, but a level advantage currently over Shadow. Now Finn with a bit of aggressive trading as Rome definitely not happy with that one. Where self-sustain from Soraka is there, but not nearly as high as the ambulance we can expect to see in about 15 minutes.
So now, because Inspired was able to recall, he's full HP and still wants to play for this blue buff. Notice he has that bot lane priority. So this is what we would have liked to see come through from Inspired earlier on into the game, had he not been slowed down. Now, the question is, can Humanoid make it on over? Because Humanoid does have control over the wave in mid right now, but it's going to be very difficult to actually make that move.
But now, with Vision on the bottom side, it does free up Finn to just continuously pressure in here. Not too worried about losing out on the trades. The extra health regen and the lack of, well, all-in damage from the Soraka means he's not under threat until the Gragas comes.
Shadow wants this to reset.
Not gonna work the flag drag through. Vander's there for the follow-up. Shadow now locked up. His flash is available, trying to heal off the camp. He's gonna go over. The body slam gonna connect with Inspired. Beautiful play from the Jarvan. One flag. Where's it gonna go? Right from the sky. Shadow, can he make it out?
Here comes Brahma Humanoid.
Ooh, Kaiser, though, on the way. Inspired may have overstayed his welcome, or have Rogue found the genius play. Kaiser running for his life. Larson ready. Will not commit the flash, but Kaiser forced to flash out to safety, and Rogue recover a disastrous level 1 now, and complete control of the bottom side.
And now Carzzy is actually isolated bot lane. He's very low as well, so without flashes, a dive may be difficult, but you can see he probably just has to give up this next minion wave entirely just because of the threat that Rogue's positioning in that bot side jungle presents.
Mad. Just too stubborn on that play. We're not willing to give it the blue buff. Shadow too desperate to force it to reset, and as a result, you know, easy to force out that instant kill and still denying him the objective in the end.
It was really strange too, because Kaiser basically said, I'm gonna leave. Notice how he runs down to bot lane as the wave comes in, but like, Carzzy can't be dove here because Vander's still in the jungle, so he just bails. Now Shadow's here by himself trying to land the smite steal, and then obviously doesn't really have anywhere to go once his body slam gets blocked there by Inspired.
Really wanted to make it out of that one. Aggressive play comes in from Humanoid. Inspired left all on his lonesome, and Shadow instantly turns it right back around.
What's going on?
I like it. I'm ready. I love the back and forth. The confidence from Humanoid to go in there, knowing Lissandra wasn't going to have enough damage to really threaten, knowing that Shadow was first to the play. Well executed, but also, this is not quite the, you know, the first 2 moves felt very clean and calculated, and by the 3rd move, I started wondering if we're playing checkers or chess.
Yeah, I don't really know the answer on that one. I guess watch and learn. As we see the replay in mid lane one more time, because it is a level 3 Inspired, even with double buffs. Very, very squishy, and the Predator boots had come in for Shadow, so yeah, he didn't have any Q because he tried to clear the way.
And to be fair, yeah, they're just trying to clear. They're just trying to get a good back for Larson, but excellent punish from the side of Mad to deny that opportunity. Still obviously going to give somebody a back in the end, but just not under the circumstances they would have liked.
So here's the thing. If we assume that Mad Lions have the scaling advantage, which I think we absolutely have to say that, you know, you have the hyper carry Soraka in the top lane with all the healing coming through. Wow. I mean, I'm not joking. She does it. She does it all. Carzzy, of course, the more items he gets, just going to continue to ramp up, and until Hansama can cash in, won't have a huge advantage there outside of just some laning dominance here with Carzzy farming under the tower. So Rogue really do want to get more done in this early game, and a big point we called out in the draft was ganking this bot lane. Well, they split the map, they were able to invade, kill Shadow, but now they can't really execute on that further, I feel, because they lost their teleport in that mid lane play. Finn TP'd into mid, Arome will have both his teleport and his ultimate up as well. So dives in the bot lane going to be near impossible, I feel like, unless you can bring Larson in as well with a good roam out of mid, but that isn't really all that likely in the Lissandra LeBlanc matchup.
And of course, when you look at champions like Shen in the past, the logic was always gank to Shen because he's got the inter-map mobility. I wonder if we see Rogue attempt the same strategy. They say, hey, Hansama, you can wait. We'll get you a cash in later. Well, they're going to have to wait a little bit longer. Vander locked up, but a good input buffer there on the hook will take him out to safety. Hansama still in trouble though. Whirling Death comes in. They have to be careful. They overcommit here. It's going to be a kill for Hansama. The heals are coming in. Kaiser burning down. Vander takes it. That's tragic. Ignite. That was like a 500 gold Ignite there.
But also, Rome just ulted late. It did nothing. It was after he had already died. So complete waste there. May have been able to escape Kaiser from that fight. Instead, it is just that counter gank in the bot lane that spins things around for Rogue. I don't think that should have gone that way.
Once again, well played from Rogue, but 700 gold lead. They're slowly starting to build up. Draven not going to get the cash out, but a bit more control over the wave. A CS advantage starting to build. And I mean, for Hansama, a good look. Busted out against Carzzy. Carzzy, a guy that we looked at and talked about as being one of the potential big names we expect to see rising. Obviously, the numbers look fantastic, but Hansama, not a guy you can ever afford to count out. Hasn't necessarily been the center of attention, I feel like, on this Rogue lineup this season thus far, but a Draven game is a good way to change that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new look, right? Because Hansama always was the player that his teams look to play around, especially on picks like this. So something we're going to have to continue to track. Still waiting on him to get that first kill, though. Now, both teams rotating up towards this Rift Herald at the moment. And you can see Carzzy and Kaiser came up here. Arome's here, too. So Mad Lions are saying, we're sending 5 people into this play. And they should get it because Rogue are going to be really delayed with their solo lanes.
3k health dropping. They want the eye to open again. They want to burst this one down. As Humanoid tries to poke. Could look to commit to Vander, but
no flash on Vander.
Will take him out. Carzzy just runs face first in, though. He's not afraid. One quick kill pick up. But Lissandra and Set are on the way in.
Still in the fight.
Finn can look for the dive. He's going to dunk the Soraka.
Whoa! Boom combo! That's what you love to see. Absolutely murdered in the river right there. And fans love it too, because that was a 4 versus 5 straight up. Matt had spent everything on towards the flashless Vander.
It looks so good, but this is the thing. We look at Matt's comp, and we talked about this. You have to avoid, because at the end of the day, if Rogue group and they push R, it doesn't matter if Vander's missing from the fight. That's so much AoE when it's stacked up like that.
They have a lot of circles of CC and damage. And Mad Lions are in this perfect little grouped up cluster in the river and got absolutely slammed.
Yeah, Frost likes to call it the Venn diagram comp. That was a circle comp. It all lined up purposely. It was one area of effect.
It was a cylinder. It's just tons of circles on top.
The only tragic thing is Hansama still didn't get a kill. But for Matt, it feels like they had the right idea, but didn't respect how much damage the Set and the Jarvan could do together.
Ooh. Good damage in mid lane. Now, it did look like for a second there, Rogue were trying to set up a dive top lane, but remember, Soraka ult should always be able to come through. That's something we're going to have to continue to keep our eyes on, especially because Arome is going very heavy on the CDR right off the bat. We'll see this play one more time, because again, it's a good start from Humanoid. It's a level 5 Vander without a flash, so they spend a lot to go ahead and get onto it. But here's the thing, Mad can't commit up or down in this situation. They're just sort of stuck in the middle of everyone. It's a beautiful ulti to get all the damage and the CC lock on top of the Whirling Death.
My God.
What can you do?
I don't know. Wherever Dwayne The Rock Johnson is, he just got a tinge in the back of his neck. He doesn't know why. We know why. Fantastic moment.
Does he play League?
WWE highlights. Who knows, man?
He would be a set main.
That's kind of what we just assume. They're like, I play Soraka top. We're like, never mind.
Could you imagine?
We're not excited about you anymore.
He's like, actually just, no, I'm the Tooth Fairy, guys.
Oh, man. Here we go, though. I think it was so back and forth up until that moment, Ender. I feel like, to a certain degree, Mad were matching Rogue blow for blow. But now that that play turned so catastrophically against them, it's gonna be hard to recover. Now, admittedly, Humanoid's still strong in the individual 1v1. Arome's still incredibly obnoxious to deal with. Maybe there's that late game team fight where Carzzy's just has an infinite health bar, courtesy of the Soraka, but it will be difficult to pull off. For now, though, looks like Dunk is coming out. He's going to try to find the follow-up. The Haymaker, where's it going to go? Nowhere as Finn gets knocked down.
It's a good trade right there for Matt as they look towards Larson.
Silence goes through. Flash! Humanoid! Looks it dead in the eye as he finishes it out.
The infamous Soraka lane gank right there just to drop the silence. A little bit of extra damage. Nice stuff there for Mad, winning in 2 lanes and trading the Dragon over for it as well. So they give up the first 2 Drakes, but now have the potential, if they like their odds in a team fight, to really contest around this ocean map.
Yeah, and just as I'm saying that Rogue are really far ahead and Mad need to find a way back. They find a way back. They're looking to contest. Now they're giving up a lot to find those kills on the top side of the map. Hansama uncontested as he breaks down this bottom lane tower. Even more gold in the back pocket of the Draven, and we already know he's got to be racking up those adoration stacks. So have to be careful, but for Mad Lions, it's a good look that they're able to find some sort of advantage even when they have fallen behind.
I think he's at 343 right now on the Draven, so waiting to get a whole lot of dough on that. A lot of dollars, a lot of euros, whatever you want to call it. I don't know. A lot of different options.
Don't say dough. I think it's pretty universal.
It's universal?
Yeah, I think it's okay, dude.
Okay.
It's not like
There's not like a Baker Draven skin, though, so I don't know. There should be.
There you go.
That's an idea.
Riot, make it happen.
He throws 2 giant pizzas.
Hold that thought. Pizza's a good idea, though. Finn now has to be careful as Humanoid dashes forward. Just pulling back, just trying to buy a bit of time.
Here comes the rest of Rogue.
Finn is taking the bait, though. That's a fat haymaker, but sadly, Soraka ult's going to be more than enough to deny that one. Finn absolutely and totally baited.
Yeah, but Humanoid may be baited too, because Rogue, while they're late to the party, they are finally here.
Wait, who's baiting who?
I don't know. They're baiting themselves.
Huh. There's a name for that. Rogue continuing to push in on the top side. Gonna break down this tower, I think, pretty easily. You just don't want to walk face first into the Draven. Without full confidence, you can kill him. But I like the confidence. Humanoid steps forward, dodges, side steps. It looks good, but he has to be careful. That was not the move he wanted to make.
Oh, no.
Draven
It's the money.
733 gold. Hansama laughing straight to the bank.
Why would he do that? I was just about to say, Mad Lions, while they get a kill in top lane and they give up pressure because they're down in numbers, they're pushing mid, they're pushing bot, denying a whole lot of minions. But no, Humanoid jumps on in there and now may be at risk of losing yet another tower. But with Carzzy coming on up,
I like this too.
Should be able to force him off.
Yeah, Carzzy with the ultimate, of course, getting a lot of respect here from Rogue. They're going to back off. It feels like they maybe could have fully committed to the tower, but did not want to take the risk. Of course, Hansama, now that he has cashed out, a little less important for him to stay deathless in this game, but is just now working towards a potential second cash out.
Yeah, he's up about 2.5k gold over Carzzy at the moment. So when we talk about scaling, well, that's going to be a little bit later. The side of Mad Lions now, and that turret does come on through. So Rogue doing a good job of recovering after Finn got a little bit too antsy to go for that play in the top lane earlier on. Now, the other thing that I think is worth mentioning on the other side of the map, on Mad's side, is the fact that they have the Soraka. And this means that come mid-game, come late game especially, Soraka, she wants to be with the team. She turns into a support later on. It's not about the split push anymore. So while, yes, Arome is pushing out top lane, right now, the later this game gets, the more threat a Finn or a Larson will pose to Arome. So for Mad Lions, this game is going to be about activating Humanoid in a side lane. And as the analyst desk was setting up, Humanoid has a lot of isolated deaths. 7 so far in the split. Playing side lanes especially has been a difficulty for him. So this is something that for Mad Lions' composition to work out, he really needs to be on point with.
It's also difficult too because these are side laners that a single rotation will not kill. He does not have the luxury of one-shotting, so really has to play it patient, and that's more time for Finn to find an ally. But for now, It's just going to get knocked back here. They're trying to find the stun, trying to commit. Haymaker comes out. Well, the face breaker. Showstopper to try to run back to safety. The knockup is there, but he flashes out. The timing perfect from Finn. The CC just slightly mislayered.
Yeah, I would like to see Shadow try to use that ultimate when Finn rather locks himself into the Haymaker animation. Of course, he can flash during that spell, but gives you a bit of a better window to go for that play themselves. Now, Inspired picks up Rift Herald, and they take top lane tower. So while you might say, yes, Mad Lions get that bottom lane, Rogue effectively from this play should be able to cash in 2 for 1 on the towers, using that Rift Herald primarily to break this mid lane, which is very, very low. But you can just go ahead and drop that one, and it gives you so much more control inside the enemy jungle.
Yeah, 3,500 gold lead. They've got the Herald, they've got the pressure in the mid lane. So while you got to respect Mad Lions for going for the play, committing 3 people's time and not finding a kill means, once again, another play going in favor of the Rogue lineup. Ender, and I don't think it gets better. Yeah, that's a big number. Almost 9,000 gold, 16 minutes into the game.
He's sitting on 1,600 right now too, so
you just got a random Kirchis.
Well,
that's stupid money. He's like, I'm gonna go IE second, but I'm just sitting on this extra 800, so I'll just get a Kirchis. Why not?
Why not? A little bit extra damage here. Now, Hansama not recalling before the Drake spawns is a little bit unfortunate because it means a lot of that advantage that he actually has is not being spent in active itemization here. Larson also caught clearing away the blue buff on the top side of the map, so it is Mad Lions that get control over the Drake first. But still, I like Rogue's odds in a team fight, especially with Set in the bot lane. If he can come around from a flank one more time and just sort of pick up and suplex Carzzy into his own
Larson's to the side. He has vision over the Raptor wall. He can come over here. He can use the wall to hide the Claw. Arome's going to get caught out here. Claw just barely visible. The flash already going in. Carzzy's zoned away. But sadly, Rogue have committed a lot of resources to this one and not really got much of anything.
Yeah, now Set is on the flank here too, but losing Jarvan ultimate for Soraka Flash I don't think is worth with the context that this Drake is spawning right now. So this will give Mad Lions a much better chance of fighting around this objective.
But it's so hard because they do eventually, if they want that objective, have to go into the pit. And unless they get some more significant resources from Rogue, it is suicide to clump up against this lineup.
Thing is, there's one less of those circles they have to deal with. Spire losing that one, and I don't think Rogue are actually going to fight. The combination of Hansama not having spent that almost 2k gold, now over 2k gold, to finish off the Infinity Edge, and on top of that, losing Inspired's ultimate means Rogue won't contest. And all this does is simply delay the potential, you know, Ocean Soul win condition for this Rogue composition. And again, when we think that Mad Lions have the edge, the later this one does go, you definitely want to speed that up if you're on the side of Rogue.
And that's the thing, because we keep talking about the scaling edge. It's just, I have to see the execution to believe in Ender, because I just think that this composition is much harder to play.
Right, and to be clear, scaling in this sense means different things. Because a lot of times people talk about scaling, it's like, oh, you know, 4 items, you start getting stronger. Well, go into every fight with the assumption Hansama just has a full item over Karzi.
Yep.
So until you can start to equalize that, the scaling really doesn't take full effect. Now, Soraka will try to mitigate for a lot of that and heal up the damage that Hansama does do. And as he works on the Redemption, the Ardent Sensor potentially for later on for Karzi, that will lessen and lessen the advantage that Hansama does have.
Very true. And it's all eyes on Rogue, see if they can pull off the combo. But the thing about any composition where your goal is to press R is that the enemy team understands at all points exactly what you're trying to do. So if you ward flanks, if you're careful, if you're diligent on the side of Mad Lions, very easy to mitigate the potential strengths of Rogue. Obviously harder, though, when you are at a 4k gold deficit. You might even then has to be careful about stepping forward. Inspired and Shadow, both still only at level 9. A bit difficult. Enough of a constant stream of action and laners taking their camps that they haven't been able to get more. But Rogue will fully commit to the bottom side. No major objectives in sight, but seeing Karzi in the top lane lets them know that they can force this tower down.
Yeah, they can push the next wave and actually get a big chunk on this bot lane tower. Remember the fact that Mad Lions don't have a great person to go into a side lane outside of LeBlanc, who's going to be a lot of damage for this team. So when she's not here, that's going to be a big deal. So Rogue, by opening up this inhibitor, gives them the ability to play a 4-1 and play around this Baron buff, where Mad Lions don't have a lot of great options, especially if Humanoid ever uses his teleport.
And additionally, I love having Set on a side lane because he's so hard to kill, Ender, which means he's going to buy enough time for a team to take Baron or force down another objective. Of course, if you're curious about Rogue, their recent uptick in performance, their rising success, there's a post-match sit-down between Lore and Inspired to talk all about the Rogue lineup, hear more about what's making everything work so well for them this season. Of course, the tone might shift drastically, though, if Mad Lions do pull out the win here. An 0-2 week for Rogue is what that would spell.
Yeah, I mean, Rogue, they have a very substantial advantage at the moment, so I think they're feeling very confident going towards, you know, the Baron phase. Now that that's spawned, you have a Drake spawning in 2.5 once again. Now, one thing I would like to mention is the Mikhail's Crucible picked up for Rome in the top lane. This is not an item you see every day, but of course the cleanse-like feature means that it will be very effective against Larson, especially diving towards either a Karzi or a Humanoid, because neither of those two players elected to run the cleanse, even against that Lissandra. But when you look at the other CC options, it's not going to be super, super effective. So this really is just the single item to try and counter Lissandra.
Yeah, can mitigate some of the impact. I believe you can throw it and then your AD carry can flash in a similar vein to QSS flash, but obviously not quite one-size-fits-all save your AD carry sort of button. But between all the other buttons that Soraka has to save her AD carry, you have to imagine it'll be okay. Rome's still at the point in the game where his wave clear is enough to kind of catch here on the top side. But now, with Finn pushing in on the bottom side of the map and the rest of Rogue setting up vision around Baron, their play is in full effect. Inhibitor down on the bottom side should make this much easier. And now we get to see how well Rogue can play around this Baron and how decisive Mad can be, because at some point they will have to pull the trigger on a play.
Right, so vision in this topside jungle around the Baron going to be very, very key here. Now, the difficulty for Mad Lions, as you can see right now, no vision whatsoever. They group up, they walk into the river, they're going to be fine just about now, but I do think it's quite difficult for them to sort of face check in when they don't have Humanoid with their team teleporting behind.
It's difficult if Inspired gets caught.
That's a double TP.
Drag over the wall, double TP from the backside. They're trying to find it. Inspired, Karzi sees him isolated and wants to find the kill, but the entire fight is now split up. Finn gonna get locked up. Romy still alive for now. The knockup's there, but the entire team is retreated backwards. Hansama doing a lot of damage, but this is disastrous from Rogue. They burned all their major resources. Mad just need to find a follow-up fight. Rogue know it though. They know there's blood in the water. They know Mad are on the hunt, and they're gonna retreat.
It's really important Rogue are able to push away that mid lane wave right here. Now, Rogue are so low that I wonder if Mad Lions would be willing to go in towards that Baron buff just off of the resets. They have the, of course, the Kaisa with the Ginsu's Rageblade finish.
Or I'm on a stacked too.
I'm actually really surprised they don't turn around for that objective. Now, they could be just saying in their minds, we don't have to take the risk, right? You know, they think they outscale, of course, and, you know, Hansama finishing off a rapid fire now. You don't want to run into that into a team fight, but I do feel like that was potentially overly cautious here. Now, the fallout, had they gone for that play, would have meant that they would probably give up this Drake. They would almost certainly give up the Drake, whether or not they were able to secure that Baron buff too. So instead, it will just be a reset for that objective. But now Rogue will get that uncontested because Karzgu is so late on the reset, and Humanoid still hasn't gone back, and he has basically no mana.
Yeah, so it felt like it started off as a very positive play for Mad is now not amounting to much, as they're not willing to take the risk for the follow-up.
So what Mad need to do here, I think you push mid and trade it for the tower. It's really hard to get into the pit.
It's exceptionally difficult. Additionally, a lot of the major cooldowns are
That's
now
great poke on Inspired, though.
Very low. FLICKR drag comes out. Shadow still with Predator active. He sees the opportunity to get the fight kicked off, but the Soraka has been locked up. But instantly, Larson goes, but he lands in the silence. It does not matter. However, Finn is in the back line. Mad Lions turning it right back, though. Karzi remains uncontested. Inspire now running for the hills. Shadow on the front line. Knocks him back. Vander's not going to input buffer that one, and he goes down. Mad, clean fighting to win the day.
Huge fight right there, and at the end of it, they lose no HP. Because they have the Soraka, they can now go for the Baron they were waiting for. It is the trade for the Drake and the Baron, just in the order we weren't necessarily expecting. And Inspired without a flash, it's going to be near impossible for him to make it into the pit.
Larson locked up, going to get taken out. No, there goes Hansama. He wants one more. The auto. Maybe he can go to the pit. Maybe they can try to contest this one. Inspired's moving in without the LeBlanc there. They're not doing nearly as much damage as they need to. 4K getting lower. Jarvan on the way in. The flag, the drag, the flag.
Stop hitting it.
It's
Turn.
available. The silence is there. They backed off. They want to finish it. The knockup is there. They burned everything. He can't get into the pit, though. Well played by Mad. They deny access to Inspired, and they secure the Baron.
Excellent patience right there coming out from the rookie squad. This is the fight around the Dragon one more time because Inspired gets blown up so quickly right there. It's just Rogue, they want to turn, they want to run away, but no. It is Mad Lions finding this huge initiation, and the silence that makes it so Inspired can't press his R for so long, or rather, Larson can't press the ultimate. And then Vander misses the wall here. That's just a heartbreaker.
I feel like up until that moment, he had successfully input buffered every Nautilus Q to block a piece of CC.
Well, when it matters most, didn't work. Don't know what to tell him.
Inspired, though, now finishing the stone play. Vander has one of his own, so a little bit more tankiness after the initial burst of damage and CC from the support and jungler, respectively. But Finn right back to that side lane, knowing this is where he needs to be if Rogue are going to win the game. Threatening this inhibitor, making sure that the pressure is on Mad Lions to make a move.
And with Finn in the side lane, it's very difficult for Mad Lions to actually get much. Wait, they're just giving the inhibitor.
They don't need it.
Why?
They're mad.
What?
They're
Why are
crazy
they?
lions.
I'm so confused. Humanoid just didn't recall and go bot lane to defend it. And yes, they eventually stop him from taking the inhib, but they end up giving up like so much. They had waves pushing in top lane and mid lane right there. That could have been a situation where you break both inner towers, you know, if you allocate your members to the lanes correctly, but instead they have to recall everyone, and now the Baron buff only has 1 minute and 20 seconds left.
At the end of the day, it is mostly effective Baron buff time burned.
Oh no, he stopped it.
Trying to fancy footwork his way out of this one. The Cataclysm going wide. Lissandra not in range to push ult as Humanoid goes right back. This is a bit embarrassing. Humanoid one more dash to get out to safety.
Just
Larson
awkward.
now coming in. Now he can just go backwards though at any moment. They're trying to body block. They're not sure. The tether is there. They've locked him down for now, but the Soraka healing is coming in and Humanoid just walks away. Nice job. Trying to kill a team with the Soraka.
Meanwhile, mid lane.
Everything going to be breaking out here, though. Rome's on the side. They're trying to heal up. The suplex now comes in. Kaiser going to get taken down. Hansama on the backside of the fight. That TP coming in. It cannot be canceled. They want to mitigate what Humanoid can do. Stoneplate falling away as he chases down the support. The Soraka just about unkillable. But Finn now on the way in. Karzi wants to finish this one off. Takes down Finn and Mad Lions in a scrappy exchange. Still coming out on top.
It's just really a strange series of events right there because Rogue obviously initiated onto Mad in the mid lane, even though they didn't have their jungle or mid, because there was actually no damage dealers from Mad Lions around, but they weren't able to finish off the kill, of course, because there's a Soraka right there healing literally everyone, and then Carzzy, who had pushed out bottom lane after defending the inhibitor, was able to come back up for the kill.
As we take a look back, it's an interesting play. You can see why Rogue want to commit, knowing how many resources are there topside, but Arome remains untouched for so long. Then they are able to find the single kill, but I feel like Finn just over-committing here.
Yeah, well, I don't think he can realistically escape because Humanoid's teleport was coming through, so had he actually kept running away, it may have been just that he and Vander went down, so him distracting some members there potentially ended up saving his support. Hard to call for sure, though. Now, we are back to the Ocean Soul game. Coming into this next fight, we do need to sort of take stock of summoner spells, you know, all the carries primarily, except on the side of Rogue. Hansama, Keely missing his. Finn's definitely should be back up by the time that one does spawn, but Hansama now in a very vulnerable position against Humanoid, especially.
Carzzy. Oh, good damage. Not able to proc the passive there. Might have meant death for Larson. They're going to move in and contest this tower, though. They may not have had a Baron buff to do it, but Carzzy right back to full health. Can't keep the pressure up.
So I think the play from Rogue now is just going to be to leave Finn in the side lane because, again, no one from Mad wants to match. Humanoid doesn't have the teleport either, so they're all going to bundle up into this pit as 5 members and go for the Drake. Rogue, I don't think need to contest. At best, you go for the Smite Steal from Inspired, but even then, Mad Lions are so far away from getting that soul, this is the time you just take the inhibitor. You could even teleport Larson to top lane if you wanted to push.
Things are coming in. Whirling Death on the way in! Not quite enough. Backing off, they've denied the soul for a little bit longer, bought themselves a bit more time on the side of Mad Lions. Rogue, though, have to be careful. Can't afford to give up too many more objectives. Only 2k difference, and as we get later, that number is going to mean less and less, because it's 3.5 items for Carzzy, the man with the potential to carry this team. Humanoid as well. Death Cap, Ludens, a little bit of Flat Pen.
Oh, this is a big flank. If they can catch Carzzy, the fight is really difficult to play out, even with the Soraka healing coming through.
Humanoid dashes in, is still locked up. They're going to pull him back with the Facebreaker. They want to finish off the LeBlanc, but the healing is there from the Soraka, and Humanoid can still make it out to safety. Gets the ulti from Soraka, but trades it for Lissandra's.
Almost another isolated death, but he had a rope in there to help him out.
This is why teams hate playing against Soraka. I think it's definitely safe to say. Is
Yeah.
that whatever calculation you think you have that you can one-shot, it's completely wrong the second you enter a Soraka game.
I mean, also, there's just one source of grievous wounds right now, and it's Hansama, so he can only really hit one target at a time, unless he lands a sick ultimate. I'll give him that.
It's Draven too, right? He's not the flashiest, the fastest attacker. Yeah, he hits hard, but he's not hitting everybody.
That'll just mean that he's not hitting the targets that the rest of the team are trying to go for. It's going to be really hard for Rogue to ever finish off these kills, especially around the Baron. And remember, Mad Lions, if they have control over River, can start Baron whenever they want, because Arome is just going to be there to heal the front line. It's not like they'll actually take damage.
Carzzy and Arome can easily shred through that Baron without really anyone else to help outside of a Gragas Smite to help secure. And then the rest of the team can just wait in the darkness. And Shadow's got a lot of magic damage. Humanoid has a lot of magic damage. And there's not nearly enough magic resist across the board for some of these more vulnerable carries to deny these picks from coming through.
The difficult waters that Mad Lions have to navigate now is continuing to monitor Finn in the side lane, because you can see it's a constant call and response where Humanoid's trying to push out the opposite lane. He's like, okay, inhibitor's exposed. I need to go back down bot lane, but he still doesn't have the TP available. That's going to be a couple minutes away, so Baron buff is up. He doesn't have the ability to come on over here. Soraka cannot hold Finn by herself in the side lane. So in this situation, I actually think Finn should just go for a death push. You push in towards that bottom lane. You know you'll survive for so long that your team can certainly secure the Baron buff.
It does rely on Mad committing a lot of resources. For now, it's just
It's a 3-level lead for Humanoid, though. That's a big deal, so...
Well, and Finn is 1-4. The thing is yes, he's very threatening to that inhibitor, but they doesn't quite have the same threat to Humanoid at this stage of the game. Good news is Humanoid is down a TP, so if he overcommits there, he can't actually...
Yeah, and that's the thing, is if you are pushing bot lane, you see Humanoid, like he just did, Humanoid's still in bot lane, this is when I would expect Rogue to make a move in towards that topside river. You push out mid, you clear away the enemy wards, you put some deep wards, or you just TP flank and go for it all!
They just want to force the fight. They just need to delete the carries off the face of the map, but now they're running. Oh, Finn and Larson, this is not the setup that you were hoping for. Larson manages to make it out. The Cask has missed time. Larson makes it to safety. Carzzy goes in. Finn can potentially find the setup. Get ready. The Facebreaker now coming back. They've got their eyes set on Arome, but they don't have enough damage to do it. The fight is split. Hansama has to run around in circles. He can't get any damage down as his team just falls apart. Mad
punishing Rogue for an over-aggressive play. Rogue just tried to force so hard right there, and now they've lost their jungler. Mad Lions, they have the easiest Baron of their life right now. There's no way Rogue can steal it outside of Han Sama chucking an ult in towards the pit. It was just completely unnecessary. Rogue had the steps they could have followed to get control over the Baron, but they double teleport in behind and force this fight where they're so far away from their team.
We talked about scaling an advantage. It feels like Rogue have to be painfully aware of that. Humanoid, though, waiting in the darkness, ready to make this Fang play. It's gonna step forward, buys a bit of time, extra damage. The lockup is there. Carzzy can't quite come over the wall, but it does not matter. The Witch is there. Han Sama's ult does not connect. Humanoid knocked up. Rogue with access to the mid-wave, but that's going to be about it. Another Baron falling in favor of Mad Lions.
And this is the fight again. I mean, these teleports are so far away from the rest of their team. Mad Lions see what's going on, and they immediately turn. This isn't a teleport flank, it's a 4 versus 2. Like, inspired Han Sama Vander, they're trying to make their way over here, but by the time they actually get here, so has Humanoid. And they're so far away zoned, Han Sama can only hit a LeBlanc. He can't actually go for the front line, so it's just a constant runaway now from the Rogue team. And because Inspired is on Jarvan, who has to fully commit himself into any sort of fight, as the jungler, he goes down, and now there's no way to play around Baron.
Just, honestly, fantastic reaction from Mad Lions. Identifying Arome backing off, knowing that they don't have enough resources to kill him, so the second Finn commits, they know that Set is dead. And now this is Mad Lions' game to lose. I think they are firmly in control. That scaling that you talked about, the unkillability of any Soraka composition is fully online. Of course, difficult for Carzzy to find target access in a pure front-to-back team fight, but they don't really need to play it that way. Humanoid already on the side lane, pushing in this wave. The team backing off, going to get their 3rd dragon of the game. Start to contest for that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and the thing is, Carzzy not even going to be too worried about target access, because yes, in most games you would be, but with Rogue's comp, they're just sort of trying to bundle up and dive onto him. Yeah, he's just sitting there.
He can't hit towers very comfortably, but that doesn't really matter. He can hit everyone who has to dive face first into him. All of Mad setting up a trap here in the jungle.
Okay, so Mad have completely ignored that top lane wave, just saying, we don't want to waste the time of the Baron to push that one out. We're instead just going to play a 2-lane setup here, but as you rightfully mentioned, very hard for them to siege outside of Humanoid. Level 18 in the side lane now. Rogue have to commit multiple members down there just to clear away the minion waves, let alone actually chase them down for a kill, as we've already seen them trying to do in the past. The problem now, actually no, the great thing is the waves are going to be relatively synced up, so the second these minions are being killed, it's already the wave pushing in towards mid lane and no one there to defend against Carzzy.
Fantastic syncing of the wave. Mad Lions have to be careful though.
Oh,
they bind him, perfect!
Wow!
Pick. Carzzy now on a rampage, beautiful cast, coming in from Shadow, and now Humanoid right into the backline. Finn, all his health already gone, double kill for Carzzy. He should just be able to walk right into this base. Incredible, incredible pick.
That was just so sick right there. Waits for Larson to walk up and then says, you're not going to react fast enough. Gets him immediately. Now Mad Lions can just push for the end here. There's not enough wave clear on the side of Rogue. And Mad Lions, they have some minions to work with.
And Mad Lions so well weathering the storm of the early game. Finding picks left and right. Getting past some of those early exchanges that looked so dire, but now absolutely unkillable here. You simply just cannot get through a Braum and a Soraka. Humanoid fearlessly diving in.
Carzzy!
Carzzy looking to style on it. They're going to try to pull him back into the fountain. They want to finish this with a suplex back. And to be fair, that is the price of greed. Sometimes it dunks you right back down. And if this ends the game,
Rogue are gonna win!
Rogue are gonna turn the game in an instant. Larson's now chasing. TP's not up. TP's not available. Flash for Vander is there. He could pitch for the flash hook. Slow coming through. Larson chasing. Did Carzzy just lose Mad the game? We've seen it before. Larson's been there before. Sometimes you dive the fountain in a moment of stress and it turns your entire season against you. Was that Carzzy's moment is the question we're gonna be asking for the next 25 seconds. But it looks like everything is okay.
Carzzy just went nuts right there, all the way underneath the fountain. This is the replay we're going to watch, apparently. It's going to be bad news for all Mad Lions fans, because, look, Humanoid does a lot of work. That's so much damage, and then Carzzy, I don't know.
Okay,
that's a slam dunk if there ever was one.
All right, say what you want. But that's how I felt too. Watching someone get suplexed by Set is never feels bad. Suplexed into the fountain, that's a new one.
Okay.
All right, reset.
Here's the thing, Dracos.
2K gold lead, triple ocean. You can see Mad Lions taking control back. I still feel like Rogue are out of this game, but their composition does mean if they ever execute the perfect fight,
is possible.
It's still very, very hard, especially with the itemization coming through now from Carzzy. Remember, we talked about the late game. Well, Hansama up an entire item the entire match up until now, where Carzzy has a Zhonya's to finish things off.
Finn, zoned away by the silence there, will retreat. Predator proc for Shadow. Everyone painfully aware of the cask, as it has just come off cooldown.
There's 3 Zhonyas on the side of Mad Lions.
Why do I feel like we're in for a 60-minute game winner?
No, the next fight is actually going to end it because Rogue don't have the like their combo is burst, right? That's how they win the fight. They beat you before Soraka can spam heal, but now they can't even burst because there's 3 Zhonyas and a stopwatch.
See what they can get for now with his minions. Finn really hoping to find something here. Larson, it's a similar story, but the vision from Mad is solid. Not going to let themselves get flanked so easily.
If Rogue are going to win, it has to be a team fight right before this Baron spawns, or as it spawns. They need to win the fight, take the Baron, and then try to push for an end. Otherwise, it's so hard.
Careful, Vander knocked in. Finn now trying to run face first in the middle of everybody. Hansama with no clear target access. The pullback, the face breaker, the dunk down. But is it enough? Hansama now uncontested. Rogue, you wanted a miracle under it. We might just see it. Arome, will he fall? Hansama running, backing off. Larson,
they can't kill him.
Going down. Larson, is he going to be able to find anything else? The knockdown, humanoid, the shutdown. It's a beautiful fight for Mad Lions. A double kill for Carzzy, and Mad Lions can just walk right into the base. What a way to end the game.
It is not possible to kill this Mad Lions team, and this time Carzzy doesn't have the killer instinct, so it's gonna be the win for the Mad Lions.
Absolute banger. Call it what you want, but I loved every second. Incredible game. The calling, how calm and collected Mad Lions remained throughout a game where a single missed fight could have ended it against them.
It was all about the fights, one after another.
And whoever saw both those TPs, I don't know who it was, is MVP.
Oh, that won them the game right there.
Hands down. That was the last breath of Rogue.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the gold graphs too, right? Right up until that double TP, it was Misfits with that lead ever since, the level 1 was a complete disaster for them, but they turned things around, they got Hansama that kill, and they had, the perfect team fight that they were able to set up. Unfortunately, it was just when they got separated, when they weren't able to execute the 5v5s the way they needed to be able to, that's when Soraka says, hey, if you're not on your A game, you're just gonna lose.
Yeah, those fights were quite brutal to watch, I think, towards the end. Because you see, if you're like me and you live for the hype ultimates, you see Larson going in. You see the big showstopper coming in for set. And then you realize they're at 50% health. You're like, that's not bad. Hansama can clean up. And then within 2 seconds, you see all those health bars fill right back up.
Yeah.
And the entire team fight just falls apart. Of course, Kia player of the game at LEC, Arome, Humanoid, or Carzzy. A lot of solid options there. Arome, I will say, very good at pushing R and W. Those are the most important buttons. Carzzy also very active in pushing R. Not all of them as good, so really follow your heart here.
Yeah, there's, just like Carzzy did, he followed his heart in that one. Ended up costing him.
Sometimes diving in the Nexus is just the way the game has to go. Well, in a few minutes, Laura's going to sit down with Inspired to learn more about that game, more about this Rogue lineup, and later tonight, Caps and Reckless face off in an epic duel in the bottom lane. Let's see what the former teammates think about that matchup.
Going up against Reckless will be very weird. I think Reckless is probably the person I've played with for the longest, and he's also the guy who taught me the most. So to face off against like my old mentor is kind of like a student beating his teacher kind of thing, and I'll see if I can do it.
It's a scary matchup for sure, but I've never really felt the rivalry myself. I don't really mind that he's bot lane or mid lane or wherever. I think at first I really cared for it, because then I was in this kind of weird situation where I despised him for having us start over. But now that we've reached the point of actually being able to win everything, I feel like it's whatever. He's just another ex-teammate that I've had 20 or 30 of anyway, so it's okay.
I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way.
Stop. Hello, everybody. Let the game begin.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everyone. Laure here, and I am joined with Inspired after the game from Rogue. I'm sorry things didn't go your way this week.
We got a bit surprised by Soraka, I would say. Both games were kind of decided by it, I would say. So
We'll talk about the drafts and the fact that Soraka didn't help you this week a bit later, but I mean, we have so many stuff to talk about. The fact that Rogue is succeeding right now, I mean, it's not this week, but you guys have been strong lately, and the fact that you have a strong voice within the team. I mean, I know we talked about this, and being a jungler, you're supposed to lead the team, but how do you manage to get this role? How do you get players to trust you in game?
I think it comes with like experience that we have together, because we already as a team play so long time together with in this roster. Except Hansama, he just joined this split. But yeah, since the beginning I was like the main voice in the early mid game, because that's the role of the jungler. And I mean, if I do a lot of good plays and like lead our team well in early game, I think then people will just listen to me. It's like that's how this works. I think if someone would, I mean, it's also part of being the team, right? Because if there's like one guy who is the like have to like lead the early game, then everyone will follow him. Because if you don't, what the team will be?
I agree. And
everyone will do what he wants to. It's not like this.
Yeah, and you have the full vision of the map anyway, so it's easier for you to short call. In the early game, you mentioned the drafts this week and the Soraka, and I want to talk about the game you just had, review the pick orders and the way you decided to draft against Mad Lions, because I feel like it was a really aggressive composition to play, especially drafting around the Draven. I know Hansama is a main Draven. He's been a main for years now, but talk me through the ban phase. Why did you decide? I mean, we're seeing two misfortunes here, but obviously it's not two. How did you decide which direction to take against Mad Lions today? Why did you come up with this draft?
We saw that they really like the AD carries like Aphelios MF, so we just decided to ban them out and then make the only two AD carries playable. Like, we didn't really expect Kai'Sa in the game. We thought they would play like Xayah or something, because Xayah Rakan, that's really popular right now. And yeah, we just expected them to pick Xayah, but they picked Kai'Sa, and it's even better for us, in my opinion, because it's much easier to play for this lane, because Kai'Sa is a really weak early game. Then after, we picked a really strong early game jungler, which is Jarvan, and Lissandra was the answer to LeBlanc. I don't think that LeBlanc Gragas is a good mid-jungle duo, because they're both AP, and Gragas is not that strong early, so he can't really gank LeBlanc lane. And that's what is LeBlanc about. You just need to help her in early game. So I think in the draft overall, we did really well, but we forgot about the Soraka pick on the last pick and just blind pick Sett. And I think Sett is not that good in the Soraka. Like, if we banned Soraka second phase, I think the draft would be really in our favor, but now it's like 55-45 for us, I would say.
I mean, for me, I know it's not wasting about given how strong Soraka is right now, but don't you feel bad when you see that's playing from the frame from blue side, you have to ban this champion or play it even?
I mean, it's pretty annoying. I hope Riot will do something with it. Like, it shouldn't be like this, that the champion that plays top lane has so much wave clear on her Q, and she can like survive the lane against anyone, because she also heals so much from it. And then in the team fight, she just heals everyone with one spell, and it's really OP.
Okay, Riot, you heard Inspired and what he thinks about Soraka, but I see things differently here, because we talked about the LCK and the fact that Hanwha Live played a Yuumi, Soraka, Olaf comp versus SKT, and when I look at the meta right now and the way you guys play and the fact that you're a main Olaf, basically, you could play around utility champions like this, no?
I'm not sure, because I think the Soraka thing will be fixed soon, so I'm not sure if it's that worth to learn it at this point. At least I hope so. And yeah, I think Olaf and Soraka are really strong right now, but Olaf was banned against us in both games, so it was a bit hard to pull it out. So maybe next week.
It's one thing that I really love about Rogue is the fact that you force a lot of bans in the jungle, and we'll talk about this reviewing the game versus G2 you had yesterday. But I want to show you some stuff from the Mad Lion games today, especially the first blood, because one thing I noticed about Rogue is the fact that you play really well around vision, and you always set up vision to create an initiative and get an initiative on some place. So talk me through what happened here, and how did you set up the first blood?
Okay, so the first thing was we got a bit cheese in bot side jungle, so I had to leave my red buff to go to top side. And after doing 3 camps, it's pretty risky for me to go for enemy red, because I will be really low and enemy mid was always able to move because LeBlanc in the early game. So I said my team that I will just base after 3 camps, get the full HP, and I will probably have base advantage over the Gragas, and I will walk to bot side. And I will just check his jungle, because most likely he will try to defend his red buff after taking mine, which happened in this case. And then I can see that his blue buff is still up, and I tell my team that he's probably around. I will just check for him. He did the crab. We still had the bot push, so the blue invade was pretty free to do, and they still managed to contest it, but I don't think they could. I think they should have just dropped the blue buff and tried to maybe get the top scuttle or something.
And since then you forced, and I mean you had the right to because you had the edge on this game, but what happened? What happened? How?
I still don't know what happened.
Too much sometimes,
to 15 minutes, like after the Herald fight, when we got like 3-4-1 or something, I thought the game is over because we had Lissandra that was really good into LeBlanc in the later phases of the game. We had Draven that was really fed in getting tower plates bot then top. I'm not sure what happened, to be honest. I think we just got caught too many times in the mid game after the 15 minutes mark or something, and then in the team fights we weren't decisive enough to make the plays, or maybe we were a bit shaky in the team fights.
Yeah.
Like some TPs, we used TPs too late once we used it too early and they like turned on TPs. It was pretty bad execution in the team fights from us, I think.
I have the perfect example to illustrate that, because I want to look at the communication you guys had here, the overextend late game. I don't think that was cost you the game, but I feel like it's the moment where Mad Lions took the edge. I mean, for real, and you didn't lose the game based on that, but I mean, that didn't help clearly. So tell me about the communication for this play.
I mean, the communication here was really early. I think like 20 seconds before that play, we said that we have a good TP behind and they are trying to contest every mid wave. And if Lissandra, we've said just bases, get the home guards and TP behind them when they are contesting the mid wave, we can easily engage on them because they will not expect us to come from behind. But we TP'd too early, like they didn't really walk up on the mid wave and we already TP'd. They saw the TPs and just turned on them. I think if we were a bit more patient there, I think it would be a really good fight for us, but I guess we went too early.
You tweeted about the fact that you missed some opportunities fighting against G2 yesterday.
Yeah.
I feel like you feel the same way today, so you know what's been wrong. So obviously next week it's going to be back on tracks, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, our early game was pretty decent in both games, so I'm not too upset about the games because obviously if you get stomped, then you can be upset about the lose. But yeah, we have a lot of time to improve still because the playoffs are far away from now. So, I mean, I'm still happy, and I think we will do even better next week.
Yeah, and the earlier you lose in the season, the easier it is to adapt and learn from your mistakes.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Looking at what happened right now, you lost against Origin and G2. We saw amazing things against G2 yesterday. You guys pushed them to their limits, obviously, but you still have to face Fnatic. I mean, among the top teams right now, we see G2, Rogue, Fnatic, and Origin. So how do you think it's going to go when you guys face Fnatic? You still have time.
I think this week we played much better than in week 1 and 2. I mean, I did as a jungler because the meta changed a lot on this patch, like since the season started. And this week I didn't really focus that much on farming, but more like putting my lanes ahead. So I think I improved on this a lot, and that's what was lacking against Origin, in the game against Origin. I think if I played this game a bit better early game, we could win that easily. And I'm really confident in the game against Fnatic. I think we have a really good chance to win.
You were mentioning Origin. They're about to play Misfits right now. What do you think about this match? How is it going to go?
I think Origin will win quite easily. Yeah.
All right, we'll see that right now. Actually, thank you, Inspired, for the interview.
Thank you.
Back to the casters for Game 3.
And we're back. Thank you very much, Slow. Of course, as a follow-up to that one, Carzzy did win Kia Player of the Game. Great team fights. Great, fantastic.
Wait, we're hitting them with this one?
Yes!
No!
Yes!
Ruthless!
And the pinnacle of League of Legends has been witnessed here on the LEC stage. Bro. There it is. Kia Player of the Game. Huh.
Well, the other plays were really good. I don't know. That was the one we decided to show off.
That was the one that people will remember. And that's
I'll
what's
remember
important.
it. I was laughing for like 30 seconds.
Right, but enough about Mad Lions, Rogue. Our names came up. So that's
Yep,
Chrissy. I'm Dracos, aka this is Ender.
Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe.
Wow, there you go. Smash that like for more really int plays. We're getting ready for Misfits Gaming versus Origin. And this is one, I'm excited about this one for a lot of reasons. Because one, Origin, I think, still need to show us more. That was kind of, We've literally fought about Misfits, and you almost got in a fist fight with Gyoto yesterday about Origin. This is just teams we're fighting about. This is so great.
The worst part is me and Gyoto, we get along great, you know? We took
just
a picture
not in front of a camera.
Not in front of a camera. We were just, relentless with one another.
Spotlight's on. You just got to drum it up.
Eventually, I think I'll have to get him in the ring and between Wyverns or something, make sure he...
Yeah, I was glad that you followed that with between Wyverns. I was like, I don't know if...
Get him in the ring?
I don't know if the hand-to-hand favors you there, bud.
I've got the reach.
You've got the reach, okay.
He can't touch me.
All right,
no,
well,
okay.
Back to League of Legends. I think Misfits Gaming is a team that I'll say cautiously optimistic about their growth, their development as we move later in the split. And Origin, once again, the goalposts for Origin are very different. This is a team that the expectation is they will contest top 3. There's no doubt there, but the true goal is contesting G2. So very different goals for both these teams.
Yeah, and the big thing there that we're sort of taking away of the discussions around Origin is just wanting them to see and take more opportunities, because in a lot of these situations, they have very strong drafts where they scale well into the late game and don't have to be forced to do a whole lot. But when you do contest against those very strong teams, of course, you are going to have to seize every little thing you can get your hands on. Whereas Misfits, I actually think, pleasantly surprised. Is he smiling over me? Hey, Gyoto.
He's flaming you. You can't hear him.
He's not flaming me.
He's not flaming you. He's shaking his head.
Ooh!
All right. All I'm saying is, I don't know if this is allowed on broadcast, but if we can ever get a cage fight between Gyoto and Ender, I will gladly be first in line to commentate it.
You'll commentate that? Do you have experience commentating some sumo fighting?
That's
true. Back in the day? What did we call that again? That was some Euphoria bet, right?
The mid-season invitational
sumo invitational. Yeah.
First annual, and then we just stopped doing it.
That was the first content piece I was ever a part of.
There you go.
And then they had to cut me out of it because I hadn't been announced yet.
Oh, that's true. Wow.
I was just a spectator. Yeah,
and I think the thing is we look at both these teams, and obviously, once again, goalposts are different, and place in the standings is very different, because it was a very, let's say, miserable week 1. For the side of Misfits Gaming. And now I did feel like they got their act together in week 2. Guys, we're filling time. I don't know if you've noticed. I don't know if the cameraman shifting back and forth gave it away, but we're just a few minutes away from Champ Select.
Having way too much fun up here.
And so now I'm, once again, as we get into this game, I think all I want to see from Misfits is pick a strategy and execute it. And if it blows up in their face, fine. But I think the strategy that we've seen from them recently, which is hey, Dan, you're going to go late game. Fevin, you're just going to get a conventionally good pick, like the LeBlanc or the Kiana, and we're just going to kind of see what happens. I want more from both sides, I think it's safe to say.
I mean, Misfits yesterday, they showed us a whole lot. Went deathless in their game up against Shulks. Very clean stuff from them. And of course, as one of these teams that's trying to break into the middle of the pack, break away from that as well, with a couple of wins the past few games. Team is definitely on the upward trajectory, but this is going to be probably one of the most difficult opponents they have faced since that week 1 when they faced both Fnatic and Rogue. So this will be a true testament.
Does the music play every time? This is such a banger. I love it. All right, LEC, game 4. I completely agree, Ender. My biggest dream is that one day we'll play that music and then pause immediately after. Just to master suspense truly is an art form. But there's no pauses here, as it is Misfits versus Origin. Misfits on the blue side. Instant Soraka ban. That's right, folks. No more of that on the LEC stage. We'll see what Origin want to go for here. For now, it is the standard bans. Champions like the Akali. Maybe the Syndra going to hit the table soon.
You know, Dracos, I think Misfits have a great strategy here. And as you said, that's going to be the Syndra taken away as well. Something Upset was willing to flex into the bottom lane very recently. So Misfits already with some good ideas in this draft. But then your eyes go towards, the bot lane picks. The Senna, the Aphelios, the Misfortune that are all available. We're not seeing that same sort of triple ban strat that Rogue went for in game number 3. And of course, at the same time, the junglers with Elise and ban away here, your eyes look towards the perhaps the Jarvan. The Gragas has been a big pick for Xerxes as well.
Yeah, and really curious to see what Razork wants to go for here, what his option is going to look like, and if Misfits Gaming are going to pay any respect over to Xerxes' champion pool. Have the luxury of first pick, and with no 80 carries left standing, there's really no pressure to pick one in first rotation, to use your blue side first pick for that. Because bot lane is actually a huge question for me. Obviously, anytime you look at these teams, Alfari will be interesting to see. Jarvan now, of course, banned away. But Destiny versus Denick is very both Tahm Kench players, both very focused on kind of protecting their AD carries over the last few games, but we've also seen more of the playmaking picks kind of come out.
Yeah, sort of the bundle you get with supports nowadays. It's Tahm Kench, Braum, and then Nautilus on the other side. Now, with this Jarvan ban away, this says to me first pick Gragas for Misfits Gaming, especially with a set ban on the red side coming through from Origin. Not a huge fan of that, especially when the Gragas is up and available. So now, Xerxes, the expectation would be for him to go back to one of his more comfortable picks, which would be the Rek'Sai, sort of that tier below the top 3.
Ooh, Aphelios. Do they follow it up with a Braum pick here? Obviously, very strong laning duo.
Ooh, actually, I would actually really like the Braum here because both Braum works very well with Aphelios, can stack that passive super fast with the Crescendum. Also works very well against the Gragas, and if you assume that it is going to be a Senna coming through for B-Boy in the bottom lane, him and Denik have loved this Senna Braum 2 versus 2.
Ooh, this would be interesting. Xayah Rakan locked in now for B-Boy and Denik. A big jump in responsibility. Normally it's been the Braum and the Tahm Kench just protecting B-Boy on a traditional hyper carry. Now it's going to be a little bit more about the engage. B-Boy going to get some tools to defend himself, but not nearly the get-out-of-jail-free card that we've seen in the Tahm Kench.
And you know, this really takes me back to the opening game between Origin and Fnatic, where, of course, it was the Aphelios locked in for Reckless's side, and then these 3 picks came through from Origin, so ability to play around this bottom lane, a lot of CC lock there too, to make sure that Alphari, if he doesn't get given a very strong peeling support, is going to be exceptionally vulnerable. And then if it is a Braum later on in the draft, that's where I say, Dan, the GP has to come through.
Yeah, now we're going to see, because I imagine Misfits Gaming should be willing to ban the Braum out. Of course, Ornn, I think, falling a little bit in priority this week, but can still be picked up, giving over Ornn. Plus, the Braum never feels super great, especially on a composition that may want to dissuade some of the Aphelios fighting. But I love what Origin have done with their jungle mid. This feels so incredibly powerful. The setup from either the Qiyana or the Elise is so good. And I think it's going to be a difficult mid lane matchup now for Febiven, because we do see the Pantheon as well as the Nautilus banned away.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one, especially the split damage profile of Elise and Qiyana. You can, often what I see this combination do is Qiyana leaves mid lane, looks like she's roaming, and then both she and Elise come from opposite sides as the enemy mid laner, thinking they're just there to clear the waves, gets instantly deleted. So that's definitely something Origin can look to do themselves. And by banning away both the Pantheon, that could be very good up against this Qiyana, as well as the LeBlanc with her innate mobility, that basically removes a lot of these safer options that Febby could farm safely.
And the 2 champions that I've loved to see Febiven on so far have been the Qiyana and the LeBlanc, and now both are effectively taken away. Giving a lot of respect over to Alphari here, however, as they do ban away the Camille, and it's an instant Thresh lock-in.
Yeah, so I think the Thresh is smarter than the Braum here. Primarily, Braum doesn't love the matchup up against the Rakan, and this Thresh, combined with the pick power of a Qiyana and a Elise as well, is going to give them a lot of tools to start fights come mid-game.
Diana could be the option. Of course, with the Rod of Ages early, she will be quite tanky, a bit harder to burst down. Can offer some more bruisery items to survive the onslaught here. The Aatrox too, but the blind pick Aatrox means Alphari gets his pick of the litter in terms of optimal counter options here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they didn't want to go for the GP, but I think the Camille ban in the second phase sort of telegraphs that they do want to go for the Aatrox. That's been the consistent counter up top side.
Have we traded one poison in the top lane for another poison? Can we never be free? 10-2? Come on. There we go. Okay, all right. Order's been restored. False alarm. League of Legends is still being played, not that other game where Sona and Soraka go in the top lane. I was nervous.
League of Legends is saved.
Okay,
We're saved.
Bring me back.
All right. Here's the deal. There's a lot of different moving pieces in this game. I think Misfits have tons of dive options. We're talking AoE effects with Diana's new ultimate, coming around on a flank too with a Gragas or an Aatrox. They have so many ways to access Alphari's Aphelios, or Alphari's. No, upsets Aphelios in the backlines can definitely give him a really, really tough time. And that's where I think Origin are less focused on finding pure team fights and much more about looking for picks, activating this wow, Mordekaiser in the top lane as well. That's the one. Alphari's throwing me for a loop here. No, Alphari too, look for 1v1s against the Diana as well as the Aatrox in the top lane come these later phases when he can go into a side lane.
And unlike our last game, it's not as clear as one team wants to go forward and one team wants to go backwards, because while clearly we want to see some dive from the side of Misfits, there's not as many peeling tools on the side of OG as we might expect, but definitely 2 very powerful compositions. Have to see how the bot lane plays out as we finally get to see Misfits try their hand at the Xayah Rakan, something I'd love to see. for B-Boy and Denick. Will they have the coordination necessary as we get ready? Get into our 4th game of the day. Origin versus Misfits. That's right, folks. I made the joke earlier, and I
knew you were going to jinx it.
Caster cursed it. Epic music, instant pause. Here we are.
Can't believe it.
We're just doing it. We're excited. We're living for it.
Wait a second.
That's true. That's you, Ender Weird Champ.
That's me. I know what's happening in chat right now.
You need to legally change your name. Christy Frierson is dead. Long live Ender Weird Champ.
Do you think I go with Ender Weird Champ, or do I just change like my tags? Instead of being like Christy Ender Frierson, I could just be Christy Weird Champ Frierson.
Then what would they? Then they'll just spam Weird Champ. They won't spam Ender Weird Champ.
Yeah.
Like no one will know it's associated.
I'll ascend. I'll become one with the emo.
Become the emo.
I will become what I once hated.
That's enough of that. We've done the classic Ender's ego padding to kick us off and get us through the pause. Thank you.
Twitch chat will be going
Kit
for
Kat.
non-stop 5 minutes. I swear. They're good at it.
All right.
I'm just saying.
Thank you for your contributions to society, Ender. You're very much appreciated.
Just mind controlling all of them right now.
All right, here we go. I guess I just want to hear you talk more because I'm going to ask questions about the jungle because Gragas at least is very interesting. We've got 2 AP junglers, and now I want to, because immediately I think Kiana, Elise, kill. That's what I think. But how is this actually going to play out?
Yeah, so here's the thing is that Diana, especially in early laning phase, when she goes up, she can obviously farm with Q from range, but if she ever wants to trade, she will leave herself vulnerable, and that goes both ways with the Kiana as well. So as 2 melee mid lanes, you always expect to maybe see a little bit more action around the center of the map. Now, note that Febiven opted into the teleport, so when we look later in the game, that gives Misfits the options to split up into a 1-3-1, or to allow Febiven to go split down towards bottom lane. But Nukeduck with the Ignite, as well as the fact that he's paired with an Elise, means the 2v2 from OG should be meaningfully stronger around this middle lane.
But of course, we get later and later, the value of the Gragas will increase, the value of Elise will in turn decrease. So a lot of eyes on the OG early game now, as Razork will get the gank here. And it looks like a lonely start for Xerxes. But I like this. Get willing to give up lane priority so that Upset and Destiny can be comfortable here. Walking with the Calibrum, the extra range as well, just to ensure that they can just start to bully out, deny the generally powerful Zyra Rakan level 1, hit that level 2 first, which is incredibly crucial for both of these champions on the OG side.
Yeah, and if you, as the Thresh in this matchup, you can just walk up freely, like with a Flay, something like that, especially when level 2 comes around, like, trades look real good. Hey,
Auto.
There it is.
It's only going to get better too as level 2 and the Aphelios abilities become unlocked.
Yeah, and something we see a lot, actually, I think, from Mickey X when he plays the Rakan into this matchup is he starts with level E, like we saw Denick do here, and he tries to use the extra range he has to auto-attack harass early on in the laning phase, and then sort of dash back, get the shield, and block a lot of damage. But because Thresh actually has range himself with his Lantern there, too, it means that he can't really have that same effect.
Ooh, and now they're just going to get bullied. And of course, Elise is on the bottom side as well. Gragas can't really afford to make a counterplay if he gets caught out. He definitely loses the 1v1. And Destiny already comfortable enough to just start fishing for these hooks.
Check this out. Xerxes knows that Febiven walked topside to place a ward, and now is coming in at a really unique angle. Febiven should not expect this, and his lane is slightly pushed away from him. So to step up to farm is dangerous, and his Q, he can't land every last hit with just Q.
Waterblade equipped, though, for Nukeduck kind of telegraphs the gank.
All right.
And for those keeping up on the Nukeduck Champion Ocean narrative, one of my personal favorites, this is the first time he's played Kiana, so another pick into the Ocean. But as a first-time Kiana, he may have given away a little bit too soon that Waterblade was the option there. Ooh. Solid knock up there on the bottom side. All right, none of this too crazy consequential. We see bot lane doing well in push. We see mid lane basically even, and we see top lane getting hard push. So OG generally seem to be coming out on top in a lot of these early game exchanges. Not too surprising when you compare the Gragas to the Elise, but gotta hope to see Razor get something done here in a few minutes.
Yeah, well, bot lane is going to be the target for him for sure, because as you can see, OG's duo has pushed up pretty substantially, and he should know Xerxes walked top lane because he split straight through that middle lane. So smart of Upset and Destiny to back away right now because the lane was in a bit of a tough position, and I'm honestly surprised to see Razor not really want to go for anything.
Not opting to commit, not wanting to try anything. course, if you do try to force and it turns against you, very disastrous. Aphelios will snowball very quickly out of control. Maybe wants to wait till the level 6 is under his belt, but it does mean that the rest of his lanes will suffer a certain degree as Alfari remains uncontested on top.
This is a big win for OG. Not just the CS being denied in top lane, but also if we pan down to bot lane very quickly, even though Upset went for a quick recall, he hasn't really been denied that many minions. I think maybe 2 or 3 melee minions in the front line, so he's going to come back with an extra Dorian's Blade now and be able to pick up this entire minion wave. You can see he's only down 7 CS right now.
Connects to B-Boy. The follow-up is there. Upset can look to get the snare. A lot of members going to be slowed there by the onslaught, but they're not going to fully commit to the play.
Well, that's big as well, because delaying the reset now from B-Boy and Denick means that Upset got that recall off completely for free. He's going to have this wave cleared before they actually go back, so now minions are going to be able to be denied.
I feel like Destiny should have just pushed that button a little bit sooner, but now Xerxes here as well. They could try to play for extra plates if they want to get aggressive, but it looks like they're just happy to keep taking very favorable recalls. Should be able to deny at least 3 or 4 creeps here, as they will be moving into the tower uncontested.
Yeah, so Upset just going to place his control ward, I believe. Not actually clear away the vision, because he wants to get his base off with a lot of time on his hands, because he doesn't want to get denied anything on the other side, and I think that's correct.
And when we were arguing about B-Boy yesterday, one of the things that we talked about was his laning stats being very underwhelming. Now I was like, ooh, team fighting damage looking a lot better. We're not in the team fighting stage. We're at the laning stage, and you can already see that due to Upset's kind of just superior wave control, he is being denied a decent amount of CS, is being forced to back and lose experience.
And it is something you can do. Go for these very early recalls, especially when your jungler's not on your side of the map, knowing that the wave's going to push back in towards your side, and you effectively lose nothing for that trade. And now, with yet another recall, the wave is going to stack up and push in towards his side again. So as long as B-Voy or Denick primarily isn't able to use that pressure with the wave pushing to get a roam and invade the enemy jungle or anything like that, there's really not much of a cost to this.
No. Upset, though, has to be careful. Denick not going to take the bait. Destiny will come out, though, but they were able to lay down a lot of vision control around that mid lane. Ping's coming out. Xerxes and Nukeduck both in the darkness. Level 6 for Nukeduck. Water Blade equipped as well. The setup here. If Denick and B-Boy try anything at all, they will instantly die.
Yeah, and right now, Upset has frozen the wave right in front of his tower right there. So Razork has to come into this bottom lane. There will be a ward to spot him out if he leaves this bush. And then it's just a question of, yeah, he just is able to walk up and allow them to fully push that wave in. Upset will give them the respect they need, and that should bounce the wave at the end.
Hook does come out, just trying to extend this play a little bit longer, buy a little bit more time. Once again, in the meanwhile, Mordekaiser still just bashing in onto the Aatrox top side, getting level 6 way ahead of Dandan, who just ticks over now. OG building small advantages. Nothing too great at this stage, but coming out on top in a lot of these pressure plays.
I'm just pretty happy with how OG have played this all around. Like to see what we got out of them. Now Xerxes, I wonder if he wants to make a play early for the Drake. Of course, his blue buff did just spawn, but he knows Razork has been on the map for quite a while. Doesn't have a great reset, just, you know, boots and a couple of jungle items, whereas Xerxes was able to upgrade into Blue Smite, has the Amp Tome as well, so any fight's going to be looking very, very good for him. This means all the vision that got put down is very futile from Misfits, because now without the item advantage, it's just going to get immediately cleared away.
I do like the Dandan's bothering to contest the Raptors there. Just like they're going to move in and start to contest some buffs. We'll not be able to get it, as Razork does finish that one off, but Upset and Destiny just continuing to poke, just continuing to harass here under the tower. Things will get easier as level 6s start to come in for the Rakan and the Xayah.
This is the type of a game where top lane feels so relevant, right? Like, they're not going to see any ganks there anytime soon, it doesn't feel like. I would honestly just tell my top laners, like, hey, Dandan, go farm my Grump. Hey, Alfari, go farm my Krugs. You know, in between minion waves here, just let them get some more experience, because those camps are kind of so far removed from where the action is happening, which is the posturing around bottom lane and the trying to fix some of those lane states.
They both just whiffed like 4 skills back to back.
You know?
That was excellent. Sorry. I mean, but it's fine. But this is the thing about top lane staying an island that I always find really interesting is that it's fine.
It's not an island. It's not an island because his lane is ruined.
Comes the Predator. Instant flash out from Alfari, giving that respect.
Yeah, I was just about to say it too. I'm like, yeah, he's got a couple extra range minions that he needs to in his wave. And all of a sudden gets put in a lot of... Oh, no. Razor just hit level 6.
The pull back there. Alfari going to try to take him into the death realm if he can, but he's already been knocked back. Who does he pull with him? He's buying time. He's waiting. Diana's on the way up too. Alfari must know he's already dead. Just retreating here, and First Blood dropping down. Fevivin not going to get an assist, but Misfits with a solid pickup.
Yeah, really nicely done by them, because not only do they get that gank to happen in top lane, but they were also tracking Xerxes. The invade mission from Dandan put down so many wards to spot the enemy jungler, who was level 5, so Xerxes wasn't really comfortable to go for a counter gank. Misfits knew they had a window of time. They could make that play, and on top of it, their bot lane was going to be safe too. There wasn't going to be a response from OG.
And the Death Realm was on cooldown, but it has now come back as Razork will try his hand fighting the Rift Herald and the Golem at the same time. Oh. But difficult start now for Alfari. It felt like he was pretty comfortable in that laning phase, but giving Aatrox even a single kill is going to make things much harder as we look back at this play.
I mean, it's just the lane state says it all, right? Alfari wants to walk up and clear the wave, but he doesn't have pressure coming from his mid laner or his jungler, so just staying in EXP range is a mistake. We saw Upset in a very similar position earlier on in this game make the correct choice, which was to back away, even though Razork didn't end up going for that gank. Alfari's decision had to be wait until Elise comes into my lane, and then we can help try to push it out.
And it's such an important timing though, too, right? Because if the Death Realm's up, Gragas has just burned all his cooldowns. You Death Realm the Gragas, you either make it out or you kill the Gragas, right? So finding that window of opportunity, punishing Alfari, the repeat ganks, and while I think it's definitely safe to say Alfari should have just backed up and conceded and understood that, I like that he was willing to go for the second try there on the side of Misfits. However, as we look ahead, 10 minutes into the game, and this is a very different game than what we saw yesterday for Misfits. Obviously, Misfits Gaming playing versus Schalke. It was catastrophically one-sided. It was a Misfits highlight reel. If there was ever a time to have faith in Misfits, that was the time. The question is, are they going to be able to do the same thing against Origin today? I imagine a much closer game. Razork does manage to get away from the cocoon.
Yeah, Razork was like, oh, there's a ward over this wall. Maybe I'm in a little bit of trouble. But yeah, Misfits were absolutely popping yesterday. Obviously, difference there in the competition with OG in this one too. So taking things a little bit slower, but already seeing them edging out a bit of an early lead is a very good sign for them. Now the challenge is going to be, can they continue to dominate or to push this lead forward? Because right now they have centered a lot of their vision success around the top lane, putting deep wards in the side of Xerxes' jungle. And now assuming that Xerxes is not actually on the map, they're just going to start at this Herald.
Took the waiting. Obviously, an excellent position for Kiana to fight.
Everyone's coming up here.
Destiny on the way. They might keep up the Herald, but they might just fish for the fight. Razork grabs that one, and they will back off. So OG punished a little bit here for playing slower. We do see the Umbral Glaive now come out from Nuke Duck. He very focused on clearing the vision, but OG actually falling behind.
I do think the Umbral Glaive is going to be really big here for OG. Just the ability to continue to deny vision when you have an Elise, a Kiana, a Thresh on your team. This is going to mean that playing around objectives looks really good for OG when they're able to push out their waves, get vision in the enemy jungle, and then you have to face check them.
Don't worry, observers. We did see Denik did completely miss that control ward.
I didn't see that.
You walked through.
I could be a pro player.
They followed him for a good 20 seconds. I feel like we got to talk about it. But there it is. Oh, God. That item is incredibly strong. Obviously sacrificing a lot of combat power, but just instantly sweeping.
Well, it's also the fact, not just being able to reveal wards, but when someone wards over a wall and you just bop it with one auto and it's just instantly gone. And then they're like, okay, wait 5 seconds. They place again. You hit it again. Then they have no wards left and they're just perma-tilted for the rest of the game.
Oh, I see. So the mental warfare.
Oh, it's mental warfare for sure.
Should be listed on in the stats section. That's what balances it out. All right, well, the worst ambush of all time is what we're witnessing right now. Because it has been spotted out.
Well, they don't know Razork's here.
Now they know. Ooh, but now Destiny and Upset are stepping forward. Good hook, trying to fake Denik into thinking that he was the target. Razork must feel pretty comfortable. The knockback is there. Instantly the charm to follow, but now they can pull it out, but he can't click it fast enough. The lantern is not going to work. Clean execution. Bevbin now chasing down Nuke Duck.
That was just nasty. That's the second game in a row we've just had a beautiful cask with no CC setup whatsoever to punish Upset. And now they're spawning the Herald. Notice they're spawning it late here. So they're going to break 2 plates themselves because, of course, the resistances do increase as you take each consecutive plate. But the Rift Herald does true damage. So you drop it later on and you instantly destroy the tower.
That's so much gold for B-Boy. And I got to say, Razork at the start of the week, we were looking back on his past weeks, a lot of bad plays.
Straight up.
But on the back of these last 2 moves, the gank in the bottom lane, the gank on the top side, Razork is looking clean today.
It's just beautiful right there. And they don't give
Upset a chance to breathe. Destiny even tries to flash away to offer the Lantern, but with the CC chaining and the beautiful way they just layered them one after another there, just didn't give them a shot.
And once again, such a small window of opportunity because Xerxes in the meantime was taking out the Scuttlecraft, was right above, was moments away. If Gragas isn't there, that play just does not work whatsoever, but finding that small window of opportunity, capitalizing on it, and now Misfits with a 2K gold lead 13 minutes into the game. I said this wasn't going to look like the Schalke game, and I might have been wrong.
Well, OG gonna have to run away from this one now too. Misfits came back onto the map, and with Nukeduck making a little trip up towards topside, they can say thanks for the leash, pick that one up, no problem now with Mountain Drake under their belts. And there's no objectives to play for anymore, so they can just calmly farm out the rest of these lanes and just continue to thwart any opportunities that OG are trying to look for.
Need to see what OG do next. They know they're in a deficit. They know they need to concede some objectives, but what is the call? For now, it appears to be playing around topside. Misfits, though, they smell it. It's obvious. It's the only remaining play on the map, so Dan should be backing off, but he's not concerned. As Greg
here comes Razork.
If they overcommit, the knockback into the wall. Far going to try to pull him back. Razork! Just give this man player of the game. He's looking to finish it out. Alfari, though, trying to make it at least a 1-for-1, but Dan running for the hills. Alfari knows he dies in this. The most he can hope for is a kill on the Aatrox. Dan goes back with style over the wall, and why not? Just give Gragas another kill. Razork is out of control.
Well, OG are trying to make plays happen, but they are not working there whatsoever. Misfits able to read it. They said Nukeduck left the map for a little while. Where can he be? With Moby Boots and an Umbral Glaive, it's very clear he just wants to push mid and then roam and attack these sidelines. So Razork has a very good path back up into the top lane to stop that deadness tracks.
And whoop, now the engage gonna try to come out, but his whiffs. Upset follows up with a moonshot. The snare will be there. Kuhn will land as well.
But that's a QSS. That's QSS on Denick already.
Already. I mean, you gotta respect it. The man understands how he dies. He saw it happen to Destiny in the G2 game. He does not want it to happen to him.
Right. Just look at OG's comp. All they have are pick tools, and they try to use it here. But again, Nukeduck's so much faster than Xerxes that this is a 2 versus 1 at the start, and that quickly turns around with both a teleport and Razork coming on in.
And just excellent use of the third Q on the Dark Blade there from Dan. As he's getting stunned, as he's getting locked up, gives him a ton of healing, mitigates a lot of that burst damage. And this is really just style points. The fade away, backwards Darkened Blade as you watch your opposing top laner die.
Feels bad, man. Also interesting that Alfari went for the Rylays here. Usually we'll see them go for more, fighting spell. They get a Leandries themselves for more damage. Maybe it would have helped him in that situation.
Here's my question, Ender.
Ask me.
We're 16 minutes in. 3K, 1 tower, 1 dragon. All in favor of Misfits. Hold that thought. Play now coming in. Nukeduck trying to finish this one off, but Fevivin quite tanky. And sadly, all that lethality not amounting to much. All the extra health from Fevivin keeping him alive.
Yeah. What's the question?
Do you believe in Misfits yet?
I mean, I really like their odds in this game. I think they have the much easier to execute team composition. Like, they are built to team fight through and through, and while OG do have good tools themselves, it's okay.
That's a golf clap. You can't hear that at home, but I'm golf clapping. Good job, Alfari.
My soul just drains whenever someone steals
100 gold in your favor. I mean, it's 2 top laners
and
fighting
12
over
experience. It's the jungle.
Aw. Those numbers are so low. Not the 100 gold, but the 12. It hurts. All right. Now it's the... Wow. There you go. Well timed. Team.
Yeah, see, I thought you were going to ask me, is it a problem that Gragas has all 4 of his team skills?
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, I was honestly going to say no. I'm like, he's got the double pen right now.
None of the experience, but all the money. Razork stepping up. Xerxes thinks he has the flank, but there's 3 people here. Now Secret Agent Xerxes is going to try to escape. Or is he? It's the long con. It's Ocean's 11. The cocoon is landed. They want to find the follow-up. They're just going to force a flash.
Yep. Merc Treads Rush out of Febby means he can get out of that one no problem. Upset. Oh my.
E-boy. Follow-up stun is there. Instantly going to be able to transform weapons. Burnham is there, and Denick debating if he wants to go forward. Oh, we'll back off, but...
Okay, it's time OG need to make a play on Rift Herald right now. They have mid prio, they have top prio. Fevivin was just seen taking a reset off the map, lost his flash as well, so this is a very good opportunity for them. Notice, though, Dan has teleport and has a ward to flank over on the side here, so things go really bad for OG if they get clumped up as 5.
And Hook's down now.
Deep TP.
Feels like he can come closer. Upset. Death Realm has come out on a B-Boy. He's isolated the AD carry. Alfari's looking to turn this game back. Does not matter. What goes up must come down, and B-Boy now set to fall, but Alfari's still just going to back off. Ulti comes in, the dash away, the whiff, the miss, the lantern still there though. Upset gonna try to make his way out of this one. Knocked back by the cask. Will make it out to safety. A messy fight. Alfari with no ult. Has to be careful. In the meantime, Xerxes has bought a bit more time for the team as he's taking down the Rift Herald, and Destiny goes golden, denying the ult from Diana.
OG actually did a really good job there of soaking so many ultimates from Misfits. All the while, Xerxes made the call to stay on the Rift Herald. So what this means is that everything was blown. Misfits couldn't really find that way into the fight, and they just disengaged. Even though they had the numbers advantage, now OG have that Herald and could potentially use it to set up if the Dragon fight is delayed a little bit. Because you can just drop that in mid lane, call a member or two of Misfits over, and all of a sudden, you have control into walking the river.
If Nuke doesn't kill him instantly, he whiffs the Q. Diana's on the way down. Nuke Duck, what have you done? The knockback into the wall. Tries to buy a bit more time. Needs to equip a Grass Blade, but he already used a few of the abilities. Audacity doesn't even need it to take him out to safety. He will walk away, but my God, that could have been so
that was
bad.
ugly, Dracos, but he's all right. At the end of the day, though, they're still going to end up seeding this Dragon instead of trying to use the Rift Herald in a clever way to gain some priority for themselves. Also down in gold still, so Misfits still with control, still favored in the 5 versus 5, but as we sort of mentioned before, they have a lot of really critical ultimates. The Gragas Cask, Diana's ultimate, of course the Rakan too, so they need to be able to use those effectively. Otherwise, in a very spread out and a very chaotic fight, that's where the Aphelios won't actually get bursted down. He'll just smash your face in with whatever color gun he has picked up. That's where Kiana and Mordekaiser really do look good too.
See if they can find the setup though. For now, Misfits comfortably in control. Was not the cleanest exchange around the mid lane, but everything's still working out slowly but surely as OG try to find their way back in.
So right now, OG, I think, if they want to try and make plays themselves, it all has to come and be funneled through Nuke Duck. He's in a pretty good position right now, and the game has his 2 lethality items finished off. And right now, there's absolutely 0 armor being built by Misfits. And I think as we get further, Zhonya start to come in for both Razork and Febivin. You'll finally see an armor item come through from Dandan too, I think, in the next 1 or 2. So that's where Nuke Duck's value is going to diminish rapidly, as he doesn't have lethality to cut through all that armor.
Very true. Good news is now he has the Dustblade, a much more effective combat item as opposed to the Umbral Glaive, so maybe can hope to get one of those dream one-shot sort of Kiana team fights with a hyper-effective ultimate. Baron, of course, just spawning. Doesn't really feel like it's on the table for either team quite yet. Aphelios, of course, with the power to shred through it, but sadly, his team a little bit behind at this stage of the game. They can't afford to take the risk, so probably stalled out for a few more moments. Herald just going to be dropped and left on the bottom side. There's no plates to take, so they don't feel like committing for it.
That's really surprising to see, because Xerxes committed a lot of time down there. Now he's coming down for another follow-up play. It seems like both teams are going to be content pushing and trading these outer turrets in top lane and in bottom lane, but instead, OG just have to give that one up, even with the Rift Herald, which is so surprising, primarily because, as you mentioned, the Baron had spawned, so Xerxes didn't want to be caught down there for too long, but I don't think Misfits actually had the damage to be able to start it up right there.
And I'm going to be honest, not entirely sure.
Oh, hey, here we go.
Choice here. Slow the knock-up. They're going to find the ult. Nuke Duck waiting on the flank. Upset consistently trading his ult for the ult of the Xayah. But with Mordekaiser on the top side of the map, not really a lot of options for the side of OG.
So here's the thing about that trade right there is Upset's ultimate has about a 30-second lower cooldown than Xayah, so these types of trades do work very well. It's that long-range initiation. You can instantly make him pop it, even though he can cast it while he casts his own ultimate while he is rooted. B-Void does lose that cooldown. Now, the thing is, when Upset does that again, even in that window, B-Void has cleanse too, so it's not like this is going to be a perfect situation.
Lockdown is there. The knockback is there. Razork is playing out of his mind, but Upset will make it back to safety. Alfari off to the side, locking up Febivin, trying to get something done here for the team. Nuke Duck waiting. Ultimate already used. Pretty easy matchup so far. Febivin wants to make it out to safety, but Xerxes actually going to grab the kill there. Looks like a spider.
Yeah, Xerxes just left a spider on the ground. It's like, I guess he's going to pop out here and instantly procs it on him.
Hey, need to catch up. Need that extra XP. So 1 kill in the favor of Origin. Could have been a disaster. Looked like it was. Of course, burning both of Upset's summoner spells. But they do manage to hold on in that exchange, giving up the mid lane tower in exchange for a single kill. That said, Misfits still pulling ahead, 3.5K.
Oh, no.
Now trying to finish it off, trying to turn things back around. Razork buys a bit more time.
Nuke Duck is so dead.
He can't get really anything done. Dashes through, Grass Blade stealthed. They're trying to finish him off. Where did he go? There he is. Ooh, body slam back. Why not?
5-0-0
for Razork.
I mean, that's just a heads-up play there from Razork. Of course, he goes in. It looks a little silly, but the body slam takes priority over any of Kiana's dashes, so he actually wouldn't get hit by the damage because his belly is actually just so big. And in this fight, he goes up, and it looks so good, but Upset flashes back into the sort of pullback there from Febby 2, which drops him right onto the Lantern. Of course, Febby in a lot of trouble, and this is a good example of how there's spiraling right on the ground. Yeah, he got him. Got him, Drake. Anyways, you can see how when these fights, they don't have the big wombo at the start, don't pan out into a kill. That's when Misfits all of a sudden immediately lose, it almost feels like, because all of a sudden you have all these really strong skirmish-type champions just popping off.
I do wonder if they immediately lose if they're not also trying to take a tier 1 tower, though. If we come into a fight around a major objective, Baron's starting to look juicier and juicier for the side of Misfits, if that will be the same case. Hard to see. OG, though, clearly grouping up, clearly much more conscious about kind of contesting this vision, contesting this control around the pit.
Yeah, I think the big thing there is that I'm going to value an Aphelios in a backline way more than I'm going to value a Xayah. So the assumption there is that Misfits don't layer up and instantly kill out Aphelios, and the rest of his team stays alive too, so he has some kind of a front line. If he's really not punished, he's going to absolutely dominate with the range, and honestly, with the ability to turn on you. Whether he has the long-range gun, he's going to hit you from a mile away, you're not going to be able to fight him. If he has the close-range guns, then you get on top of him, and then he kills you. So it feels like there's not a lot of answers into that.
No. Really not. Of course, why so many people have frustrations with the champions. There's never it never feels like there's a bad choice. There's an optimal choice and there's an okay choice. And now that's going to be the Cocoon. Xerxes has to go up, has to come back down, is going to die instantly.
Oh, that's the worst possible case situation here for OG. They lose their jungler of all people in the river. So Misfits are already here onto the Baron buff. Dan has roamed up as well. OG, they might just have to give this one up.
Upset with ultimate. People with ultimate flash and cleanse. This should be a favorable fight. Dan trying to buy time, trying to buy space for the team. Alfari locking him out. Will he pulls him into the death realm? Nope, not going to use it. Still
now they can fight.
He can just go over the wall and kill the jungler. They can take the jungler out. They're just going to look to burst him down. OG, try this. Razork locked in the death realm, and who's going to get the fight now? Absolute disaster when push comes to shove with nerves of steel. OG take the fight.
2 HP on the Baron right there. Razork misses it by just a hair, and even though they lost their jungler in the river, they turn it around. First getting the pick on towards Dan, and then just everything wiping Misfits in the river.
This was Misfits' game to lose, and they may have just lost it. Incredible turn from the side of OG.
Just a disaster for Misfits there. Everything going so well, and it felt like Dan trying to zone OG away from the pit, all of a sudden was like, wait a second, I'm in a 1v4. Now not only do Misfits give up that Baron buff, but also the third Drake of the game too, so they were close to the soul.
So Dan buying as much time as he can, 6k, you keep your eye on the Baron health, this is really the important thing. Dan burns his life for about 3k of Baron's HP, not ideal. Instant ult, snare, Alfari goes in, tries to lock Gragas in the death realm. Oh, can't cast it though.
Oh no, it's his trap. Does his trap steal it? Oh my god, his trap stole Baron. What? His gun! Upset's gun stole Baron. Like the one that's on the ground. The little turret. It's gross. Literally, what can't this champion do?
Okay.
In 200 years of our combined casting experience, we have never seen a turret steal a Baron.
That's true. I've never seen a turret steal a Baron before. Wow, I have actually played thousands upon thousands of games of League of Legends, and I've never seen that. I was praising OG. Moment. Nerves of steel. I said a lot of big words. It was none of those things. It was pure and total luck. But honestly, this is one of those moments where you throw your hands in the air and you say, we take those. See if Misfits, though, want to take anything back for themselves. That is the bottom side jungle. Now starting to push into this one. Predator has been used. Razork still feeling quite comfortable. 5-1-1 the scoreline.
Can't forget Misfits still very strong, built for the team fight. They now have Shirelius too from Denick, so target access, the big problem for them. or the big goal for them, rather, is to find Upset in these fights so he doesn't steal buffs anymore. And now that's going to help them get into that fight. But actually, in the replay, while we were focused on that turret, a big deal was Denik trying to find a flank, just got randomly hit by the Kion ult as it was like going around the wall. Like, he wasn't even the target for it, but he got zoned away, so his CC was not relevant in any sort of turn there from Misfits as well. So that was the worst case situation for Misfits, where they were low from Baron, they weren't able to set up the fight properly like they would have wanted to. So and this next fight should look much better for them.
And this is the thing. This is the point in the game where now that OG have started to turn things back, that you start to look at what Misfits have done over the course of the game, and you go, Razork, I love that you were everywhere. I love that you were making plays. But now that OG are back in the game, I really wish those 5 kills were on some other players.
Yeah, and it's going to be more of a problem, I think, once people start to build MR, because right now I don't think it's actually the end of the world, because with this sort of, AP, setup, he just one-shots a lot of people. If I'm being honest, like, his full combo will take Upset to 20% HP, and then it just takes a little love tap from B-Voy, and Upset's going to be in trouble. The problem does come, again, when abilities don't hit. And that's where you value the consistency of having the gold on someone like an AD carry on a Xayah.
From 4K lead to being in a deficit, I mean, good composure from OG, finding the opportunity, but now for Misfits, has to be frustrating. For a relatively young team, all things considered, have to see if they can keep their composure, keep it together. Because they still have the potential to execute in these fights and just absolutely dominate, especially if they can, as you said, just kill Aphelios to start it off.
The other thing we're going to be looking for in the fights is which target Alfari is using his ultimate on. We saw, like, in the pit right there, he was trying to get onto Razork. I actually think you could even try to isolate, like, a Rakan from a team fight, or an Aatrox too, like any of these backline divers. The first one you think that's going to be big trouble for your team. Same can be said for Diana too. Deny her that big AoE team fight ultimate. Those are the sorts of targets that I think are going to be really big. Or at the same time, if you can pick off Razork before he's used his own ultimate, that's going to be a big deal.
Actually so powerful. And it's good that you bring up Rakan, because that's where the QSS first buy may look a little strange, but when you take into account, but when you take into account that you're against a Mordekaiser, it makes a lot more sense, and it means that that's kind of a guaranteed engage, guaranteed disruption on the side of the Rakan. Same cannot be said for the likes of B-Voy, for the likes of Febvin. The options aren't that quite as clear there to stop the Death Realm from coming through.
So OG, they have a lot of firepower, especially if we look at the 2 mid laners. I think it's a pretty substantial lead for Nukeduck over Febvin in terms of overall gold, reaching almost 2K, which is, I mean, lethality items are very cheap, so he's sort of springboarded ahead in that regard and is approaching his 4th now, just going for the full one-shot potential. But he can't really play side lane. Yes, he has Moby Boot, so he can get around the map very quickly, but for him, it's more about playing inside the enemy jungle, like he is now.
Just chasing down Dan. And of course, with the Umbral Glaive, just knows that he has not been spotted. Have to keep your eyes on Upset's ultimate, however. Definitely one to watch, especially with Gravitum out. The long-range engage options are very much present for the side of OG. I like that Xerxes is going for the full damage build here.
That's a Rabadon's coming.
Yeah, wow. Rabadon's coming through. I feel like his clear objective is to just one-shot the enemy Xayah. But also not a ton of MR outside of the Tabby. Or not the Tabby, the Merc Treads.
Yeah, not a bunch of resistances, in all honesty, on the side of Misfits. This is a very glass cannon game, outside of, like, maybe Alfari up on the top side.
Febvin locked up. Stun's going to come through, going to hit a few more members of the team. Febvin now has to run for the hills, trying desperately to survive, going to make it over the wall, but now I feel like OG get access to the pit. This should be their second dragon. Just about uncontested. Well played by the side of Nukeduck. As you said, springboarded back to the game now. Very, very good in the 1v1.
Yeah, very close hook coming through from Destiny right there. That would have been the start to a fight, because Febvin had gone back to base. Here we go!
That's the fight that you wanted. Instantly they start to turn. Upset still uncontested on the backline, but it doesn't matter. 2 quick kills picked up. Baron is alive and well, and Febvin is on the hunt. The pullback, the damage coming in. Upset desperate to survive on this one. Backing off now. Trying to grab that one. Misfits just going to barrel down the mid lane. They're going to get a lot off of this. Just throwing down the ult, trying to poke, trying to harass, trying to buy time. But Misfits are not being dissuaded.
Oh, Upset was trying to clear away the minions, but it's not going to be fast enough. Misfits get the tower and get the inhibitor as well. There's still 30 seconds on the death timers of the rest of... Wait, you have to hit it still, guys. Okay. Now there's 20 seconds on the death timers of OG, so the Baron may be a little bit risky with the TP on Alfari, but I still think they can just go ahead and start this one up.
Question is, what does Xerxes get done in the meantime? Walking down, it would appear, trying to get rid of this vision, trying to cut some of these waves, but If he wants to contest this, you can't imagine Misfits are going to make the same mistake twice. They're not going to let that Aphelios turret steal another one.
Last time it was a disaster, but there was a Keon ult wrecking them inside the pit. Now it's just Cersei.
They're just going to get the Baron. Yeah. The TP's too late. It's not enough. Can they get a follow-up fight? It does not look like it. OG lost everything in that exchange. Misfits are right back in the game.
Yeah, really heads-up play there from Misfits. Even though Febivin almost went down, he still had TP, so found a really nice flank. Good initiation there from Denik and Razork as well. The only consolation prize for OG is going to be that mid tower. They're going to sweep away a lot of these jungle camps too, and then try to set up a pick, because remember, OG looks strongest not when they're engaging or getting engaged on as 5 members, but instead camping inside of the fog of war and making sure that they can isolate members of Misfits.
Ping's coming in on the top side. Caution pings on the bottom side. They know that OG are in the jungle. They want Febivin to push in, get them a bit more information on the map. He will pull back. All of OG playing this one very safe. Alfari sort of being used as bait at this point. Destiny there with the lantern. Ready if need be. Ooh, and just honestly such a tense game. I feel like we expected both of the games that we saw so far, this game and the one before, the ones that we've cast under, to be incredibly one-sided, and they've been so close.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits doing a very good job here of keeping competitive and actually gaining a big lead over OG. Now just using that pressure through mid lane, pushing forward those super minions, and utilizing this TP from Dandan to come into top with double cannon means so many range creeps as well. This push is going to try and knock down that inhibitor tower.
Question is, what guns does Upset have? Does he have the graviton? Does he have the setup? He can't just use the abilities to burn through ammo, but it's a long time before that just allows him to default swap a gun. Big damage, of course, on the blue ultimate, but...
Oh, that's the wave clear gun.
There it is. Death Realm coming out.
My!
Going over the wall. He's not afraid to get this one kicked off. Cask has come out. Ping's coming in. They're trying to track exactly where Alfari go. They have vague information. They're there. Huge combo! And that's exactly what you want, but still Misfits are not dissuade. B-Boy starting to turn this one around. Upset, desperate to hold on to this fight, but it's incredibly close. It's incredibly back and forth. The ults come out. The feathers are pulled back. That's the double kill. Dan is going wild in the back line, dunking down on the OG Dreams as Nuke Duck flashes to safety. As Cersei goes up in the air and immediately gets taken out. Misfits are going to move into the base and end the game. What a fight.
Misfits just turn it around right there as Alfari tries to go up big, but without anyone in to defend the base, Misfits smash in that team fight with the superior composition, and now Nuke Duck has nothing he can do.
Trying to buy a bit more time, trying to get something done, but it's just his life that's going to be given up. Desperately trying to bait. It's a long, slow goodbye, but that's going to do it. Misfits finding the win. They tie Origin's scoreline. What a way to end their week 3.
I came into the week and I asked Misfits to prove something. Beat a team that wasn't, mangling around in the middle here, and they show up against OG and they look very, very good. From the early game, mid game, there was one major hiccup around the Baron buff, but even then, they were able to recuperate and bounce back, and that is the sign of a good team in the making.
I mean, you love to see it.
1, 2, 3, fight it!
The smiles, the happiness, they're jumping out of their chairs before the Nexus has even died. A difficult match for Origin. Gonna be left feeling a little bit empty after that one. But for Misfits, I mean, just incredible. Sometimes I wonder if they just don't tell us that it's scripted, because we're like, Razork, got to see more from him. Bam, Razork pops off. Denik, uncertain what to think. What does he do? Plays an incredible Rakan game. Beautiful, engaged in the mid lane to help the team close out. And really, if we can't decide who should be player of the game, you should do it at home. On Twitter, @LEC is the place. Razork, B-Boy, Denik. A lot of K's on the end of these names. Could be Razor, could be Denny, but it's not. Let us know who it is.
Honestly, I was just impressed. A lot of great individual play. B-Boy stepping up in the last team fight too with a great callback on the feathers, but just Misfits in general making very snappy decisions. The engage in mid lane right before that second Baron that they were able to end up taking. So many of these plays they had to make in the heat of the moment, and they were just so united and went for everything without any hesitation.
And once again, that's one of, I feel like, the first tests of any new team coming in the Rift. How confidently can you play? Will you let your nerves affect you? For Misfits, the answer is no. They played fantastically. But folks, it's time. The match of the week is almost here as G2 Esports and Fnatic face off in a rematch of the summer finals. Throughout the day, we've asked pros for their predictions. So before we go to break, let's get some more insight.
I'm Crownshot from SK Gaming, and my prediction for G2 Fnatic today is that the game will be very close, but I think G2 will take it.
Hey, I'm Odomne. I'm the top laner for Schalke, and I think G2 is going to take it today.
Hello guys, my name is Comp, I'm playing for Team Vitality, and my prediction for G2 vs Fnatic is that G2 is gonna take it.
My name is Kedro from XL, and I think G2 is gonna beat Fnatic.
Hello guys, it's Karzi from Mad Lions, the CEO of Huma. I think that G2 is gonna stomp Fnatic.
Hello, I'm Finn from Rogue, and today I think G2 will win convincingly.
Hey everyone, this is Misfits Dan, and my prediction for today, and the match of the week, G2 against Fnatic, is I'm pretty sure G2 is going to win.
Hi, I'm Zorse from Team Origin, and today I will have to go with G2.
I don't wanna just win, I wanna like smash them, right? I want Caps to win against Reckless, and I want us to win, and I want them smacked, you know?
Whoever wins between us and G2 usually wins the split, so it's a pretty good sign if we were to be able to take this game.
Whoever wins becomes the king of Europe, no matter what.
We have been tumbling around each other for quite a time. When you were coming around, I didn't feel like we tried. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da. I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way. I know you want it to stay. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da.
Rivalries are no easy thing. Competition beyond competition. Every battle is simply a piece of a much larger story. Ambition, sacrifice, betrayal, victory above all. You can sit back and bear witness, or you can stand with those you believe in. So I ask you, Europe, will you rise for your champions? Will you stand?
When you have a history with someone, and a very long one, you are just bound to have emotions, right? I don't want to lose to them, right? It's not even about beating them, it's about not losing to them.
G2 and Fnatic, two of the best teams on the planet, go head-to-head for a spot in the final. Let's get to the action.
This game is descending into madness. Who's going to pick it up? It's secured by G2! There's lights all across the map right now, but it's G2 falling time and time again.
Last year, I think that's where the rivalry started for real.
Oh, that's already a kill to Flipper. Hurts manages to kill Reckless. G2 Esports have bounced back from the clutches of embarrassment.
They kind of had our number the entire year.
Fnatic versus G2, the final everyone was waiting for. These two titans of European League of Legends clashing on Summoner's Rift. Here comes the charge from the side as G2 are looking for the fight. The left side's going to go down. Off towards the side as well. Mickey has fallen. The Fnatic are coming out on top. G2 can do nothing about it. And now it's a 4v5. Wonder takes out Boxer. The second kill goes down as Ripper falls. And G2 by 3. The barrel doesn't land, but the torque comes out. And now it's an all-right brawl in the bottom lane. And it's Fnatic who are coming out on top.
Medic, we are going to game 5.
Whenever we go up against each other, it's always a pretty heated battle.
Everyone knows what it's like to be losing and bounce your way back. People keep fighting until the very end. It's just one play away from victory.
Grimo takes down Yankos, and look at that, Nemesis is falling at the start of the fight. It's all on Reckless, and G2 are your champions.
I feel like after last year, we truly have that grudge to double it.
I don't want to just win, I want to like smash them, right? I just want them smacked, you know?
Whoever wins becomes the king of Europe, no matter what.
Hello and welcome back to the LEC for our match of the week. We've been talking an awful lot about it. It's G2 Esports versus Fnatic, and the stage is so very perfectly set to finish week 3 with a very much anticipated rematch as former teammates Caps and Reckless clash in the bot lane. We're also joined by Misfits Febervan to cover the picks and bans and to talk a little bit about his recent success, a big win for your Misfits boys, and also you first thing you said as soon as you got yourself in the studio is, anyone predict us? A big fat goose egg. Of course, Yamato and FLICKR joining me as well. Razork did pick up the Kia player of the game, though, with 81% of the votes. Big plays from Razork during that game. The Gragas, Yamato, you seem convinced.
Honestly, the first Gragas performance I saw from Razork was kind of like the resurgence, because he had the rough Jarvan game, and then the Gragas game, he kind of popped off. He had the silly Nash situation, but I liked what I saw. He was where he was supposed to be, and this game was also a great performance. He picked up all the kills, and he did things with them as a jungler. In 10.2, fantastic.
Junglers doing things in 10.2. Who thought we'd see it? Febby, how was that game from your POV? I mean, we talk about our predictions. I mean, how was the game to play?
I mean, I think it was a hard game for me because I think the strength of OG is like, you know, their solo laners and then their consistency. So I felt like usually I can get more ahead, but against like Nukduck and Afari and their top side, they play very controlled. So I felt like our jungle and support were really like abusing their jungle support with the picks as well and just playmaking. And I think my jungler played actually insanely well. And I'm really happy with how my whole team played. And I actually think I got really carried this one.
Something that really jumped out of the page during Law's interview with Amazing, talking about some of the interactions he has with the players, and he was telling me that it's a new world out there for him, talking to newbies and the way they see the game. I say newbies, let me try, rookies, excuse me, but definitely not newbies. They've been playing this game a while. But like the idea of how, you know, Razork, as an example, he said he's talking about landing a sick Lee Sin Q, and Amazing's, you know, thinking big picture. Have you noticed the same kind of thing as Amazing, that playing with these rookies has its its changes, its differences to say, you know, Fnatic, we're about to talk about later?
For sure. Like, I mean, my jungle is kind of a main Echo in solo queue, and he's so insane with Echo, you know. But it's like, there's just some champions that don't work in competitive, or like you have to be really, really good at them, you know. But I think he's actually someone that can pull that off, like the champion that's not meta, and he can actually put that into the meta, you know. So I'm excited to see what's to come, but it's definitely like a challenge to like. Sometimes you need to tone it down a little bit, you know, because like some things clearly don't work.
Yeah, maybe he needs someone to say no a couple of times.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Frost, what
Is
do you
that the
think?
main voice that you play in the team? Do you feel that you are like the leader or like the big brother, like, stop, calm down, we're going this direction? Or do you kind of like take your hands like, Jesus, take the wheel?
It depends, you know. There's obviously things that I am more like skeptical about, but there's also things that like I'm really open to try new stuff, you know. So I will give them a chance, you know. But if I feel like we're really trolling, then I want to practice something else, you know, because you only have limited amount of time. But it's about a balance, you know. You can't just completely shut it off because then mental boom and stuff, you know.
Yeah, and limited amount of time is exactly what we have, because I want to make sure we have enough to talk about Fnatic versus G2, two of the best teams in the world, and they're both coming in solid form. Now, the main kind of headline act has been not only the fact that they're coming in such form, both of them, for us, that's how we started the show, but the Caps and Reckless conversation is one I cannot wait to turn some rocks over and to understand completely.
I mean, you're going to hear the words, so let's just like get them out of the gate, like Kings, Legacy, Dynasty, History, it is all there. But the fact of the matter is there is no better rivalry right now in League of Legends, because you look over LCK, your SKT and your T1s are not at the top, or your SKT and your KTs are not at the top. EDG and RNG, they're not at the top. CLG and TSM, they're definitely not at the top. So the fact that Europe has G2 and Fnatic in 1 and 2 form, G2 looking to go undefeated, Fnatic looking to tie them up, and then how competitive they have been also on a global scale, that's what makes this the best rivalry in League of Legends right now.
Febby, we asked the analysts earlier to talk a little bit about who they think is going to win, forcing predictions out of our analysts. And I'm not going to force a prediction out of you, but could you tell me about how the win conditions shape up in your mind? How does G2 manufacture a win? How does Fnatic manufacture a win?
I think it's pretty clear to me. It's top lane is kind of AFK depending on the matchups. You know, if Wunder's gonna play Soraka, top lane will be non-existent. Depends on like what kind of matchup they want to play against it. I feel like the mid lane is the huge thing for me. I feel like Jankos, Perks, they are way better than Selfmade and Nemesis. Like. And I think that will be their main winning condition. But obviously, like for Fnatic, it's the bot lane, right? Like we know already they're going to gank bot lane. They're going to pick setup and they're going to gank, you know. I feel like if they don't get it and they actually get behind on bot, I feel like it will be really hard for Fnatic to win.
I need to echo that sentiment. I think, you know, with the bot lane of G2, sometimes they've kind of slipped up. They kind of die in a 2v2 situation. It looks like they're looking in top, well, there's a fight, and then they get Nautilus queued and something goes wrong. I think if you do that against a Fnatic, it could get dangerous, but I agree completely with the sentiment. If G2's bot lane is ahead for some reason, because of something happening in the mid 2v2, transfer into bottom, then I think also that spells doom for Fnatic.
If you had to put a percentage on it, Febby, like 60% G2 win, 40% Fnatic win, like where would you put it? How close do you actually think the matchup is? Because when we heard from everyone's like G2, 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 and any sane person is always going to say G2 here, but I feel like a lot of the sentiment is G2 are about to smash Fnatic in 20 minutes. And I don't think that that's true.
No, I don't think so. I think it's actually really close. Like, I really want to say 50-50. I think it's like, I really think it's a 50-50. You know, it's like Fnatic's strength is bot lane. G2's strength is mid lane right now, you know, how they play. And like, I think the mid late game is kind of similar. They're really good, you know, both of them. And they really play well towards their like scaling and stuff. But I think it's really a 50-50, you know?
So I want to check back in to see if it's still a 50-50 as soon as we see the drafts, because I feel like this is certainly a matchup that does come down to like execution and kind of what appears on the stage.
For sure.
We talked a little bit about it before, the idea of like ace up the sleeve, curveball. We analyzed the draft, Yamato. What were those kind of expectations of surprise that you had coming into this one?
I think, you know, the Syndra flex that Fnatic didn't use yesterday, they just locked in Misfortune right away. I think that's a big question mark. Is Fnatic just taking Syndra away from the red side because they don't have room to ban it? That's the question. The Aphelios and the Senna, what's going to happen with those? All these AD carries are super powerful, and then what happens to Caps when these are out? Does he play MF? Who knows?
So we'll say goodbye to Set, or Zac Efron, as I like to call him.
So it's curious to ban Set from the blue side. Usually we have been seeing Set as a red side. Febby, does that indicate to you what they want to do with 2 top side bans now for the priority pick?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think, like, I mean, I think Set on blue side is pretty good ban because I think Fnatic flex pick it, you know? I don't think it's that good blue side blind pick because there's actually a lot of champions, but I'm not sure what they want to do, honestly, with these 2 bans.
I mean, the clearest thing to me is the fact that none of the ADCs are going to be touched. So if we do see kind of a traditional either Aphelios or Senna priority, although it does feel, as Febby's kind of alluding to, that flex picks are probably going to be the go-to between G2 and Fnatic, just because of how versatile and deep the champion pools are.
Yeah, this is a clear first pick of Aphelios, yeah. Has to be. Yeah. Otherwise, it would be crazy. I wonder what the 3rd ban will be. Usually, they want to just rotate Elise here together with the AD carry and then wait with support and top for 3rd. Soraka ban. I like it. Love the Soraka ban. Ooh. Get rid of this champ.
Maybe they go Senna. Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
I think the reason why G2 loves Senna and just healing in general, like they just play Senna bot, you have a healing, then you play Soraka top, and then their mid jungle just pick something that's aggressive. Well, good luck skirmishing that. You can't, you know? So if you don't punish the side lanes.
In terms of jungle priority here, because this feels like this should be a snap lock, like Aphelios plus jungle.
Elise, give me Elise.
Do you think it's the Elise that is up here, or do you think you need the engagement?
I think either way, Elise, Lee Sin works the same way. I just like Elise more because it gives you just that extra power at level 3, that power spike in 10.2 for junglers.
I will say, though, that the level 6, though, obviously, like the power spike between Lee Sin and Elise for level 6, especially if, as Febby's saying, that Jankos and Perks can be so powerful in that 2v2. If you can get a really strong mid-jungle duo there, especially on level 6, maybe you don't just get completely pushed out of this lane.
Yeah, I think Elise is kind of... I mean, if you're really good playing topside game, then I think Elise is a good pick, but I feel like for Fnatic, it's actually not that good because I think Nemesis doesn't play that much AD champs. So Lee Sin fits more with like his style, you know, because he's more reserved and like he's better on the mages, right? But for Perks and G2, it's, yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that this guy will just run in enemy jungle and, you know, like the lanes will get ahead.
Yep.
I'm just hoping for the trash lock-in because I think if you leave support after pinch, it gets dangerous, especially for Senna. She's so immobile, and I don't want to see Mickey X Tam for the first time.
I don't want to see his Nautilus either.
Yes.
Well, you might see it.
Yes.
I'm actually super curious why they would go for the Aatrox here. Now, obviously, it can still be a flex, but I was actually really feeling a potential Lucian coming out for a flex pick, especially with Gangplank still left open and available. I feel like there were just a lot more other options that could be much more aggressive in the lane phase than something like an Aatrox so early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's a good takeaway from Breepo for sure. I'm not sure how much like counter picks Breepo has to, I mean, I guess he has the gang. I mean, he has a lot, right? But I agree, G2 can pick more aggressive. For sure, but there's like 10 picks that would have picked there and it would have worked, you know?
So do you feel that kind of with like the bans of Set, Ornn, and then like the Aatrox on 3rd, that it's more of like a denial pick? Like obviously Wunder is a phenomenal Aatrox player, but because you are against Splitbo, you know it's going to be the Aatrox GP matchup?
I mean, we never know, right? I mean, I think the matchup is good. If they can also still flex it in case, you know? Like if they maybe, I mean, they will probably last pick the mid, so I think it's probably just for Wunder, yeah. I mean, I think it's just this champion, if you get a reset in a team fight, it's just like one auto attack, you get 500 HP. It's a little bit like busted, even though they nerfed it so many times, you know?
But I think the matchup is super good into GP as well. Like after level 7, Aatrox can almost solo dive him, and it kind of paints the picture already for what we wanted to see, especially what you mentioned, Fab, even with the bot lane play, with the GP ult, it's a Fnatic classic, and then Elise Aatrox already gives you options to play heavy into topside and gang Bwipo. And Bwipo has been a bit of a liability in terms of getting killed over and over.
Yeah, actually, I think if G2 get mid prior on this draft as well, I think their top side, this GP has to, he will get wave stacked in and he will just like get denied a lot.
So what do you think then is like the pick that has to be Asi? They were afraid, they were afraid of Lucian. What do you think the pick has to be then for Nemesis to make sure that they can get first rotation top?
That's a hard one because there's already 6 mid bans.
I mean, LeBlanc has slipped through,
banned, right?
but you would assume that it's LeBlanc.
I think they're not banning LeBlanc. Maybe they're looking to... I mean, Nemesis is not the biggest LeBlanc player, but I think they shouldn't ban LeBlanc here, and G2 should actually look to get the LeBlanc.
Go for the gamble. I like it. So let's see if Nemesis plays LeBlanc or not. That's the biggest question mark. Beyond that, what do you play mid here? Diana, I guess?
I think, actually, yeah, he's actually really good Diana player. Like, he was actually the first one who was like, okay. I was like, thinking, why do you blind pick Diana, you know? But it's actually like, the way the Fnatic plays, he makes it work, you know? It's like scaling safe, you know? It's like he can TP to the side lanes, like perfect for them, you know?
How do you feel about a potential Diana LeBlanc if that happens to be the matchup? Because Fnatic are hiding their cards.
I think Nemesis is pretty comfortable with that because he's like the type of player that it's really hard to snowball because he's so reserved. But I think, I mean, the matchup, G2 will get prio for sure early game. It's just how much they use it towards the side lanes. If they don't get anything, I think right side really hard out skills.
For sure. I'm still worried about the Diana pick with how much you will have to give up early against the Elise and potentially a LeBlanc if it's the 5th pick.
I think it's fine, actually.
If G2 can transition a lead already from the get-go and already dive GP and kill him over and over, maybe level 4. We saw even Perks roaming even yesterday with the set and getting a double kill and the game was just broken.
Fresh off a victory with Diana, and Feathervin's believing Diana can win any 1v1.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
They needed the scaling option. They probably didn't want to sit
And they just lock Veigar?
mid-game.
Veigar's really troll, no? They talk about mid-prio.
Guys, we were just spending 20 minutes theory crafting about LeBlancs and Dianas.
Wait.
I'm seeing a rise of Veigar.
Febby, you said 50-50. You see the drafts? What we got?
I think a left side will... I mean, they should stomp the early game. Like when Ryze gets 6, Ryze gets 11, he will have always the ult advantage. They will get a TP advantage out of it. I think early game top side should be absolutely in favor for G2. And I think G2's bot side is also pretty safe. I don't see much playmaking, honestly, from Fnatic's comp. Like, they have a Nautilus.
I'm heavy blue side, man. I'm heavy blue side. This is the comp that beat SKT, but they're facing G2. This is the wrong approach here. Veigar, oh no!
I mean, maybe if they go really late game, they will win for sure. But early mid, they should be able to execute and snowball from that. If they don't,
who's taking it? You've seen the draft, Frosk. Who have you got now?
I'm going to go with G2, but I do agree with Feathervin. If it goes super late, Fnatic have all of the tools to actually close on this one.
Scale for late against G2. Good luck in esports.
Okay, so we have to keep our eyes on the clock. If they pull this late, Fnatic are going to be pulling something rather crazy. I'm sure the fans that painted themselves orange today are going to be crossing their fingers of toes. Reckless, of course, on the Aphelios that we talked a lot about. We'll be seeing that red-white Aphelios that Frosk drew our attention to. Let's jump into it, though. Ladies and gentlemen, the wait is over as G2 and Fnatic hit the rift.
And here we go, Europe. The matchup we wait for every single minute of every single day. Once again, hitting the rift. Fnatic versus G2. Studio Live with the sound of chance for both teams. But this is it. The Alienware match of the week. One we've been waiting for, and already enter a wild, wild draft.
Dude, we're geared up for a phenomenal game right here. It's really interesting because you heard all the pro players before the break talking about they all predicted G2 to win. Then we have the analyst desk, everyone predicting G2 to win, saying they came out of the draft with the superior composition. But I can't help but feel like I've seen Nemesis on something like the Veigar before. You still have to factor in the scaling potential like we were talking about. And Fnatic do have a lot of great tools here, especially later as the game goes on. G2's composition heavily gated by range outside of the Senna pick, and that's where a Glacial Augment Veigar is going to be super, super deadly. But you have to watch out for G2's early game.
Do they find the setup here? Level 1 from Fnatic. Wonder is going to walk away, unbeknownst to him.
Oh, I like this a
Members of
lot.
The enemy team walking in. They want to deny Jankos. I like this. Big sign of respect, trying to limit the pathing here from the Elise early on. Getting put behind as an Elise is so bad.
Here's the thing, though. Perks is the first one to walk over, so this is quickly going to turn for a 2v2 into a 3v3.
Level 1 Veigar, though. Perks goes over, denies on the blast cone. Wonder's now here as well. Blippo's going to be in trouble. 3v3 skirmish. What ability did Nemesis take at level 1?
It's got to be the Q.
Has to be. Does take it. Does get a little bit of poke, a little bit extra AP, but now it's
no.
Perks who's caught out. He has to walk back to the top side. Flash, of course, still available. Might have to flash away from this one. GP level 1 is incredibly powerful. The flash away. Denial is there, but Perks losing so much to try to protect his jungler, and Jankos still not really able to get anything.
So at the end of the day, it's Perks' flash. He'll have to use his teleport to get back into mid lane as well. And Bwimpo level 1 is just going to continue to take these fights. So across the map even, with the level 2 coming through from Fnatic in the bottom lane, means they are getting a slight advantage. Now this does come at the cost of Selfmade in the early jungle, because he lost his flash, which heavily reduces his ability to impact this early game. And he is going to be delayed, having to run all the way back to his top side, down 1 full camp to Jankos.
And the interesting thing about this game is you can really talk about any lane, but the lane that I feel like we have to hit, not just because it's got the big names in it, but because I feel like it has the potential to be so explosive, just like already. From coming in, a lot of damage there on this. Is this lane, this matchup? Because we know both of these supports, the 2 best undisputed supports in Europe, have incredible variance in their performance. On a good day, they look world class. They look unstoppable. On a bad day, they will throw entire games away.
And we saw the last time these 2 teams faced off, you know, in those great five full game matchups, we saw bot lane supports be super swingy, but also the Caps versus Reckless story of they were both on the same team. Caps goes into the bot lane now to face off against him. But here's what the analyst desk was talking about a bit. The top lane power, the diving potential of level 3 Elise.
But what did he opt to take for? He's level 3 now. It's going to make things a little bit harder. They get the TP out, and they are just going to be able to walk away. But no, the TP is denied in the mid lane. Now Bwimpo has to run. Just a lot of experience taken away here by the side of G2. Well played, but it does mean they're giving up a lot. Selfmade now moving into the mid lane, but won't be able to get anything done. This is the problem with the Veigar. Does not have a lot of reliable setup here.
And eventually he will, right? Because you can do some clever combos. Post level 6, when Lee Sin just kicks the Rise into the wall, like there's not much counterplay to that. That just, even if you don't land the initial E there from Nemesis, you will be able to secure those stuns. At the same time, it's kind of funny too from G2, or rather from Nemesis' side, his TP got canceled out by Perks. And Nemesis, he's really happy with that because he doesn't get denied any minions in the middle lane. But of course, Bwimpo did end up losing so much and gets heavily punished.
I mean, this is huge. 23-9 is the CS discrepancy. Wonder debating what he wants to buy. Looks like he picked up the coal and then sold it. We're going to have to see what comes through. But already 300 gold difference in the top lane. Of course, Jankos paid for that. He gave up a buff to make sure that that could happen on the top side of the map. Nemesis gave up a TP as well. So a very big trade of relative cooldowns, but no one going down quite yet.
Yeah, now the question is, where does bot lane get frisky? Because Mickey gets caught.
Pulling back. Have to look for a little bit more here. Reckless now on the retreat. Not a lot of mana for the follow-up here. TP coming bottom. They know they have the TP advantage. Wonder moving in. On the way forward. G2 trying to find a kill. Locking down the Fnatic bot lane. Reckless going down for first blood. You want a rivalry. This is how things get kicked off. 2 pickups. Whoa! Hylissang runs for the hills. Not going to go down that easy. Caps will find the kill in the end.
And Caps even stays alive, healing through the turret damage. A rare punish there where G2 have the TP advantage and get down into the bottom lane. We said bot lane was going to be a huge swing factor in this match, and just 5 minutes in, it already is.
1-0-1 the start. Wonder going to grab a kill as well. He was already smashing top lane in terms of CS, and now we're going to take a look at this one more time.
I mean, here's the thing. Fnatic, they see Elise on those Krugs, so they go into this fight knowing it could be a 3v3 very soon, but they don't respect the fact there's a TP to come on through. Now they're on the run. Jankos is able to zone Selfmade away from the fight. And the stacking of the Braum passive means there's nowhere you can go. The CC is almost impossible to play from Fnatic when they're that far pushed through the lane. And then Caps, even taking aggro, has the heals, has the potion running the entire time, which is so crucial to him surviving.
Well played. On the reset, though, Fnatic will get some pressure. Can now move to look to contest this Ocean Drake. But this is my concern, right? While I always want to see Hylissang on playmakers, specifically paired with an Aphelios, he has really nothing that stops people from just diving onto Reckless. It is not nearly as reliable as a champ like the Braum or the Tahm Kench. But the good news is that Fnatic have turned a difficult situation into something that they can benefit from. A good reset does mean that Ocean Drake for them in the end.
And while they did lose 2 kills down there in the bottom lane, Fnatic have the tools to try and recover from this. Now, they're always going to have to deal with the potential for a Rise to roam out of mid lane with the Realm War, but Hylissang just gets caught.
Delayed snare.
Oh,
They're going to get 4 stacks on concussive blows. Hylissang locked up. They're going to step forward to body block the hook. He cannot escape from this one. Another kill. G2 dismantling the Fnatic bot lane, but they're not done. They're going top lane as well. Bwimpo not going to get pulled back. Selfmade on the way in. Perks level 6. Wonder level 5. He may have to give his life for this one. G2 overcommitting, and Fnatic are in position to punish. Follow up the resonating strike. Selfmade on the board.
Selfmade able to fire back right there, and G2 just thought they could win everywhere. It is too deep in the top lane, though, with the possibility for Nemesis to move on up. So Perks wisely says, I'm going to sacrifice Wonder, and gets on out of dodge. But level 6 does have the advantage over Bwimpo in this fight, I do feel. Still, taking account of everything that just happened, I mean, Hylissang stepping up forward here. No jungler on his side. The wave was in a tough position. That could have been frozen on G2's side of the map, so he will be punished in the end for this one. And I mean, G2 just don't give Fnatic a room to get out there.
And you got to respect Fnatic for this counterplay, for seeing this, for making
Gank
this
in the
happen.
top lane.
They're going to have to hold that thought. Yankees now stepping forward. The point click CC. They just lock him down. They make it look easy. But now Bwipo sidestepping, looking for another opportunity. Running. GP all laid down, but no one is here to follow up. GP, sliver of life, the slow, the double flash, and Jankos will grab another one.
Oh, such a good read right there from Jankos, holding on to his cocoon for so long, daring Bwipo to use the remove scurvy. No, Bwipo ends up going down in the end, and is G2 continuing to punch fast and quick, not giving Fnatic any real room out of this one, and Selfmade just feels like he's lagging behind on it. G2 just as a team understand it so much better.
And this is why we heard the skepticism from the analyst desk. Of course, Nemesis, fantastic Veigar player, no doubt about it. 2 solo kills. We all remember the FLICKR highlight reels, but as you heard the desk say, this is not SKT. This is not a slow game. This is G2, and if anyone is going to make sure that this champ never gets the chance to scale, it is G2 Esports.
Because G2 just have so many plays to play around it, right? They don't even have to gank that lane. Perkz can just leave with the Realm Warp. Now they've actually swapped Wunder in to pick up a couple waves while Perkz was busy killing Bwipo on the top side of the map. G2 continues to cycle through areas, and we got another fight.
Lockdown is there. Unbreakable going to buy a little bit more time, but Nemesis is on the way in. The baby cage going to get laid down. Mickey's still escaping for now. Reckless locked up. Do they want to turn on this one? The spider goes down. Cap's coming over to the side, but has to be careful. He's all on his own.
Fnatic, they got the jump first, which looked good, but remember, Wunder was still hanging around right there, so they wisely backed up after not being able to find that initial pick. Not able to blow a summoner spell from the side of G2 either, so Fnatic continue to try to find these punches, and something I wanted to talk about a little bit earlier was the fact that while Fnatic lost those 2 kills bot lane, the flashes were gone on Caps and Mickey. They had a GP ult, they had globals to try and repeat gank down towards that bottom side, but immediately as that was an option, Hylissang dies in bot lane. Then all of a sudden Bwipo has to use his own ultimate to try and survive in top. He can't even get away from that, so the options Fnatic had to try and play into this composition from G2 got absolutely moved out, and now they haven't been able to find another way to get back in.
And in that period of time, we've now seen G2 amass a 1.6k gold lead, shifting back as Fnatic find some farm for themselves, but important points to mention. GP ult not too far away from being back up. Selfmade finally gets the kick. Reckless with the ulti for setup as well. So all of the tools that Fnatic are looking to get outside of the Nautilus ultimate are now becoming available, and if there was ever a time for them to strike back, it is now.
Definitely is. Now, the other thing is, well, G2 starting up this Rift Herald right now, and with Reckless in the bottom lane, means G2 will get this uncontested. 4 minutes to use that for turret plates too. So this gold lead is just going to continue to bloat and get larger and larger and larger. And then the question is, how do Selfmade and Hylissang work together, really? Because this is the combination. Obviously, Fnatic brought in a new jungler in this season, but throughout their first 5 games already, I've still seen great coordination between Hylissang and Selfmade, roaming around towards mid lane, finding kills, finding picks, all of these different things. And we already saw a little inkling of that when they controlled the vision in the river, looked for the pick, and it did not work. But this is something we have to continue to track, because that's really the only playmaking potential they have in this early game.
And absolutely, we've seen Selfmade get the ball rolling, burn flashes, maybe find a few kills, but not be able to convert it into a game win. Now they're playing the game on the back foot, and we have to see how they adjust, how they work together. For now, Fnatic committing to standard lanes, as we see G2 already splitting into the 1-3-1. Perkz heading down to the side of the map. You've got Caps and Mickey playing around the mid lane. And they're not interested in extending the lane phase anymore. They want to push this advantage further and further.
Well, it's really funny. It's Fnatic sort of running there first and then G2 responding, which isn't usually how the dynamic of this matchup works. Usually it's G2 sprinting so far ahead of you, and then you're the ones just trying to go ahead and catch up. But Jankos once again around this bottom lane when Fnatic are trying to push it out. This time, though, Fnatic have their jungler and a ward to spot out Jankos.
Spider, of course, reveals him. Now the ward will reveal him. Hylissang and Reckless just going to back up. They don't need to take any risks here. But overall, still very powerful. Reckless has the ultimate. He has the setup. They can look to lock down Cash.
Oh my!
Selfmade! The synergy you wanted. You asked, Fnatic.
And there's a teleporting too. Jankos is in so much trouble. He walks into the wall.
He walks into it. That's not what you need. Up and down, trying to run away from that one. But the one shot on the back of the Veigar.
What is happening to G2?
They're just getting demands on an instant. All the tools available. Fnatic overstep. Mickey will find one back, but Fnatic right back into the game.
But now in the top lane, it's 2v1. Bwipo tries to clear the wave. He doesn't stand a chance.
Ulti coming through. Bwipo buying as much time as he can. He's quite tanky, but the grass proc has already gone down. But
or does he?
The shot.
Oh! Oh
dance on him! That's what you love to see. It's not Fnatic G2 if there's not a little bit of BM on top.
Unreal! All across the map, the unexpected becomes reality. With both the outplay top lane. Fnatic turning it around with Selfmade's beautiful engage, landing the Sonic Wave over the wall onto Caps. It was a crazy series of events because it starts out beautiful and then it gets messy so quickly, and that's how G2 Fnatic games always play out. You see the genius in the plays, and then in the moment, things get heated.
Now we're gonna have to see how heated it gets because Nemesis is on the way down. The TPs
That's
are
another
being
TP.
used. This is the exact situation G2 caught Fnatic with. Their TP advantage. They collapse on the bottom side. Caps is just first on the menu as the baby cage drops. He desperately tries to make it a save. He perks on the way in. Can they turn the fight back? Hellsang potentially overextended, but Fnatic draw first blood in the fight as Caps goes down. Backing off now. Concussive blows proc. It will be the 1-for-1 trade. Making incredibly low, but they can't continue to push forward. Both sides appear content to back off for now. G2 salvaging what could have been a disastrous situation.
Here's the thing, Fnatic had no ultimates. Those are just now returning, so they did not have the raw damage to cut through G2. Whereas G2's comp, all their damage, it's not packed into the ultimates. They have a lot of utility, map mobility, right? Like shielding from the Senna too. The actual laser beam, not the most impactful there. So G2 are able to reactively turn things around and end up punishing Fnatic because it's a great look at the start. I love this flank. Nemesis roaming down from mid lane, Whippo with the teleport in from the side, but let's be honest, with the stopwatches to delay, Fnatic cannot cut through G2.
And as the fight wraps up, it just slows down, and obviously Hillesang, unfortunately, because of blows, does proc, and Fnatic backing off. They've got enough tools to escape, but remember, the longer and longer we go, I think the scarier and scarier Nemesis becomes, and for many members of the team, maybe they're not as concerned. Wonder can build a bit of an MR and be fine, but for Caps, if he ever gets point and clicked as we move later on, he's just going to get one-shot by this champion.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, too, where you don't have a lot of great peel on the side. Of course, Braum can throw up his wall to try and soak up that big primordial burst coming through from Nemesis, but as soon as that shield goes down, that's when Fnatic will look to come on in. And I think there's really just two things that Mickey's going to be looking out for in these fights. It's Nemesis's ult, and it's going to be Reckless coming in long range with the ultimates. Those are the two primary abilities that Mickey has to be on point with to be able to block. Otherwise, the fight looks real solid from Fnatic.
Yeah, you do not want to front to back against this team because while they don't have appealing support like the Braum, what they do have is a baby cage from Nemesis, which means that Reckless has all this free space to move. The same is true from Whippo's barrels. So unlike the last time we saw Fnatic play against the top team, they're not going to have Reckless just get kited around every single team fight, unable to deal damage. Something that G2 have to respect, but they do have a 3-1-2 Elise. They have the inevitable threat of a Rise, and Aatrox who's scaling up fine in the side lane. And these are things that Fnatic has to respect, cannot start to bleed out in terms of individual lane advantages.
Yeah, here's the thing. While Fnatic do have two teleports, they don't have the best side lane champions, especially when there's a Rise on the other side. Perk's always going to be super dominant. There's a 50 CS lead in the top lane for Wonder at the moment too, so Whippo not having a good time. And what this means is as the game stretches on longer and longer, it's not going to be G2 grouping up, bundling as a 5-man team looking for fights. Instead, it's going to be about them abusing you in the side lane. And this is something that they've been so good at for so long, and Fnatic with this comp just simply won't be able to deal with unless they're able to find engages themselves.
But the thing that I love is it will require perfect execution from G2, because when you have a Glacial Augment Veigar and he gets Spooky Ghost under his belt, if you overcommit, if you overextend, there will be a GP ult, you will be slowed, and you will die.
And the true power of this pick from Nemesis, bringing in the Veigar, is the fact that he can just keep G2 at range. You know, you can completely kite this comp because it's such a low-range composition when you factor in, you know, Aatrox in the top lane, Rise has to get in your face to deal a lot of damage. Outside of the Senna, again, you're not really going to be threatened. So all he has to do is throw down the cage, throw down the slow effects from the Glacial Augment and the items that he's building, and then these fights become really difficult to navigate from the side of G2.
You can see, not scared to just walk forward, can stun the wave, just gets a bit more AP and buys a bit more time. And you're right, because we heard it on the desk, you know, there's not the most engage options here. Fnatic definitely having more in their favor, but Reckless with the ultimate, Hillesang with the follow-up on the depth charge, Selfmade with the potential kick. It's on Fnatic to really dictate the pace of these fights, and it's on G2 to try to find these windows of opportunity, these picks, before Fnatic can group up and really try to force something.
Check this out, though. Slow's coming down onto Wonder. He doesn't have a lot of way to get out of this. Has to use the movement speed and the flash to escape because both Reckless and Selfmade were on the way down. Now, the trade for G2 is that they're going to get the Rift Herald one more time, and this is super crucial for them if they're able to secure it. Now, he is on Vision, so Fnatic do have the ability to look for a a play around mid lane. But if they get that, then they break mid tower and split into the 1-3-1, and that's where they become so effective.
And good flank ward coming in from the side of Mickey, denying Selfmade the opportunity to go over the wall there. Fnatic seeing that they can no longer dive the mid lane, instead look to contest the Herald, but just do not have enough time to get into that area. Instead, the focus is the Drake. 3 or 2 already for Fnatic, looking to get a third. Mountain will, of course, be a nice little bit of extra if they can get the Mountain Soul for the fights to come. Not going to be too important against a comp that's mostly about sustained damage, but still nice to have.
I mean, it's always going to be good to have under your belt. Even just multiplying the base resistances here. And then the shield once you get that soul. Now, Fnatic, they're actually in a really good spot because they're able to secure this. If, again, we assume that team fighting looks better for Fnatic than spreading across the map, this means that eventually there's probably going to be a team fight around that next Baron, or around that next Dragon, right? And then Fnatic have the tools, have the zone control from not just the Veigar, but also the GP ultimate, the Nautilus too. They have a lot of ways to keep G2 away from the pit, and then they can secure that very powerful buff.
And we have to remember, it is still a gold advantage for G2. We just saw all members of G2 back at the same time. Go back, buy items, and all move right back onto the map. Now you can see a bit of split recalls from the side of Fnatic, which will put them at a small disadvantage with the amount of time it takes Selfmade to get back active on the map. You can see 3 members on the top side. For a small period of time, Fnatic are vulnerable. Nemesis, the flash being forced because of these recall timings, not having allies around to protect him, and that gives G2 access into the mid lane.
It's the thing G2 are so good at, is taking control and getting there first. And this is exactly that look, where they get the flash off of Nemesis. Now mid lane goes down too. Fnatic just going to try their best to pop the eye as all these outer towers fall down. And as I was saying before, now what this does, it means deep vision into Fnatic territory from the side of G2 that much easier. Fnatic have one less outpost to sort of defend themselves from the approach of G2, and that means that G2 can much more easily rotate between these two side lanes.
Oh, but here we go. Spooky Ghost going to lay down. Perks slowed up. They're going to know Wonders there as well. Baby Cage comes down. Perks has to try to fight his way out of this one. Procs the phase rush, flashes out to safety. Good look from Fnatic. Small advantage, but maybe in the next few minutes they can convert it into more.
Yeah, it's a good look, especially because Reckless, of course, has the ability to clear these waves in mid. G2 were backing away from that wave as it came on in, so G2 didn't really have anything they could punish Fnatic. As they sent 3 members in the bot lane, G2 get a push in top. They get a Raptor camp stolen away from Selfmade too, which at the end of the day, not going to pan out into that much.
Onslaught comes out, he's now locked up, he's now stunned. Reckless going to be doing a lot of damage here, but can he actually finish the kill? There's the Sentinel coming in, Reckless taken down. Wonder's going to walk away, but the kickback, Selfmade says not today. It's the 1-for-1.
Yeah, Selfmade put on a little Lee Sin show right there. Said he was sick online yesterday, but he looks in good form today, finding multiple picks and turnarounds on G2.
Fantastic. Of course, still just a 1-for-1, and Perks continuing to pressure in on the side lane, but I love it when these games feel so incredibly neck and neck. That said, the fights are going back and back. It's blow for blow. It's 7-6 in terms of kills, but it's the 3 Drakes of Fnatic versus the 3K gold lead on the side of G2. Still have to be careful because the Aphelios, while Reckless is doing fine, only on 1.5 items. Needs to finish that Infinity Edge. Needs to get more power under his belt because the much cheaper itemization of Caps means he's a much bigger threat.
Yeah, same sort of situation now for Perks as he's finished off his 2 items. He's facing down the cheap items on the other side, so good on him to keep up. And then now what I sort of expect to see from G2, especially in the solo lanes, on Perks too, like he's going to a side lane a lot. He's soaking a lot of jungle camps too. Try to extend his experience advantage over Nemesis and Whippo and just become an even more dominant side lane threat, because as we see these neutral objectives spawning, the Mountain in 2 minutes, the Baron already on the map, it's going to be him in a side lane. It's going to be the pain point for Fnatic.
And you got to respect that Fnatic go for this play, because if there is not the Senna ult there, it feels like Wonder is guaranteedly dead, but Caps heads up play, always keeping his eyes across the map, and they make this one work.
And the shield gives Wonder the time to get the extra healing on top of that, so he goes from looking like he's 1 auto away from death to instantly half HP.
Ooh, but now we got the setup on the top side, Ender, and Baron was a big question for me. How is a comp with Senna like this going to get Baron? Both the rise there and the potential to pick. Could get something started. They don't want to overcommit here, though. They have to be careful. Nemesis slowing down multiple members. Cap's not going to get clipped by the barrel, but it's now GP versus Senna. Whippo backing off.
I'm going to be honest, the more I see of this Veigar pick, the more I love it. Because yes, it doesn't have a lot of pressure in the early game, but when you think about how it interacts with G2's composition come the team fight phase, it looks very, very good for him. And then when we consider, oh, there's an Elise, there's a Rise, there's a lot of pick tools on G2's side as well, you can scout vision with the Spooky Ghost into the enemy jungle when your team isn't really built for that. So it covers a lot of the weaknesses for Fnatic, and assuming that they can stall out, he's only going to get stronger and stronger and stronger.
But it takes so much discipline too, Ender. You can't overforce, you can't overcommit, because if an Aatrox gets into your backline, if a Ryze gets into your backline, you instantly lose a fight. That said, if you can zone out, if you can use those tools perfectly, G2 are going to be walking around not doing anything in the fights to come.
G2 have really good control over the jungle right now. This is the side effect of gaining that mid lane tower. Fnatic don't have any map control whatsoever. Whoa, Hilly, I don't know about that.
That's a Hilly play. All
Perks
right.
is stuck top lane.
Dash away. Ulti now going to be used. The knockup will be there. Are they going to try to find the follow-up? Braum is there to body block. GP ult now coming out. Nemesis off to the side. Multiple members slowed up. Fnatic willing to chase for this one. But at what point do they back off? The flash now used once again. Hylissang keeps fishing with these hooks, and all
There's a TP from Perks. Here comes the flank.
They want to find the flank. Ryze, Realmore, where's it going to go? Reckless caught in the middle of everyone, but the baby cage is not enough to buy time, and now Perks is moving in. He spotted an empty backline, and now he's trying to finish it off. He goes golden. He buys time. Cash now moving in as well. Going to be pulling a soul out. Selfmade taken down, knocked down. Double kill for Wunder. Going over the wall, trying to find the flank. Fnatic getting rallied, getting corralled, getting herded to their own deaths. There is no hope for them in this exchange. G2, they're going to get one. They're going to look for more. Bobo going to try to trade it back, but Perks finds it, and that's it. That's the dragon for G2.
Almost the clean ace with Mickey just chasing him. So Portal Combat down in the bottom lane. And they're just going to delay him. Honestly, no, here's what you do. You delay the death timer as long as possible, then you can immediately take a 5v4 at Baron buff after just wiping this fight.
Hylissang just wants to die. They're waiting. Ooh, take their time on that one. 31 seconds for Hylissang. Everyone else is going to be up. Fnatic will be down to support if G2 want to force the play in the next 10 seconds.
All right, here's the play one more time. I mean, Fnatic goes so hard going towards Wunder, using the Gangplank ultimate, literally everything to try and find this pick. And the whole time, Perks is top lane. Perks just casually, pushes out the wave, then starts channeling his recall. Like, guys, I'll be there soon. I'm going to build, a needlessly large rod or something before he comes in on the flank. And at this point, after all the utility has been spent, the cage coming down from Veigar, both slows to being wasted here. Now they're completely exposed, and the terrain means that they can't escape back towards their side of the jungle. All these walls mean that all they can hope to do is turn and look for a kill, but with a stopwatch, you can't do that.
And this is what we talked about. You have to be patient. You have to play these fights cleanly if you're Fnatic, because once the cage is down, Hilly cannot save Reckless in a scenario like that. The cage is really the only tool that buys enough space to keep Reckless alive and happy, and the second he gets hit by a binding from Senna, doesn't matter. Even if he has a stopwatch, he goes down, and that Senna power and the Ryze together monstered that team fight. No one did any damage on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, I think the stopwatch too from Reckless came in a little bit late, so the laser beam from Senna was able to do a whole lot of damage before he was able to block anything else coming on through. So now G2 have taken a lot of control. They've proven they can win the fights around the Drake. They can deny Fnatic getting that soul, and that's been the debate sort of this whole preseason. What's more valuable, playing for turret plays, playing for Herald, or playing for these dragons? G2 have decided that with the stronger early mid-game composition, you play for the gold in the early game, you boost yourselves into the mid game, and now you're in a prime position to close out.
Yeah, and additionally, now that Ryze has a few more items under his belt, they can start to look at Baron as a potential objective. Normally with Senna, it's a bit iffy if you want to take the time, just because she's so slow at taking the major objective. But now with Ryze able to be that machine gun to burst through that health bar, it is a possibility for G2. For now, though, it will be sticking to the side lanes, shifting a decent amount of attention to the bottom side of the map. Perk's gonna take the red buff. What can't he have? He's still an 80
He's gonna take everything.
It doesn't matter. Everything belongs to the Ryze.
The funny thing is he did the exact same thing when he was a bot laner. It doesn't matter what role he's playing. He's like, Yankos, you're not gonna farm.
It's so wholesome. Oh, the thing you're never ever gonna see in your solo queue games.
And then they fight over. Oh, he's mad now. Caps just stole his Raptor.
I'm gonna pretend it was wholesome. Brotherly bond there.
Here we go.
Wunder, caught out. Of course, Blippo is just gonna get scarier and scarier. For now, G2 now pushing into the mid lane. They've got the decent vision to protect themselves, and Perks really is taking everything, going everywhere to grab all these resources. 270 CS to the 238 of Nemesis. Now with 3 items completed as well. He has to be careful. Selfmade getting the fight started off. That's going to be denying the protection for the backline, but they have to be careful. The GP ult now coming in as well. Fnatic, can they win this fight? Hylissang stepping forward. Reckless untouched for now. Trying to buy a bit more space.
Here comes Wunder.
Where's the baby cage going to go? Wunder needs to get into this. But Bo is nowhere to be found. They're just going to back off. A single pick, a 1-for-1 in the end.
But the trade is for the jungler on Fnatic. That means G2 can immediately move over towards the Baron. They're actually not starting this one up. Very surprised to see that, not taking advantage of the death timer, and rather just saying, we're going to stall things out a little bit longer. Now the TP comes through.
Are they hoping to find one more pick? Are they hoping to bait Fnatic into this pit? You can see they're very carefully approaching. But G2 are just going to stick to the side lanes, just going to stick to pushing out.
So Caps wanted to finish off his Youmuu's Ghostblade right there. So the maximum lethality build you can go for with those first couple items here on Senna. They're waiting for Fnatic to walk in. Now they're going to start this up, but Selfmade has survived, and Hylissang is here with 4 wards and 2 control wards to check the pit.
Infernal Chains comes out. They're just going to back off. G2, they're giving a ton of respect to Fnatic. You have to feel like if this was any other team, they would have just gone for the full finish.
Yeah, G2 kind of hung around the pit right there, wondering like, oh, are Fnatic going to come and try to face check, fight us, 3 or 4v5? And Fnatic didn't end up taking the bait. A good sign of restraint from them. Now here, Selfmade does find the pick. He even seems like he's a little hesitant, like, do I really want to make this kick happen? They do get it, but then look at Caps' range. Proccing Braum's passives from so far away and then sniping him out with the ultimate. That's the 1-for-1 trade right there with Hylissang going down, or sorry, with Selfmade going down as well. And then I really do think they could have gone back to Baron because Hylissang was so low and Selfmade wasn't up.
And you have to wonder if that's a bit of miscommunication there because Rekkles uses the ult on a single target that's already flying into melee range of him. You have to think maybe he was like, Selfmade saved the ult, I can just ult instead. But as a result, Rekkles in no man's land. He's gonna flash out to safety. Elite's gonna leave. The major cooldown now burned for Rekkles. Forget what I was saying. That's the more important.
I mean, it's also the HP. 10 seconds before Drake spawns, he needs to go over with Severum and find a wolf camp. So we just ulted.
For the heal? Does it heal if you hit no target?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's got to hit someone who's like, maybe someone's there, I don't know. But that's going to mean Drake should be easy, unless Fnatic try to contest. Rekkles full HP, actually.
Going in. Rekkles healed right back up on the Severum off of a single camp, and now he's looking to keep it going. He has the perfect setup for team fighting right now. Keep your eyes on the extra bullets, the max range. Is it going to be enough? Rekkles has so much space to work with, but I don't think they can do it. Nemesis now stepping forward. Gangplank, the Veigar. Something has to be enough. Perks going in, though, and Jankos on the hunt. G2 shredding through Fnatic. It does not matter how many scaling picks they pack, G2 still find a way to win the fight.
G2 every single time, and it's this time Perks flashing forward super aggressively. Now they realm up over towards the pit. Selfmade is alive, but this Baron should be theirs.
And Papa Wonder proud. You can see it. Gets to watch his boy dismantle Fnatic in this game. 52,000 to 45.8. Fnatic falling horribly far behind, and now G2 looking to put the final nail in the coffin with this Baron buff.
Yeah, it was Wonder's job to try and zone away Selfmade if he shows up. Time is running out.
What can he do? Q into Wonder. Try to use him as a highway back to the pit, but he doesn't have the time. 2K and dropping. Perks and Yanko's gonna lock this one down. Baron falling for G2 Esports.
And here's where things get so easy. Wait a minute.
Looking to finish it out. TP going in. Wonder has he overstayed. TP coming. Fnatic running a lot of resources just to look to turn this one back. The movement speed is there. The spooky ghosts are there. It's the ghost versus the demon. Who's going to get caught?
But now Perks. Wait, what?
Whippo? Why are you here? No, not like this.
No, it's a 2v2 in the top lane. They're winning that too.
G2 are getting everything. Fnatic are just grasping at straws. They're just throwing their faces into G2.
We've seen this before in this matchup. Fnatic backs against the wall. It turns desperation. That was game 5 in Madrid where they just kept trying to force and it cost them time and time again. This time, it happens once more. Around the dragon, around top lane. They hope to find Jankos here, but with the teleport to come in, G2 are pushing down mid lane. They're going to get that inhibitor. They're going to have the wave set up top lane as well. This might just be the push that breaks the camel's back.
Might be. What do they have left in the tank? Selfmade, Rekkles, and Hylissang are going to have to make one hell of a hold if they want to make it any further into this game. Kick's going to go wide. The hook's going to connect, but that's not good! The stun is there. He's buying as much time as he can with the stone plate, now flashing out, but he's snared his own jungler. That's it. That's disaster. The knockups are there, and that's all she wrote. Fnatic, it was a good effort, a wholehearted try, but it was not enough. G2 have found advantage at every single corner. Nemesis trying to find the snare. The rest of the team now moving in. They're getting zoned away from their own base. You hear the child alive with the chance of G2. Let's go, G2. Smashing through Fnatic in the fights. Nemesis, the last man standing. Nothing left for him to get done. The heals coming in fresh. And that's it. G2 walking into the base. A victory lap for this team, for this lineup. Fnatic fought hard, but it was not enough. G2 remained the undisputed best team in the LEC. And what's a rivalry without a little BM? G2 gotta
pat those KDAs, baby. G2 duelist style one more time here in the LEC. They've gone through. We had a top 4 when we came to League. We said Rogue, Origin, Fnatic, G2. G2 have now beaten all 3 other of those teams. They continue to prove time and time again that they are dominant, even after role swaps, even after seasons gone by. This team just looks so damn good.
And so many fights, so many exchanges look so close, but it's always G2 coming out with just that little edge, a little bit further on top, a little bit more in their favor. And then when it came crashing down at the end, is that Baron with them firmly in control of the game, there was just nothing left. I always respect the desperation plays, but it only sped up the death of Fnatic in the end.
It's just so impressive when G2 are just constantly able to win multiple fights all across the map. Really is a thing of beauty here in the LEC.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because Wonder's dad is also really, really tall, so it's just instantly apparent. The 2 most giant people in the studio high-fiving. Wholesome sight. Here you go, though. Key player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Wonder, Perks, Caps. There's really no wrong choice, folks. It's an incredible game of League of Legends. It's a privilege to cast it. Cannot wait to see what Fnatic look like the next time these 2 teams face. But for now, G2 does reign supreme.
G2 just continuing to do all the things that have made them so good for so long. Playing the map game, getting back onto the map faster, being able to spread out across all 3 lanes, Perks in team fights and in side lanes, constantly able to have a super, super high impact in his team's matches. And I just felt like, aside from there was like a 2 to 3 minute sequence where like everything was flying around, things looked absolutely crazy, G2 continued to maintain pretty firm grasp over that game against the ticking time bomb that was Fnatic.
We can't celebrate G2 versus Fnatic so much and not expect at least a little bit of a fiesta.
It happens every time.
It's like smart play, smart play, smart play. Everyone's inting, smart play, smart play, smart play. Everyone's inting again, smart play, smart play. And that's, I don't know, that's why we love to watch it so much. But you've heard enough from us. Let's hear what Lore and Mickey have to say.
Thank you, guys, and thank you, Mickey, for joining me. That was a bloodbath if I've ever seen one, but I feel like it was expected here, right?
Yeah, usually when you play Fnatic, it's always a very bloody match, so it was kind of expected, yeah.
I mean, for the fans, it's always an exceptional matchup. We've always been waiting for you guys facing Fnatic. Is it special for you when you face them also?
Yeah, I think it's pretty special. I think we kind of built like a pretty good rivalry over the last year, because all our games were pretty back and forth, very close. Even this one was really close.
Different compositions. I mean, I'm not saying that you're trolling usually, but here that was some serious comps.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the band Soraka, so we couldn't really pick it, you know. But yeah, usually when we play Fnatic, we always try a bit harder than against other teams, and yeah.
Well, I mean, it showed, and you were victorious in the end, still undefeated in the LEC. Did you expect that?
I think yeah, we kind of expected it, yeah. And hopefully we'll this time go undefeated to like for the whole split. Yeah.
About the game itself now. I was expecting to see you guys on red side, given that I think you had side selection here, but why did you go for blue outside of first pick?
Yeah, it's mostly you decide what you want to like first pick, and enemy team kind of has to ban Akali, because, well, every team has to ban Akali. And yeah, I guess we just think blue side is more OP.
All right, well, one other thing that I noticed, and I know I criticized you in the past for that, is the fact that you take things very slow in the early game, but here, I mean, you grab the action directly. Why did you feel you had to keep the pace of the game in your hands so quickly?
Well, it wasn't us doing like a lot of good setups. Like we didn't really do any crazy dives or anything. It was just like, they were like fake-based bot, and then they went on us, and then Arlise was there, so then we just killed them. And then they had no summoner, so we just kept fighting. And yeah, usually in Fnatic games, there's like a lot of fights, even early. So yeah, but it was mostly just them inting, yeah.
Inting, really?
A little bit, yeah.
Ouch. No, please no. About Fnatic now, I mean, Fnatic 2019 versus 2020, we know that the jungle changed, and we talked about this in PGL, but where do you spot the differences here?
I still think they have a pretty similar playstyle. Okay. I didn't notice like any big difference. Mm-hmm. I think they're playing pretty good, maybe even better than last year. But I think just this game, they kind of messed up.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, well, last question here, and it's very personal. You know what's coming. Are you going to play Zyra at some point, or should I just forget about this?
At some point, I'll probably play it, yeah. Just,
okay.
I don't know when.
So I'll trust the G2 community manager to clip that and put it on Twitter, because I'll take your word for this. Thank you, Mickey, for the interview. Congrats on the win once again. And to wrap up the week, let's send it over to PGL. Take it away, Machine.
Down Law. That was a fantastic understanding from Wonder, calling it inting. We'll talk about it a little more. This is PGL, and it's time to wrap up another fantastic week of League of Legends action. Welcome back to the LEC post-game lobby after week 3 of the Spring Split. I'm Machine, I'm joined by Frosk, and shortly joined by Caps and Reckless. We are going to be having royal bottoms on this sofa.
Yeah, intense.
Kinda.
How do you feel? Like your second go at PGL and you get Caps and Reckless.
Yeah, no pressure or anything. You know, this doesn't happen every day. Not only does this game not happen every day, but I have to, like, you know, talk to these guys. What are we going to talk about? What do you reckon?
I have a couple of ideas. I typically really want to talk about rivalry, maybe, some dynasty, some legacies.
All of those
between
things that we've just been talking about, we can actually have the people themselves be a part of that conversation. I'm not complaining.
I am very curious to kind of check in on what kind of Mickey was saying earlier in this idea of they just messed up. Because we were talking about this on the analyst desk earlier, that when it's G2 versus Fnatic, it's the smallest margin of error before games are just ripped away from you. And then from a fan's perspective, you just see a team get utterly smashed. You're like, huh, that was easy. But you know that if you ran it back 100 times, you could get smashings on either side of it. So I'm really curious where Reckless and Caps would put their finger on, this was the oopsie.
Yeah, well, that was a perfect way you summarized it before. Yeah, who's going to make the least oopsies? And for clearly, G2 did make the fewest oopsies today. Least, fewest?
Fewest boo-boos?
Fewest boo-boos. Okay. Yeah, thank you. We're working through the
workshop that one.
Just doing it live. I mean, why not? I think that in the words of what's his face, do it live. Bill O'Reilly.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Good. What's its face?
Yeah. What's his face? Bill O'Reilly. Anyway, what's his face aside, we're also going to be talking to Caps and Reckless, and I think. Perhaps first question, is Reckless about to move to the mid lane? You know, just keep the consistency, keep this rivalry going, just keep bouncing around the lanes. But all round, what was your take on the game itself? You haven't had any post-match on that from you.
Ooh, I know that there was a lot of questions about Fnatic's draft phase. I was very much aligned with Febvin and Yamato as soon as we saw like the Veigar. And I know that as we were walking out, I turned to you and I said, a champion like Veigar into a team like G2, like I can actually see that working really well, especially when you already have a Senna. Usually Senna, like Jen, we were explaining to you, plays team fights pretty slowly because it's not about the attack speed, it's about kind of like the front-loaded damage, like she just hits you super hard.
You saw Reckless like lose half his health to the Senna ult before he hit the Zhonya's, right?
Exactly. And when you have a champion like Veigar who can, if you get a single pick, completely blow someone up, but with the Event Horizon, his ability to kind of control slow fights and take different shots at you. So I thought it would have an interesting dynamic on how it played out. Unfortunately, we got like one good team fight and then everything collapsed.
Well, the royal bottoms I was talking about earlier are joining us. Caps and Reckless, welcome to the sofa, and thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. I'm nervous, so let's hope I do okay. But first things first, we've just had the casters say, G2 Fnatic games are always like this. And then we had, I think it was Dracos saying it's like smart play, smart play, smart play, int, smart play, int, smart play, smart play. Does it feel like that when you're actually playing as well, or is it just for us watching the chaos unfold? Reckless.
I think today, maybe not so much.
No.
I feel like I made the game a bit too hard for my team with my play, so not so much today. But usually it is.
Do you think then it was the catch that Caps made on you in the mid lane that really like was the big oopsie?
No, I think I was in a bad spot ever since I died to Aatrox TP. Level 4, I think this was. Maybe level 3, level 4. So how I have to play this lane is I have to push and find a base at some point because Caps has TP advantage on me. But instead, we looked for a fight, and then they had TP advantage, which we called, but we didn't pay enough attention to. And then I died there and lost my summoners, and after that, it's like my wave was frozen as well, and it was just, I was always a level down, and he always had an item on me, so it was hard for me to play.
At this high level, when it is teams like G2 and Fnatic, do you guys honestly feel that it's that much of a domino effect? It's at level 4, and let's say a 30-minute game, because I didn't respect the TP, because I didn't get the freeze. Like if you lose even that slightest, it's just, I'm done here. Like unless there's a big turn, there's no way that I get back into the game.
I would say when you play against good players, it is. And Caps is a good player, so he always had like mid-wave control. He always took vision on the side they wanted to play towards. So it just felt like I was never in a position where I could actually do anything other than farm on my tower and take camps. And then the comp isn't really designed for me to shine, so I was in a really tough spot. I think I should have actually changed my mindset this game because I was trying to look for red and white weapons on Aphelios, but I think I should have looked for green and purple probably when I was in that spot, so that I could at least hit them from range or at least CC them. But instead I was in this mindset that I need to carry, but I don't think it was
my time to shine, like my time to carry when I made those mistakes early. So I feel like this game was on me, but maybe you have another opinion.
What do you think, Caps?
Yeah. I mean, I think, I maybe we disagree like a little bit with the whole thing, because I think like we got like a really huge lead in the early game, but I felt like they were kind of like bouncing back. Like we started ending a lot, especially like my death was like really bad when Lee Sin kicked me. And they started bouncing back, like, and coming further and further, like, back in the game.
Yeah.
And it wasn't like enough to get the win this time around, but I felt like it was maybe a bit too close to comfort. And I feel like that's the biggest difference between playing Fnatic and playing the other teams in the EU. Because with the early game lead we had, like with the TP behind, it would probably just be over against any other team. But against Fnatic, we still had to like play it like, respectfully. Yeah,
right.
yeah, we just had to play respectful, and we couldn't just like disrespect. We couldn't just like take every fight and win it. We still had to like respect, you know.
So this is a question. This is right off the top of the head, because I've been thinking this. Well, as we have these conversations about making the fewest mistakes, and when you're playing against a G2 or a Fnatic, I've heard other teams from all of the other players here at the LEC describe both of your teams as feeling like you don't have a chance to breathe. You haven't got a chance to make a decision. You can't think about what you want to do. It just has to be happening. Otherwise you fall behind. So my question is, if you guys are applying that much pressure in your games against other teams, how does that pressure manifest? Is everyone doing it silently? Does everyone just know their role so well that it's kind of happening without too many strings being pulled? Or does there need to be a voice that's saying, that keeps that pressure up in the communication and in the gameplay?
Well, I mean, it's probably, I don't know if it's different for different teams, but for us, obviously, everyone's talking, like, everyone sees opportunities, so everyone gives information all the time. So it's all about get the right information out and then making the right calls based on it. And it kind of changes all the time, because it's like we react to what Fnatic does, and then we do something different, and we kind of change the plan all the time, right?
Yeah, like a 10-man game of chess, just constantly.
Exactly, yeah.
Beautiful. I absolutely love it. I did want to ask a kind of a bit more of a wider scope question, because the word that kind of flew out of Yamato's mouth talking about playing with you was dedication. He said, playing, I think it was 9 years ago, he played with you and said he couldn't, 9 years, bloody hell, time flies. He said he couldn't believe, the dedication he could see in you then. And I think there's no better example of, that dedication lasting for the fact that you're at the top of your game 9 years later. I mean, I just want to perhaps open the door a little bit behind the curtain to understand how. How does one maintain dedication? What is the source of that? What is the motivation to keep wanting to be better, heading towards a decade of League of Legends?
I guess winning Worlds is the goal.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm looking at all the time. But for mindset, I would say the biggest thing I do is try to not live on my past achievements or past experiences too much.
Right.
I think it's a thing maybe others do, but I don't. I can't tell for sure, right? Because I'm not them. But
sure.
At least for myself, I always try to like reset myself every year, so I don't play really well one year and then go into the next year thinking that whatever I did that year will make up for any sort of failures I could possibly have here.
Yeah.
So instead, I have the constant motivation or constant drive to keep performing and keep winning.
Right. So you don't let the successes before let you get too lazy into the next year.
Yeah. Because I know there's people that want to win, so I need to be there as well.
Yeah.
Do you think that there's any? We'll get to you in a second, Caps. Do you think that there's any negatives there? Because just kind of listening to the language that you choose, there's words like "that game's on me," failures, drive, motivation. Like when we're talking about that dedication, because it's so interesting. I was talking to Alex backstage, and I was like, the incredible thing to me about Caps and Reckless is that it shows that there's two different pathways to success, and kind of like your dedication or your passions for the games, and then how you go about executing them. And maybe it's the wrong read. I look at Caps and I'm like, goes to G2, it seems to be a squad that's all about fun, like that thrive, that liveliness for the game. And that's not saying that Reckless doesn't have like fun and thrive and liveliness for the game, but it's like that much more like stoic, buttoned up, like I'm here to win and I'm here to sacrifice everything to win. And so do you ever feel like that pressure? Do you think that there's a limitation that when you put so much on yourself, like that game was on me, I can't get lazy, I can't get complacent, I must keep reaching for it?
I don't think there's a limit, but there's definitely times when I'm at my low, so to speak. I think it goes up and down all the time. Some weeks I have a lot of fun playing and it's kind of easy to do all of these things. And then some weeks it's maybe not as fun playing and then it's really hard to have all of this pressure. But for the most part, I've never felt like I've had a limit.
Yeah.
I think there was one point in 2017 when I almost lost it, but otherwise I've always been fine. So I don't think there's a potential limit here. I just have to keep grinding and keep trying my best.
You used a fantastic word there, which was fun. And when I was speaking to Finn and PGL yesterday, he made it clear that he thinks that fun, like his team having fun, when they're having fun, they're winning. And it's not that they're having fun because they're winning, as in he thinks that when the team is the morale and there is a degree of fun being had, they play better. Is that universal? Do all players kind of acknowledge that, or is that a individual thing, Caps? I mean, G2, you guys are known for being the team that's having fun and doing damage at the same time. But I mean, do you believe that this is something that everyone needs, or is this specific?
I mean, for sure, everyone should have like enjoy. I think more than having fun, right?
Yeah,
it's just about enjoy doing what you're doing. If people like playing League, if your whole team enjoys League, if your whole team enjoys playing with each other, then it will work out a lot better than if it doesn't, right? And there's always times where it's rough to play with each other, and there's always times where it's easy to play with each other. But it's all about making it better when it's hard and just enjoying it when it's easy, right?
I have had so many arguments with Counter-Strike players and ex-professionals with the conversation of, do you have to be friends with your teammates or can you be colleagues with your teammates? And everyone's got a different opinion about, can you just be colleagues? Like, you go into the office, it's like, hello, let's practice. Okay, let's perform in this game. Goodbye, I'm going home. You do your life, I'll do mine. Do you believe that that's something that genuinely, it is within competitive esports?
I think it depends on the team.
Yeah.
I think every team has a different atmosphere or way they want to go about things. I would say, I mean, I've not played myself in G2, but I would say they're probably more of the we need to be friends to perform kind of team. And then maybe Fnatic has always been seen more as the we can be professional and still perform kind of team.
Interesting. Also,
but for myself, at least, from experience, I've always performed better when we have enjoyed playing with each other. Yeah. So I believe in the friends part.
Interesting.
Well.
So that there is an extra, perhaps, percentage to be gained in that extra connection. And Caps, you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? I think it's just about like if you can make it work in that sense. I think. I mean, I've obviously never had like a job in that sense, like a different job than playing League. And playing League has always just been with your friends. And then when I joined pro teams, it's just been with the guys I live with, right?
Yeah.
So it's always just been with friends, and I don't really know the whole like colleague interaction, like how that even means, right? So I can't say if it's better or worse, but I would just assume that being like friends and having good fun, and also just like being able to count on each other and like a special level is important in that sense.
Yeah, and I mean, there's always going to be, you would hope, mutual respect, but also you're all unified over the fact that you're passionate about something to this extent. So you're always, I think the friend part can come quite naturally. You're both going to want to talk about this game you've got such a passion for and want to understand the furthest reaches of. I do want to make sure I do my job as well. I was supposed to tell you all about the player of the game, the Kia player of the game. That was like 25 minutes ago I was supposed to tell you about that, but we did do one, and Perks won it. I told you I was going to mess this up. We did it, though. Worth reminding you that we did have to crown a champion of this game. G2 Fnatic's MVP is going to be Perks. That's the Kia player of the game.
If I had to think about because we were having this discussion early on in rehearsals, and obviously for our featured matchup, we had a cool picture of you and a cool picture of Reckless all standing next to each other. And I was like, these are the two prodigies that the LEC made. When Reckless, super young, IPL 5, remember you coming in, you were the prodigy ADC, and then Baby Faker comes along with Caps, basically like day one, you were the new prodigy. And if I had to put like the final player as kind of the best 3 players that Europe has ever created, I would put Perks there. Do you guys agree, disagree? Is there any other names that you would personally reach for?
Well, now you're kind of putting me on the spot, so I don't know if like I don't want to like call anyone out.
Flame your teammate, kick Perks out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's pretty accurate, I guess, but I don't really like have a fault. It's something I'm like thinking about every day, right? So
I'll just write it down in like my LEC fan fiction one day.
And it does mean that G2 continue to be undefeated. My question, though, is there it's clear you guys are at the top of the table. Is there a degree of rivalry? As in, were you anticipating this game not only for all the hype video we just wrote, the match of the week video was amazing, and the interviews you gave before it, but I mean, does this game hold more weight? It's not just the point on the board. It's not just the rivalry between yourselves, but in terms of European LEC, Fnatic G2, is there more to it? Is there more rivalry on the line in comparison to any of the other teams you're going to be playing?
I don't personally mind so much, but I can imagine there's a lot of fans right now that are not too happy with me. So.
No, but that's okay. This is what's actually important. Is yes, sure, there's the history, we talked about that before, but it's just a case of what is the reality? The reality for you?
To me, it's just a point on the board, but I can imagine for, as I said, many others, it's more than that. So.
Do you think that there was like a key takeaway from this game that you feel like very clear, like, we learned this from our match against G2, and so the next time that you guys face, like, you get better? Or was this just didn't play the draft out well, made a single mistake, if we had another run, this is what we would change?
For me, at least, it would probably be to stick to my game plan, because I made it a universal thing before the game that I would try to push in the wave and base, and I feel like I should have just emphasized that rather than kind of let the plan go and try to look for this play instead. Because even if the play works, it's still a risky play, and I don't think we were in a spot in the game where we had to make those kind of plays. So, yeah, once again, I take full responsibility for the game, but I learned something, so that's good. I can try to do better next time.
Caps, do you feel that across from Fnatic, does the game mean more to you because it is your ex team? Does it? I mean, the juicy again. If we open up like the fan fiction, it's like, oh yes, it means so much to beat Fnatic because it makes his trade to G2 worthwhile. Is it just I learned this in the game? That's how Sinnoh works in this interaction, or Aphelios is obnoxious when he does this.
Well, I mean, I think it's always like a lot more hype when you play against like the better teams. Obviously, even when I was on Fnatic playing against G2. It was always the most fun, just because they were the best in Europe back then, right? And playing against them was just a fun game, you know. We had both fun game, and also it was like you could really challenge yourself against the best. And the same thing I have against Fnatic. Now it's like even more increased, I guess, because of obviously I left Fnatic. I remember especially last year when I was playing against them the first couple of times, it was like so weird because it was like 4 of my former teammates. So I was like really nervous going into every match, like even more than normal. I remember like, even some games I was like shaking going off the stage, and I've never even tried that. And I've been to like world finals, you know, but playing as Fnatic, that was like what made me shake.
Does it make it easier or harder? Like, do you find yourself, I know what Bwipo wants to do here, or I bet I know what Reckless is saying in comms right now. Like, do you think that gives you like an edge, or?
I mean, for sure, yeah. I mean, that's for sure times where I'm thinking like, I know they want to do this, or they want to play around this, or they're gonna do this. And I mean, obviously, I don't want to say anything, but it's a lot of fun, and you have so much more insight to Fnatic compared to like a lot of other teams who have so many rookies, right? It's not even just like Fnatic because I play with them, but it's just more veteran players where you start learning what they do. But rookies, you don't really know them, so you can maybe see what they did in solo queue, but that doesn't help you much, right?
Is it the same for you, Reckless, that when you're playing against the more experienced teams, there is that extra luxury of just kind of understanding the individuals, knowing how they play more on a micro scale?
I guess there is, but at the same time, usually then they're really good at the game, so it's not like, for the most part, it's not actually a good thing. But I can say for sure that it's hard to play against the rookie teams in the first couple of weeks of the splits, because then usually they have a couple of months of boot camp, and you don't really know what kind of players they are.
All of you, they've got all the information they need on you.
Yeah, exactly. But in the end, I think usually the veterans come out on top because they have the experience and they kind of last for longer, I guess. I feel like the rookies kind of just like burn out quicker.
Yeah, two-pump chumps.
Yeah. So.
Anyway, that's the end of that. This does, however, mean that G2 is undefeated on top of the LEC, followed by a group of 4-2 teams. Misfits have also pulled off an insane turnaround, winning their last 4 games. My question to the panel, though, is can the Misfits make playoffs? It did seem like quite a convincing performance today. What do we think? Caps?
So I'm not really sure exactly about Misfits, like what to think of them.
Yeah.
Obviously, Fevin is a strong player, and he looks to be like back in like more of the 2017 shape than compared to 2018. So it's gonna be fun to see how Perks will do against him. And yeah, I'm not really sure to judge like the rest of the team.
I think a lot of people have the same question mark around Misfits. For Oscar, you've already expressed your thoughts, saying it's kind of you're not yet sold. Vedi says he thinks that they're the worst in the league. You're a bit of a middle ground.
No, it's super clear that I would say Misfits are a well-drilled team. Like, when you watch what they're doing, if they're kind of left to their own devices where they get to choose the lane assignments, they get to choose kind of where they walk onto the map, that it's clear that, like, coaching has been like, at this point in the game, this is what you should do, and remember to set your vision here and do that. And it's just an issue where individuals will either kind of get lost in the motions or just, like, make a mistake where someone has a flash burn at an inconvenient time or gets picked off, and then it slows down all of their results. So they're clear that they're learning the fundamentals, and you're seeing developments made every single time, which is why when Febby gets super far ahead, like he gets to be that leader. He gets kind of unlocked onto the map. Like if he's in a good position, he can be like, yo, bananas, like what are you doing? Come over here and like guide them like sheepdogs. Whereas if he falls behind, then he has to worry about himself and not get to like puppet his team. The issue then is like, again, that consistency. If they can shore up where they're consistently making the correct fundamentals, then yeah, playoffs is super easy for them to make. But again, it's about your goalposts. For a team like Misfits, playoffs is not necessarily expected, but that's like a good thing for them. But if you're trying to take down the top teams, the Fnatics, the G2s, even like the Rogues, Excels, and Origins, you have to have that creativity. You can't just have the fundamentals. You then have to have that extra something on top of it. And that seems to be the barrier to entry. Like Mad Lions, SK, Rogue, Excel all have great fundamentals, and then it's a race to who puts a twist on it that can compete with the constant flurry of punches and the constant problem solving that Fnatic and G2 and Origin can do.
The way you're describing it to me is it's almost like, you know, it's a marathon, and everyone can cover the first 10 miles, and then it's G2 and Fnatic who've got the endurance, and then there's just no one's got the additional strength and the additional oomph to keep up for that full endurance run. Terrible analogy. Made up on the spot, but that's good because you can just move on and say some different words instead. Because in the Kia Player of the Game leaderboard, Perkz is in first place. Reckless is coming up the rear, as well as Alfari right behind. And it is important to note that in the event of ties, the player with the highest percentage of votes does come out on top. So you guys go and share your love and let us know who you think was the player of the game as we continue next week. That's it for today, though. We've got the scheduled for the LEC, which returns next Friday for week 4 with G2 facing a new challenge in the Surging Misfits, while Fnatic will be taking on Vitality. It is going to be a good day in the office, and in fact, I think if you want more League of Legends, do be sure to stay tuned for week 3. It is just around the corner. Reckless, thank you so much for taking the time, Caps. Thank you guys. It was fun to watch. The hype video got my blood pumping, as did the game, and I think we're all going to go tuck ourselves into bed or play some more League of Legends. One of the two, maybe both at the same time. That's it for us all here in Berlin, but fear not, we will be back next week, and we hope you have a great night.
League of Legends.
Comes out, Odoamne is going to try, that equalizer is going to separate them. Crown shot and limit off towards the top side. Johnny Shadow comes out as the Dragon V sets. Lorwak's in the realm of death, but Odoamne is going to be kicked away. Trick trying to take it before Lorwak can get back in. Limit off towards the top side is fighting. He's just acting as bodyguard. Lorwak steals it away for Schalke, and now the fight continues. Lorwak with a double knockup. The shutdown coming out. It's Forgiven who's gone down. They're chasing on Crown shot, but Abadaga is going to go down as well. SK get their second wing of Spring Split.
See if he can do it.
The best CC is Death, and Seiken, the hook! Expected to jumping into the middle, but here comes Mickey from the side. Cop with the Clancy shut down. Jaktro's going to fall as well. That's 3. Seiken tries to jump in, but he can only get 1 and 2 for Cabo.
Sandra and Set are on the way in. Still in the fight. Ben came up for the dive. He's going to dunk the Sriracha. What you love to see. Old Vander knocked in. Finn now trying to run face first in the middle. Everybody Hansama with no clear target access. The pullback, the face breaker, the dunk down. But is it enough? Hansama now contested. Rogue, you wanted a miracle under it. We might just see it. Arome, will he fall? Hansama running, backing off. Larson, they can't kill him. Going down. Larson, is he going to be able to find anything else? The knockdown, Humanoid, the shutdown. It's a beautiful fight for Mad Lions. Yeah, that would have been the start to a fight. Fevman had gone back to base. Here we go. That's the fight that you wanted. Instantly they start to turn. Upset still uncontested on the back line, but it doesn't matter. 2 quick kills picked up. King's coming in. They're trying to track exactly where far to go. They have vague information. They're there. Huge combo! And that's exactly what you want, but still Misfits are not dissuade. B-Boy starting to turn this one around. Upset desperate to hold on to this fight, but it's incredibly close. It's incredibly back and forth. The ults come out. The feathers are pulled back. That's the double kill. Dan is going wild in the back line, dunking down on the OG Dreams. The TP coming bottom. They know they have the TP advantage. Wonder moving in on the way forward. G2 trying to find a kill. Locking down the Fnatic bot lane. Reckless going down for first blood. You want a rivalry. This is how things get kicked off. 2 pickups. Whoa! Hillisang runs for the hills. Not going to go down that easy. Caps will find the kill in the end. Once again, Hylissang keeps fishing with these hooks and all.
There's a TP from Perks. Here comes the flank.
They want to find the flank. Rise, Brelmore. Where's it going to go? Reckless caught in the middle of everyone, but the baby cage is not enough to buy time. And now Perks is moving in. He spotted an empty backline, and now he's trying to finish it off. He goes gold. He buys time. Caps now moving in as well. Going to be pulling a soul out. Self-made taken down, knocked down. Double kill for Wonder. Going over the wall, trying to find the flank. Fnatic getting rallied, getting corralled, getting herded to their own death. G2 remain the undisputed best team in the LEC.
We have been tumbling around each other for quite a time. When you were coming around, I didn't feel like we tried. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da. I feel like you wanna taste the tickles over my face. Let me direct you the way. I know you wanted to stay. Your heart was shy and so was I. You found my weakness right. As time went by, we walked the line. You made us so insane. Da 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 da.